is drawing, the pale light so full of questions I cannot move on. 3 years of sinking slowly, I can't take another day. I would give anything to make it go away. There's nothing worth believing anymore. There is no place I haven't been before. The little things that matter passed away and leave our garden fragrant with decay. Empty space inside now, under the barren trees. Your absence fills the silence, and your voice still haunts my dreams. I can't find a sense of purpose, I can't seem to get a hold. I can't find my peace of mind. It leaves me feeling
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Angel of Thy Night radio show, live in Las Vegas. And I'm saying goodbye to Las Vegas as well, because this is probably our last show in Las Vegas. Unless I get like really horny when I'm in California, I'm like, I want to come out to Vegas for another weekend, you know. My Vegas days are over, folks. I spent a lot of time in Vegas. About 12 years ago, I was living out here, and I was riding a fucking bike. This bike had real thin tires, and I hit the curb, and I went flying like 50 feet, and I was rolling on the pavement, and it took a gouge out of my hand, you know, and my shirt was ripped, and I was bleeding, and I never realized that a bicycle could be so dangerous. And at that time, you know, I don't remember if I was smoking. Hell, I don't even remember where I put my lighter. Now I can't smoke right now. But compliments to my girlfriend for the Blackberry Chronic. as I was saying during the test broadcast the other day, it's like, don't buy me jewelry, you know? Don't buy me nothing. If you're going to just wrap a fucking piece of herb in a bow and then just write on your tits, and I'll be a happy man. I don't know what it is with everybody like writing on their boobs, but, you know, I want to thank Millie. A really good job. If you look at other girls writing, you know, it's just, man. And I thought I had bad handwriting. My son says, Dad, you should be a fucking doctor. I've been a doctor before, but we're not going to talk about the doctors. We did that 2 weeks ago. And I wanted to say, got fucked by Now Live. Now you get to come over to live video on the Angel of Thy Night radio show. I haven't had the fuckathon yet. I don't think I'll be having the fuckathon now that I got girlfriends and all, you know. It's like I gotta keep. Some girl emailed me off on MySpace, and the girl says to me, "This girl look. Remember I told you about Back to the Future, Marty's fucking mother or whatever? Well, Marty's mother wrote me from Back to the Future." And she gave me her number like a month ago, and I never called her. I was like, this is too fucking creepy, man. Well, Marty's mother wrote again. And this time she said, you have two very beautiful girlfriends. You should feel very lucky. I said, either I'm goddamn lucky or I look better as I get older. It's like, you know, I go to these haunted, like, absorb all the spirits, keeps my youth up, you know. It's like, I just got another one. But we had some encounters. We went off to a place called Goodsprings, and we had a hell of a fucking time, you know. And I'm going to talk about Goodsprings later. You know, I want more people to join so I can scare the goddamn fucking shit out of them. This might be my last radio episode for a very long time, folks. See, because being the good Lord I am, I'm going to have to get myself a pair of sandals and walk around California, you know. Maybe if I wear the fucking robe. And this time I don't cut the beard because, see, about a week ago I went on a date. And I went out with, you know, I was on MySpace and Brenna had emailed me to go on a date. And, you know, I really am leery about taking my Subaru on dates. You guys know the story about the Subaru. I've told you stories that even Brenna has not heard. But I shaved the goddamn beard. So now if I act like Jesus in fucking California, I ain't got the beard, but I'll have the robe and the fucking slut, nothing. But anyways, because of the economy the way it is and everything else, rents are going up. You know, people do need roommates. But unfortunately, thanks to goddamn fucking Craigslist, they fucked me in the ass. Because I post a roommate ad, and I get 50 spammers back, you know, a couple, I want to suck your dick, you know, and escorts, and, I mean, you name it, and I'm like, I just want to find a place to live. Just a place to smoke my herb, sit in my fucking corner, I'll be your best goddamn friend, somebody breaks in, I'm going to scare the shit out of them. Some single mom says, like, she wrote me, she says, I'm in the middle of nowhere. She's like, I got 5 acres of land. I live on the edge of Auburn. I wrote the single mother. I said, that's great. That's great. And I said, here's what I can do. I can mow your lawn. And that sounded really fucking bad, and that's why she didn't reply back to me. She thought I was thinking perverse. Instead, I was just thinking of a place to live. But anyways, I told her, I said, I'll mow the lawn. I'll babysit your kids. And she even said she was interested in the Angel of the Night radio show. Okay? She was interested in the radio show. And I thought, this is fucking great. I do my radio show. Flies, holy shit. That's a high man's dream. Of course, you better believe that I'll be taking Brenna and Millie with me. And folks, you're listening to the Angel of Thy Night radio show. And no, I do not have talent, thank you. I'm just fucking here. I'm just fucking stoned. And over the last year, you guys have been through thick and thin with me. You guys know I was homeless at one time. Then the next you know, I'm stuck on a fucking mountain with like fucking thousands of cuts on my feet and my ass, you know? I climbed 2 mountains in the Las Vegas area. I climbed Lone Mountain up the side, okay? I hit the pipe a couple times. I started climbing the cliffs. I'm like, God damn, does this mountain ever fucking end? And I get up to the top. I'm like hitting myself. I'm like, you're a dumbass, Lord Rick. You're a dumbass. But then I said, wow, I almost died, you know? And I'm laughing about it. I'm laughing that I almost died. Just like Snow Mountain. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry when I was stuck lying on the cliff. But this year, in the Las Vegas area, I have brought the world something nobody has ever seen before. A whole new meaning to paranormal investigations. My white ass went out to Area 51. I got chased by U.S. troops. I didn't just get chased by the troops. I had the pipe sticking out of my mouth, too. And my ass hanging out at Area 51 also. And I also had a guy, you know, we had also Irish Stud, who some people think he's mentally retarded. I don't know how I went out in the middle of nowhere with this guy, because I entered a mine with this guy, and he was like, yeah, I'll throw you down the mine. This booze. You guys remember June? June on her investigations? I made that woman cross a mine shaft leading to death. And she was like trembling and crying, and I'm like, you can do it, you can do it. And I put I stood right over the shaft, you know, it's like 100 feet down. And there's wood beams all over the place. And I stood right there. I took this woman and I turned this woman into a fucking hero. I was like, you are a hero, you know? Thank you for your contributions to the Paranormal Ghost Society. Just like when, over this last weekend, you know, we went in the mine. And, you know, it was called Copper Mine. And we had a guy named Rich with us. Ex-military. This guy doesn't, you know, I mean, he does hand-to-hand combat and all kinds of shit. He's trained to climb mountains like me and trained to go into mines and all that. Who trained me? I trained my goddamn self. It's called I Want to Live. I want to come home to my girlfriends and my kids and you fucking fans of the Angel of the Night radio show. But we're in the copper mine, you know, and Rich sees something crawling on all fours and it goes down a mine shaft. And I'm like, son, welcome to the Paranormal Ghost Society. That's what we're fucking about, man. This ain't no just, it's like a ride. You hold on to your goddamn seat because you don't know where the fuck you're going. But I don't know where the fuck I'm going anyways. I lost my fucking car grocery shopping the other day. I was like, dude, where's my car? Dude, where's my car? But anyways, I met Brenna last week ago, you know, and it was like the perfect, I guess it was like, she's got to be the right girl for me because, you know, we came back to my place and we wanted to run out and get dinner, and I'm like thinking in my head, you know, something simple like a little bit of pizza. But, you know, I got a pizza and we got raspberry pie or whatever. We go out to the fucking Subaru, you know. I'm sitting there. I'm like, please start up. Don't embarrass me. I don't want to be embarrassed on this date, you know. And I'm like, the goddamn car won't start. And Brenna was very lovable towards me. Very lovable towards me. And I got my crowbar and I opened the hood and I started banging on the starter. You know, I'm like, God damn, we got to have food. I'm thinking we got to have food before we have sex, you know? You can't just have sex. You got to eat first because, you know, if you want to go a lot all night, you got to have that energy, that stamina, you know? Sorry, Brent, I was just, you know, I was being a bad boy right now. But anyways, the Subaru started right up when she turned the key, you know? And we were off to the grocery store. We were both stoned. We both were high. And I didn't know what the fuck I was doing at the grocery store, you know? At that time, I'm thinking, God, I have a real date finally. It's better than them fucking Craigslist hookers that were coming to my house. The fucking one was so fucking nasty. Jesus Christ, good thing I didn't have no money or fucking pot on me. Because if I had both, I'd be robbed. And I'd be diseased. And I don't want to get diseased. Because hopefully in the next year or two, I have more little feet running around. You know, because I want to have more kids. What's this have to do with the show? I could say what the fuck I want. It's my show. And I'm arguing with myself. But anyways, we have Millie in cam slot 1. Brenna was going to try to pick up a camera and did not get one. I don't look at the chat room very often, but when and when somebody else talks or wants to jump in the conversation, let me turn up the speaker here. They can do so. I can put you on a cam slot. But tonight, Angel could not make it. This is our co-host. She was very sick. I don't know if she has the swine flu or something like that, you know? I think I had the swine flu, but I think I'm over it, man. I've been like fucking boiling for 2 weeks and sweating and fucking my eyes been tearing and fucking have a cold. I'm like, swine flu. I got the swine flu. But I'm feeling pretty fucking good. Here I am hiking up in the middle of fucking nowhere. You know, I'm sick. I got a fucking fever, man. But, the Paranormal Ghost Society, what we do is we bring you an adventure. And we put our lives on the line. And people say, Lord Rick, you're crazy. No, man. I'm trained to put you on the edge. I'm trained to scare you. But anyways, we went out there. And I met this guy, Rich, and Rich, great guy. They were fucking listening to the music. We drove all around Vegas just to cruise. I was like, I dig this fucking guy. This guy's a brother, And this guy, Brenna and Rich, keep in mind, I met Brenna. That was our first date. And Brenna said that, going on the investigation with me was a date. And indeed it was. There was probably a lot of kissing going on during the investigation. A little ass slap here, a little bit of kiss. It's like, yeah, welcome to the Paranormal Ghost Society. We're running something real professional. My man Paul out there from England for donating. You've been good to me, brother. You've been real good. And I want to thank you because, there's not a lot of people that donate. And they should because, when site dues come around, like at the end of the year, I got to pay them all, It's like, oh, shit. How many visitors did we get to our paranormal site? It's just phenomenal. We lost our MSN group. Where the fuck are all those MSN users? Or did Missy take them with her? Yeehaw. Missy. Well, Missy's no longer our co-host either. Yeah, she don't call in after our little incident. So that's another thing that happened this year in Vegas. But honestly, Vegas tragedy, because I've been staying with friends for like 8 months, and the economy's bad because not just because of Obama, but it's totally fucked up. I could talk politics now. And what they need is Lord Rick in the White House, bitches. And I'm sitting here thinking, the economy is it's so fucked up that my roommates had to get a smaller place. And they don't have room to rent to me. And it's like, fuck. That's why we're leaving Las Vegas. And anywhere you look, the housing markets crash. And so in a couple more years, when this country collapses, all of us are going to be in deep shit. They consider it the apocalypse because riots will start taking place. There'll be gang rapes. It'll be unstoppable. Tribes will form. It's like that fucking movie that just came out, man. It's kind of like Mad Max, That's how society would fucking be. And some people say in 2012, when the solar rays hit this planet and we roast, there will be survivors, and that's what will form as tribes. And, so enjoy your next 4 years. Because in about 4 years, you'll be like, eating rats over a fucking grill and shit, And speaking of rats, we're in the copper mine. All right, and here's the whole thing, okay? We ended up hiking in this canyon that has various mines. We hiked about 3 miles in. It was almost dark, Went to a few dead-end mines, but we found this one to it, and Rich is seeing something that's like 6 feet tall walking on the road, all black. This guy was being haunted by all kinds of stuff. all night long. And he was ex-military, and yes, he did get very scared. I've seen some things up in that canyon I cannot explain with my eyes. Mist, balls of light, just all kinds of activities. Eyes, red eyes on the ridge, fucking the goddamn fucking paranormal, you know, and that's what we do. And we went in this copper mine, and it was just a hole big enough to put your head in. You know, it wasn't very big there. And they probably thought I was nuts. Can you imagine me? I'm going down a fucking tube. That's what I'm doing. It's like fucking Goonies, all right? And I slid down there, and I looked around, and it was like, I was in a mine, man. I was like, this is some cool shit. But it was a copper mine, so all the walls were fucking green, and the ceilings, and it was moist in there, and to my right was a shaft to like hell. It's like, yeehaw, let's fucking jump in this goddamn thing and see where it fucking takes me, all right? With my luck, I'll just be stranded down there, have to call the police department to rescue my ass again. It's like, oh, I broke a leg. Dispatch ain't coming for me this time. They're like, oh no, we rescued you nude off Snow Mountain. And you know, I'll probably be fucking nude when I fall in the pit and rip all my goddamn fucking clothes. So you're damned if you do or if you're damned if you don't. So I didn't go in the mine shaft. I stood there and I said, I am in another world. And I told my investigators, I said, come on down the hole. I was like, you know, I was whispering. I was like, fire in the hole. But a lot of rats around, a lot of big rats, you know. And we were sitting there and, you know, something started to happen. Rich's belt came undone. Brenna's hair started being touched, her leg. And, you know, they wanted to get out of here. I was just like, we're not going. We are standing our ground. I wanted to teach them something, you know. So anyways, I go up a vertical shaft, and I start climbing up a vertical shaft. And there's a wood beam across, and I'm climbing under the wood beam. You know, I'm like, God, I knocked this wood beam. I'm going to be stuck up here, man. I'm going to be stuck. And I'm going to die in a goddamn copper mine. You don't want to breathe that copper in, but I was breathing the copper in. I didn't have no doctor's mask on, you know. But my lungs feel great, folks. Obviously, with all the sex I had with Brenna, yes, my lungs are actually cleansed. There's a miracle, the miracle of the good Lord. I'm into that. But anyways, I climb up the shaft. I look around, you know, and they're calling for me like, Rick. I disappear because they call me paranormal because I disappear. Sometimes I go in a vortex, I come out the other end. Things happen to me like that, all right? Deal with it. We come back down, and we find out that it's a child entity that's, you know, crawling around and being playful. And, you know, they seen something black follow me up the shaft, and I went down the dead-end tunnel, you know. But like I said, I came down. I didn't leave them too long alone. And I get down there, and I'm like Ozzy Osbourne, you know. It's like, let's fucking play, man. But I get down there, and I said, I want you to scare the fuck out of me. It's what I said to it. Scare the fuck out of me. I have not been scared the fuck out of. I've done a lot of fucking on investigations, but I haven't been scared the fuck out of. And boy, about 2 minutes after that, something was like fucking going crazy in there, and Rich got like kicked in the fucking back. It was fucking, it pulled on Brenna. Brenna threw up. Rich was like, I think it's, he looks at me, goes real calmly, I think it's time to go now. No fucking shit. It's trying to unbuckle your fucking pants. Unbuckle your goddamn fucking pants. It's a fucking pecker wrecker is what's fucking going on. You're in a fucking mine. You got the pecker wrecker going on. That's what was really fucking going on. It was trying to get in his pants, and it seemed like it was trying to get in my girlfriend's pants. And I'm just, I mean, this is some serious ghost shit, you know? And I'm sitting back because this is what I do, folks. I'm here to entertain. Sitting there, I watched this unfold. And I laughed to myself, and I said, this is a great first time for them coming out with me. You know, half of our investigators I bring out, no wonder why they get scared and run off. But I got to give a lot of credit to Brenna. I mean, she's a very good hiker, and that's, you know, why she's my girlfriend, because she likes to hike and she likes to do this stuff too. So it was wonderful to be able to do the experience and do this with her. But I did watch this unfold, and they wanted to go, and I didn't add it in my report, but on our way out, well, before we left, the ghost was getting really touchy and pushed Rich to nudge him to go out. That was when we were leaving, because we got the picture after what happened, because Rich says, he goes, "Come on, kid. Is that all you got?" And I said to him, that's a no-no. And I was right. I just got done smoking. I was smoking a little herb in the copper mine. I pulled out my pipe. They were scared. I was smoking. Nobody even wanted to smoke. Everybody's like, "You smoke. You take it, Rick." So now I'm fucking like Cheech and Chong in the copper fucking mine. Cheech and goddamn Chong. Watching a fucking paranormal movie. I'm sitting back. This is like a movie. Because I want to see. I seen the entity lift Brenna's hair. I seen her hair lift up. Something touched her. And the temperature, all of a sudden, I faced my back to them because I felt something coming, and it felt like it was big. I mean, right before I heard a giggle, I heard a giggle first. The queen is fucking coming. It's like the queen of the fucking aliens and the anthill and shit. Mommy's fucking pissed off, man. And I was like, this is one powerful fucking entity. And the entity grabbed me by the back of the neck, and it squeezed, And then the entity weakened my legs, and I fought that bitch off. And I was like, I am fucking Lord Rick. I will fucking eat you and spit you out. It's like, you want to fuck with me, demon? That's what I was saying to myself. And I fought. I almost squeezed enough in my neck to pass out. Got really fucking dizzy. It tried so hard to overpower me. And when I shoved it away, it went over to Brenna and it went over to Rich. And it was doing something to them. And Brenna got sexually touched and told me she likes it and wants more of it by the entity. But she looked like, for a second, she was almost like a medium. And it almost looked like the energy had possessed her briefly for about, I'd say about a 12-second period that I could remember in my head. She claims that she wasn't. She's just fun and being optimistic. But I don't know about you gentlemen, but I don't want no ghostly fingers shoved up my ass. Oh, who did you? Oh, Millie sent me a private message. It's okay if you ban them by accident. You can actually unban. Well, I don't know. I would have to go in and unban them. So if someone gets banned by the moderator by accident or kicked out of the room, don't write Bobby T for coming on out. I mean, it's great to have you, brother. Bobby is just. I mean, what I would say, Bobby's one of my best friends. And I wish I was still in Florida, because if I was, I would be hanging with this guy. We would be chilling. We would be smoking on the fucking beach. And I would be checking out all the fucking girls, because that's, Brenna says I'm a pervert. So I guess that's what I am. At least her pervert, right? And Millie's too, but I am telling you, I am so blasted high tonight. But anyways, Millie, if you can talk, I'd like you to join on in the chat for a little bit. Because I got to test your audio before I get you on.
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you. Excellent. What's up, hon? Yeah, you're on webcam 1. It's a little off. You might want to put it down just a little. See more of your beauty tonight. There we go. That's much better. So anyways, you read my report on the mines, right? What did you think about it? Yeah, it was pretty crazy. Well, we were doing some crazy stuff when we were out up there. You know, we ended up going like climbing mountains. We did almost all the mines in the mining district. Some of them were caved in. We did this one called the Ellis Mine, and there's these guys that came up in the canyon, you know, and they got this car all the way through. Because, see, the first week I went out there, we got stuck. We were driving in the canyon. I told Carrie, I said, park it like this, don't move. I go take a picture of one of the mines from the outside. She's turning around, off-roading in the desert, stuck. I'm like, she was stuck in a bush. She called her fucking man out there, and she's like, come get me. And I had to direct him down dirt roads by memory in my fucking head. And he found us in this narrow little canyon, and the canyon's got about 10 mines. And Carrie, a couple weeks ago, had seen an alien or something that looked like the Mothman with a luminescent glow. And Brenna had seen it also when we went up there because, see, Carrie quit. Carrie's like, my husband lost his job. I have other priorities. Because she called her husband to rescue us, and he brought like, I think there was 4 kids, folks. I can't remember. I think there was 4 kids. And they were screaming and they were crying. And I'm like, Jesus, man, you're going to bring 4 kids out in the middle of nowhere. You better stop at McDonald's and get yourself some goddamn fucking cheeseburgers. Goddamn fucking cheeseburgers. He didn't even come. Stuck in the middle of nowhere, no fucking cheeseburgers. You know, I brought food and stuff, but that's what I was wishing for, some McDonald's. And he's got, you know, he can't get the truck unstuck. It's like, you ain't going to do anything that I'm not already doing, all right? I'm putting rocks. Everything went wrong. The fucking crank on the goddamn car wasn't working. I couldn't get the tab was broke on the spare tire. Weird things were fucking going on. And I lifted the tire up, you know, and we spun it and we burned rubber. And he's trying, we're in the dark and something's moving around real fast, you know, and she's scared and she's hiding in the truck. And when she quit, I feel she quit because she was scared and terrified. I mean, can you imagine? Think about it, folks. You're stranded out in the middle of, and you're fucking stranded. You know, you got mountains on both sides, and things are staring at you with eyes and with wings and fucking, okay, they look like aliens, but they're staring at you, you know? So she was terrified, and she actually told me her husband all of a sudden lost his job as an electrician in the Las Vegas area. And I thought, God, Rich is an electrician in this area, and he says nobody runs out of work. So it's like, whatever, you know. So I assembled my team. I got the Brenna and Rich together and all of us together, and we went out to these mines. And it's called the town of Goodsprings, but you got to ride way out in the desert. They got miles and miles of roads, and if you know the right roads to take, it'll take you to a canyon, a secret canyon, sort of. Very hard to see even from, you know, the dirt road, the main dirt road. But it'll take you right up into a canyon, and there's mines. And that's where we found the copper mine, where all this activity had happened. But not only that, when we were hiking, we heard the screams of a female multiple times being murdered, like her last breath. It was very scary. When we got out of the copper mines, this demon or whatever it was, I felt it move away, and we got the fuck out of there really fast. I pulled him out, and we got out, and we're running down the hill, and Rich is like, Brenna, can you move a little bit faster down the mountain? And Brenna's like, I'm trying, calm down. He goes, I just looked behind me, and there is he goes, I cannot explain it to you folks, but he says, that's fucked up. That is some fucked up shit. Those were exact words as he was running. And he feared it, and it fucking taunted him, and it showed itself to him. And he's seen it the whole hike back to the car for almost 3 miles. He could see it following and slithering along the road and up on the fucking mountainside. And I stayed back. I let my team walk ahead, and they got pretty far ahead of me. And I stayed back. So that way, if anything were to happen, it would be on the, it'd be on the backside or whatever. So anyways, we're walking, and the wind's pick up, and it was an ungodly wind. It was like the howling of the spirits. And I mean, right when we got out of Copper Mine and he seen it, and as soon as he seen it, we felt wind. This thing we encountered was creating a fucking storm. We pissed it fucking off, and it was fucking forming. And that's what was in the mine, and that's what came out of the mine. And I asked it to scare the fuck out of us, and it was trying to. And, you know, to myself, I was like, it's too scared of the road. It seemed to stay back away from the road. So I really wasn't worried, but we took the wrong way back to the car, and we had to walk like 5 miles, man. And Brenna hiked really well. Rich hike. We ended up getting back to the car, and the car almost got stuck. So we were almost stuck out there, which is even, you know, more spooky. But this thing fouled, and this thing created a storm out of nowhere. And then I heard screams of a woman again. I mean, there were, you know, our investigation, it turned from an investigation to a rescue mission, because I was going to rescue a female. That's what I was going to be doing. And, you know, I said, we'll go down. He asked me, how do we approach the guys? I said, we're not going to take them from behind on the cliff, because the rocks will slide down. They'll see us coming. I said, we're going to walk with our flashlight, follow it right to their camp. Take them head on. And we took them head on, and there was no females in their camp. 4 men. We did not see no females, and they looked scared. I mean, they were shining their lights on mountains and stuff right as it got dark. They were hearing stuff, and they were seeing stuff too. And I never asked them about the screams of the woman. I didn't want to be suspicious. But when I walked away from their camp over the other side of the hill, I heard screams again. And we were there the whole time. They didn't carry no body through the fucking over another hill. And then, you know, there's little hills in the canyon. And you can go over the hills, and, you know, it'll lead to this mine, that mine. It's crazy ass shit. And that's what happened. And then, you know, we went to the town of Goodsprings, and we checked out the stone cabin. And, of course, it was more like, for me, the makeout I can't even say it, the makeout cabin, because we were in there making out. And I was taking pictures as I was making out, of course. And that was just like, let's get our legs going again, you know, because I got some more shit for you guys to do. So we get to the fucking Yellow Pine Mill, and Rich sits in the car, and Brenna's like, I'm not going nowhere. I'm like, that's fine. That's fine. I'll go nowhere. I'll go myself. So I start climbing in the fucking mill ruins, and I'm fucking walking up the hill, and I'm stoned, and I took a couple more hits off my pipe, you know. I'm jumping foundation with the pipe in my mouth. I'm smiling. I'm like a fucking leprechaun. Fast as fast can be. You can't catch me. I get to the top, and I start climbing this like cliff, and this fucking I don't know what the hell it was, but it was pretty steep. You know, I thought, man, if I roll, I'm gonna get a lot of abrasions. I get to the top. I find a mine, big ass fucking, just giant enough to drive a car through, and a straight hole in front of it like it had a bridge. I'm like, fuck. And it only went so far back, but I'm standing on the peak of this fucking mountain, and I see the car, and I'm thinking, Rich is all the way down there. Then I'm thinking, please don't leave with my girlfriend, you know? I'm like all worried. But anyways, excuse me, I got the swine flu. Just kidding. So anyways, my radio wasn't working, and they didn't hear me the whole time, so I'm sure they got worried. And they were half asleep. You know, I got back to the car, and they just looked. I mean, Rich's back was killing him. He didn't even want to move because he said that the doctor told him he's not supposed to be doing what we were doing. And we were climbing giant rocks and cliff sides and going in valleys and canyons and fucking sliding down a hole, you know? When I reached for fucking air out of that copper mine, when I went to reach with my right hand, a rat jumped out in front of me. And the rat stood on its 2 fucking hind legs, looked at me and bitched me the fuck out. And it was like, get the fuck out of here. This is my fucking domain, goddammit. And that fucking rat made its point, and I I was so hesitant on reaching my hand up over the hole. I was like, that rat's waiting at the top because that rat's going to take my goddamn index finger. That rat didn't take my index finger, but I reached up, and Brenna was pushing on my fucking backpack, like, go, go, go. There's something behind us, you know. I'm taking my sweet old time, you know, climbing out of there. But that's the type of shit that fucking happens, man. And the same thing, I'm standing on the hill, so I did a little practice drill, and I start running, you know, and I run foundation to foundation. I jump in the dark, then I shut my lights off, and I do it with no lights on at all. And so anyways, you know, I made it very fast off the mountain. You ever have a rattlesnake bite? It's like you got to bring a girlfriend on an investigation, because if you don't bring a girlfriend on an investigation, who's going to suck the goddamn poison out? And I know they say it don't life and death. It's like, man, it's like you can try. If it fucking bites my fucking pecker, you better fucking get on your knees and suck that shit. I'm getting naughty on the Angel of Thy Night radio show. I'm getting filthy, and I'm going fucking raw. But anyways, you're on the air, Millie, and you can jump in at any time. Interrupt the fuck out of me. I don't care. Well, here's the thing, okay? Here's the thing. I don't want to know. I mean, the guy, I was on the ridge, and we were hiding behind some bushes. I'm like, stay low, we don't want to be seen. And Rich, he went right to the ground. He's military trained. He's like me. Here's the thing. I'm trained. I've never been in the military, but I'll tell you what, I am better than a soldier. You can set me in the woods, and I will survive. You can set me in the desert, I will survive. And of course, if we're playing a game of claim the flag, you better watch your ass. But there was 4 guys, and they looked up. There was some rock sliding, and Brenna was talking real loud, and I was flirting with her. And I was having a good time. This is like a fucking vacation to me. That's what I was on, Millie. I was on vacation. You know, but these guys shout up, and they're like, come join our orgy. Even if he knew there was people there, but I don't think he knew there was people up there, but he shouted, come join our orgy, and I get there, and there ain't no fucking females. It's like, you people are packing some real fucking shit, man. That's what's going on. They fucking unpacked all the shit, and then I think after the girl screams, they started packing their shit from what it looked like. I don't think they were going to stay there the night. I mean, let's face it, okay? They were probably a bunch of gay guys. And they didn't think they would get caught sinning, according to the good Lord here. Because where I come from, you know, at least I would rather have, you know, women as from a guy's proposal. I mean, a woman's a beautiful creature, you know? So anyways, Millie, that's to answer your question. They asked me to join an orgy of men. It's the truth. So, but I didn't do it. I did not join the orgy, and no, I wasn't going to smoke them out because I don't want their lips on my pipe, knowing their lips may have been on the fat guy's fucking dick. Hell no. But anyways, you know, well, yeah, you're definitely right. You know what I'm going to do, Millie? Because I want to take a break because I made a mistake in the beginning of the show, and I didn't say who played the music. You know, I was like, oh, I was playing it. The song was called November, and it's by Winter's Thrall, and the artist is named Jez, and he's part of our, like, he contributes some music to our show. We actually promote him, and it's just a wonderful partnership. And I'm hoping people will start buying his CDs and things like that, you know. And he really is the first one that's signing some paper in us. And, we obviously believe in his music. His music's very inspirational. But Angel, our co-host, is friends with him, and Angel knows her music, and Angel got a couple other bands that I'm interested in too. I got this gothic band that sounds really good, and they're a friend of Angel's, so we'll probably have them too. And the girl's got an amazing voice. I love her voice, and she's another one I would like to continue to promote on the Angel of the Night radio show. But I do have to play songs every once in a while because we're promoting his music, and I'm gonna play one or two songs here, and I'll mix it up a little bit. My music player is a little bit slower, so it takes me a little bit to get this going. But I did play Cold earlier. I did play November. I think what we're going to do is play Dust right now. And it's a good 7-minute piece. And you are listening to the Angel of the Night radio show live in Las Vegas. This is your host, Lord Rick. And we're talking about the paranormal tonight. And this show has got some very big surprises coming up on Stager's Birthday Bash. And anyways, I'll talk to some people in the chat room. I'm going to play the music. It might skip a little, but this one's called Dust. It's by Winter's Thrall. Look them up, wintersthrall.com.
Suffocate slowly and surely, sucked under by my own life. must be despised. I suffocate slowly and surely, sucked under by my own life. No forgiveness or peace, no respite in the least, just the rain and the cold and the rain. No repentance, no grace in this terrible place that I'm going to take it away. Destiny envelops me in arms as cold as snow. Kisses me, caresses me. I think it's time to go. The path that said that I've led will die undertow. I'm drowning now, soon I'll forget how wasted could be
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. If you are just tuning in now, you are listening to the Angel of Thy Night radio show, and this is your host, Lord Rick, live in the Las Vegas area. And, you know, this is a really special show tonight. This is Sneezer's birthday bash, and I wouldn't mind putting through, but I don't have any assistant here. I actually just got off the phone with Brenna, because I made her a moderator of the chat room, too, because she's going to start helping me run the chat room. And I want to thank Bobby T, and I want to thank Millie, and Brenna will listen to this later, so I want to thank her for offering to help me. I don't know what happened to Mike Digital, but, you know, I mean, he's here to help, too. And so, I want to thank all of yous, not just one of yous, but all of yous. But I talked to her, and this is what she said, Millie, okay? Millie, she said that she is sorry, but she lost her connection. It comes and goes. She's got a wireless type of, she'll plug it in a wall and it'll try to get a reception. And sometimes it doesn't work, like when there's overhead clouds and stuff. So she lost the connection. She was in the chat room, but she told me to tell you that she would love to kiss your lips. And I was pretty shocked. I was like, wow. You know, that's the thing I want to hear during break on the Angel of Thy Night radio program. I know she's like really sad right now because she said she wanted to see you on camera. She really loves you to death, Millie. I can't explain it to you, but she has so many good things to say about you. And I can't ask for better girlfriends, you know. I love you. And I love Brenna. You both, yeah, she's real sweet. I haven't known her long, but I'll tell you what. We had a barbecue this Sunday, and she played with the kids, and she fucking played Rock Band, and we got fucking high and made pie, and we've just been having a good time. You know what? She out-hiked me the last 2 miles of the hike on the investigation. She out-hiked me. She literally passed me and had more stamina than I did. I was very drained from fighting off whatever the hell that was in the copper mine. That was not, I don't think it was a demon, folks. I think it was more of a deity. In other words, a god. It like raised its hands on the fucking mountain, and it brought in it brought in this fucking storm, man. So, back and he said, Lord Rick, I would love to go again. Brenna also told me to say something else. And I feel it feels stupid coming from me, but she said besides kissing you, Millie, she also wanted to say that she's enjoyed every minute being with me. She wanted to tell all the listeners. I mean, because she's got a taste of my life, It's like, living with me and not living with me are two different things. My current roommates, they live the paranormal life now, It's like, where you going, Rick? I'm crawling down into the mine, buddy. So, she's got a taste of my life because she got to go on a paranormal expedition with me, but she also got to go on a date with me and all these other things. And so now we're really close. We just, she wants to help me in California with investigations. And so I think I'm going to kidnap both of you. Do you mind if I kidnap you, Millie? You know what they say, guys? Oh, I'm a little sad too because she told me she had all kinds of questions to ask me about the investigation tonight. She's like, I'm gonna. She could. It comes and goes, If she gets her connection back, maybe she'll be back later. Got me a little bit. Yeah, definitely. Well, she thinks you're smoking hot. She thinks you're smoking hot, and she says that you're one of the prettiest women she's ever seen. Yeah, she's very sweet. Exactly. I went out Cinco de Mayo, folks. I know. Yeah. Oh, God, yes. Yeah, she's pretty. She's a pretty breathtaking woman, and now I'm just like I'm moving out. I'm moving out to California. I was on MySpace for a year. I was like, I'll have a girlfriend. I'll have a girlfriend. You remember that? I was always writing. Well, you didn't see my MySpace because I had you weren't on it. You lost your MySpace, but every fucking blog I was like, in 2 weeks I will have a girlfriend. Now it's 2 weeks before I gotta move, and I met her, and she's really sweet, but. She is, she's thinking about actually coming with me a little bit. She's like, I like the idea of you kidnapping me, so I might have to kidnap her, put the cuffs on, and be like, you're coming with me to California, But she's a lot of fun. She's just like, it's amazing, but she's just like me. I mean, she really is. That's fucking strange. Like me and you, Millie, we have like a very, it's like a soul-to-soul type of thing. We could read each other without even talking. But like Brenna is a lot like me, she's very adventurous. Like she's like, let's go in the mines, I don't meet women that say that to me. They're just like, she's not afraid. And but what was funny in the investigation, when they sent me out of the hole, Rich looks at me and he holds his knife and he says, you go, Lord Rick. Your knife is much bigger. So I had to crawl out of there with some fucking creature waiting outside the mine, too. We had a creature on both ends, just shadow beings, but they move around fast. You don't know what those shadows are. You just don't know. But she's just like me, So I both got really interesting relationships with you both. And I love it. Because she loves you to death, Millie. You have no idea. She really thinks you're a great girl. So, and that's good because you don't find that in a lot of people anymore, So, hopefully, you and I will be seeing each other in less than 2 weeks, probably. Did you? Yeah, but you would like to come to Vegas probably because it's fun here, right? There's so much to do, you know? Yeah. Fuck. It's you want to know how far of a drive it is? It's like a 277-mile drive. Now, with my radar detector on and the Subaru, I could probably do it in a couple hours. Subaru can go like 100. I got it to go 110 once. I don't think that's a good idea with the tires shaking now, though. When I went to go on a date with Brenna, I had an experience. I was riding up the thruway, right? And the traffic was backed up near the exit, you know, and I came around the bend and I almost rear-ended this fucking group of cars. And I tried to get to my left, and this guy fucking cut me off. He was speeding. I couldn't get over. And I'm fucking to the right. I was about to slam into the cars, and to the left, I had the Jeep. I'm like, where the fuck does the Lord go? So I stepped on my brake real quick, and I tried to fucking, I switched lanes in like maybe a second or two from rear end guy behind me. A truck almost hit me, and he switched and swerved lanes too to the left. So now everybody was swerving on the thruway. It was a life-changing experience. I was on my way to pick up Brenna. You know, I was going to pick her up. Like I said, we were going to go have something, you know, to eat or whatever at my place. And I told Brenna, I said, I almost died. We almost didn't get to meet. Can you imagine that? How that would be, though? Think about it. How life changes. Like, you could die going to pick up your girlfriend or something and never say goodbye again. And then, you know, what I do for a living is I connect the dead with the living, but it's not the same. It just isn't the same. So there's life-changing experience. I almost died a week ago, you know? And I've been if you've noticed, I have not made no post to my forums. For one reason, because I'm packing and moving. Not like I got much to pack right now, but, you know. But I just been relaxing because I almost died. You know what I'm saying? So I've kind of kept it low tone online. I haven't done much online. I'm just like, I'll eat pie with Brenna, I'll get stoned with Brenna, and we'll all be happy, you know? Because that was just so close to fucking getting in that accident. It was a very scary experience for me. But anyways, I'm trying to... Let's see if I'm trying to play with my sound system right now. Okay, talk a little bit more and let's see how it sounds now. That's fine. Okay. Yeah, you're good. It sounds a little better. So anyways, you could come to Vegas if you wanted and just stay overnight. But if you want, I can go to... When I go through California in 2 weeks... we can get a hotel and we can have like a little mini honeymoon or something, you know? Just a little one. It's got to start somewhere, right? You don't mind the honeymoon, do you? Yeah, you could be my dark bride. Brenna could be my queen. She could be my queen. You could be my bride. We could take turns with different names. But that's what we should do. We should decide what would be better, you know? Because you wouldn't mind Vegas for a day. I mean, it's not that far, a few hours, but you know, you would actually like it. I got a balcony view here of the mountains, and I love waking up and looking at the mountains. I look at the mountains because, you know why? Because I climbed these mountains in this desert, and I know what they consist of. They look great when you look at them from Vegas, but you get up to them, there's cliffs and fucking rock slides and canyons and crevices, and I mean, there's caves. It's just a whole nother world on those mountains, and that's why I did what I did in the last year, you know, being in Las Vegas. I only stayed out here 11 months, and I'm going, you know, but there's so many haunted places up in the California area, and it's great because I know you want to go on some investigations with me, and I know that Brenna wants to also, especially after the experience she had. She's like, that was fun. She actually told me that was the best date she ever went on. And you want to hear something even more funny, Millie? Most guys give flowers to girls, right? I gave her a souvenir rock I found in the copper mine. How sweet is that? Yes. And do you know her piece of copper is like crystal green that I found? I found it when I was crawling, and I gave it to her. I was actually crawling, and it just shined right up on me, and I said, this is from me to you. And then I felt guilty, so on Cinco de Mayo, I felt bad. Actually, no, I want to do something nice. I bought her a dozen of roses. So I bought her a dozen of roses, and we went out on Cinco de Mayo, and it was so sweet of her because we went to this fancy Mexican restaurant, and I've never eaten Mexican food very much, I make tacos for the kids and burritos, But anyways, I ordered this it was like a spicy type of steak. And it came with this really great Mexican rice, and we sat at the bar for 2-3 hours. We sat there. It's a bar and a restaurant, but we ate and we ate. I mean, the plates were huge. She spent $80 on dinner. $80 she spent. And I just wanted to go to something cheap, like Subway, And she took me out for a really nice dinner. So just, and the kids ate good and I ate good, and there was hot girls in heels, Latina girls, Asian girls, and they had shorts up the fucking ass, and they were wearing 7-inch heels. They were passing out trinkets, Cinco de Mayo beads. We got beads, we got little lights and buttons, and I'm sticking the button on my head. My son's sticking the button on his head, and Brenna's getting a kick out of this, and Brenna's joining in the fun too. And we had such a good time, Millie. I wish you would have been there on Cinco de Mayo. I really do. They had these $5 drinks, and it's like a lemon slush, but they put tequila in it too. So me and Brenna, we got liquored up. We had a bunch of tequila, and then we went and watched this show, and it's got this wolf and this bear and this cougar and whatever, And there's a laser light show, and it's gorgeous. And there's fountains that shoot up, water shoots up, and but we went to Sam's. That's where we went. We went to Sam's Town because they have the winter garden there, or the gardens or whatever with the trees and the walkways. It's that's about as close as I'm going to get to anything goddamn green in the Las Vegas area, thank you. Roses, and she walked around the casino with her roses. She walked around she brought the roses to the restaurant, and she carried the roses the whole night with her, And we had such a good fucking time, and I'm telling you, these girls were so hot that were waitress in there or handing out stuff, and she was checking them out. I was checking them out. We were taking pictures, and it was great, and the show and everything else, and the food, you can go eat some good food at places. Some of it's expensive, but they have hookah cafes in Las Vegas. And, there's a lot of, good Italian restaurants, and there's some pretty good buffets. But, that's why I recommend coming to Vegas. That way I can show you what the mountains look like. And, if we can swing it, we'll go out to, there's this place called the Cannery Casino. And they got this nice buffet. It has every type of food around the world on it. Few hundred items of food. The Italian section, the manicotti, oh my God. Good manicotti, But we ate there, and I kind of fell in love with it, but it'd be a wonderful little dinner to have. And so I don't know. It's up to you what you want to do. I wish I could take you on some investigations. I wish I could take all my fans and listeners out there. I wish I could take you guys out with me. I've done so much shit in my life that I'm a fucking legend. I don't care what anybody says. I am legend. And you know, here I am. Fucking, I just did 5 places last weekend ago. We also did Goodsprings Cemetery. Me and Brenna did that one ourselves. And then she got really sweet. And she, like, warmed me up. She's like, you're cold, I think. My skin was cold. I was wearing a fucking nothing hardly. She goes, you're cold. So she warmed me up, you know? So that's, you know, a fairy tale story, folks. Not a fairy tale, but it's like a fairy tale come true type of story. Sometimes that happens where someone gets booted. If my show gets booted, I just reload it and I'll come right back in here and start it. It's really not that big of a deal. Anybody out, I'll probably be next, no doubt. I'm trying to, let's see here. Wow, it doesn't work like that anymore. Here we go. I had uploaded a bunch of pictures right now, and it's only showing a few of them. So we'll go ahead and I'm going to start putting some pictures up. Or now live prom, live video prom. But anyway, speaking of live video, or see, I got them mixed up. Let me calm this down. Speaking of now live, as you know, is for sale. An apartment, you know, I mean, if I'm president, I'm going to give you a 30-day notice, and that's the new policy we need to make. They kicked our asses off, and they treated us like shit, and they burned the Angel of Thy Night radio show. I was a fucking celebrity there. And I will play Ride. And this is by Winter's Thrall, and you're listening to the Angel of Thy Night radio show. Lord Rick, live in Las Vegas. And we're going to go ahead and play a song by Winter's Thrall. It's called Ride. It's another one of my favorite songs. Jez did the makeup of it. Great artist. Check him out, wintersthrall.com. And we'll see what's going on here with the cameras and everything else, because I seen Millie get kicked off here. It's sometimes, you know, live video has problems, and you know, you can't complain when it's for free. At least, you know, now live they were charging, but live video, it's a good, respectable service. And we're having a little, there we go. Got it. We got music. But sometimes live video likes to freeze on up, and our co-host had got booted. I think I didn't get booted; it froze, so I reloaded the room and restarted the show. And you know, the shit's gonna happen, man. That's what happens. So okay, good. Looks like we can get back to the show then. I don't know what went on. It could be a live video problem. If it just happens again, I will exit the room and I will come back in. Whatever. Yeah, it could freeze, but you can keep trying. Maybe it'll slow. Maybe live video fixed their problem. I reload the room. People leave. If they want to leave, they can. But I'm just letting you know up front for those that are listening that are guests, we do about a 6 to 8 hour program, 4.5 hours or 2 weeks ago of radio. Then I woke up in the morning and I did an hour show, But I don't usually do back-to-back shows, but, I just want people to know what's going on, what's happening. But anyways, we're going to get back to the show. Millie, if you want to go back on cam, that would be great. She got booted out of the room. And it looks like a lot of people are going to get booted out of the room. So we're going to go on with the show because we still have guests and things like that listening. And here's what's going to happen, okay? I had this. I want to tell you. Actually, let me tell you a story first. I had a guy called K Money contact me. Kevin Money, okay? He says, I want to be a co-host on your show. Who's? It's just you and I. Who are you? Who is Baby Girl? I don't know any Baby Girls. 209. 209 is a Jackson area code. Oh, Melissa from Stockton. Interesting. I think I know you. Okay. Nice to meet you too. I'm really, we don't get a lot of people in the chat room. I'm going to tell you folks something. You could ask anybody, I was the king of Now Live. I wasn't saying I ran the best show, but our show always hit number one when we ran it. And our ratings kept going out, kept going up. Like we started out, like in an October episode, we had 10,000 live views on there. And then the counters broke, then the phones went. Now Live got poor. That's what happened on Now Live, and they shut down. And there's like one show running, 2 shows running. But I was one of the last people to leave Now Live. I was fighting it. I was like, I'm going to run a show there because most of my fans are on Now Live. We have caller 203. He likes to call in, and I'm going to miss that guy. I really am because he, Butch was a Butch was a hell of a guy. Just ask Millie, But anyways, it is nice to meet you. I don't know. I advertise the show here, not just on Now Live. But see, Now Live fucked me because I put about 40 widgets out there, which, you know, if I put 40 widgets, I'm bringing in 1,000 people a week that sign up. And if Now Live was a little bit smarter, they would need a businessman like me to run the fucking show. I'll be in charge of Adrian Curry, all right? I'll be in charge. But if he actually wanted to come over here, caller 203, he's more than welcome to. He can turn on his cam. He doesn't have to show his identity. He can hide his identity. He can get Manycam. All he needs is Manycam.com. Download the program. Put a fucking funny picture on up. I'll up your voice, and you can talk into your microphone, and we can shoot the goddamn shit. Well, I know he's probably out there listening anyways, right? Oh, you don't have a cam? That's too bad. I wish you had a cam. But Millie, our co-host, is back in the room. Millie, you know, all we can do is keep trying. I'd love to get you back on for audio. And she just got kicked out of the room again. It's got to, you know, some people have problems with live video and some people don't. I don't really get kicked out too much. I used to when I first started using the service. That's why I was running the show on Now Live, and then I was having it streamed to live video. And when it was streamed, Bobby T did a really good job, so I really want to thank him for it. And he's going to do our podcast for me. And I mean, I owe the guy a beer. I owe him a smoke. He's just been fantastic, you know. And if you're tuning in just now, I want you to check out the network, www.theradiostation.info. Again, that's theradiostation.info. Check them out. Our show is part of the network. Basically, we're just an alliance. You know, we're a bunch of shows that run together. And my show seems to be doing really good, especially here on live video. We get a lot of hits. When I did the one show, we had like 300 people listen to the rebroadcast of, you know, this was weeks ago. And I was like, wow, that's fucking fantastic, man. That's really fantastic. But, of course, you know, everybody knows that this is Sneezer's birthday bash. So, you know, we're here to talk about Sneezer, too, tonight. We're here to share all the good stories and crazy high stories and high times with Sneezer. When am I getting on cam? Now, I don't have a working cam. Our other computer system had broke down, and the cams I've been using are not compatible with my system. That's why I'm not on cam anymore. Real radio, though, you know, real radio doesn't really require a camera. I mean, when you're driving in your car, you don't see a camera, you know. You just imagine what they're doing, and that's what I put into people. I put in imagination. So people can use their imagination. And if Butch wants to use his imagination, he can download Manycam.com. Just go to Manycam.com, download the program, put a fucking picture up, because I know you don't want to show yourself. Maybe you do. And come on the air, Butch, and I'll give you some airtime if you want it. I know he'll listen no matter where I fucking go. I know him. You know, it's like, I know Butch. You may not know Butch, but Butch has been calling on our show for a few months, and he's pretty good at scaring our co-hosts. This year in Vegas, we lost actually all our co-hosts, and one of the main reasons was they didn't like Butch. They did not like Butch. Yeah, Butch is quite the guy, though. Yeah, he is. You know Millie? Well, Millie's been doing our show for a long time. So, you know, the whole thing is that she's been part of my group, and she's been on MySpace. And she was here tonight for a good time on her camera. And she'll probably reboot. Her computer freezes. I don't think it's live video's problem. I think it's obviously a problem on her end. But anyways, on with the show. When she gets back, she gets back. So K-Money wants a co-host. K-Money contacts me for an interview. K-Money never shows the interview. K-Money says to me, I got arrested while trying to meet you, and I was in jail. And he goes, do you still have a spot for a co-host? Oh, yeah, the frustration with live video. But anyways, K-Money wanted to be a co-host for me, and I'm like, this guy's been in jail, He's like, can I come to your house? He goes, I want to co-host. It's like, oh, no, you got to be fucking kidding me, So I said, all right. I gave him one last chance. Well, K-Money never called me back. And when I move, this guy's going to probably call me in another month. Is there a spot on Angel of the Night Radio? Now, why the hell would I wouldn't need any more male co-host. I have the beautiful Millie with us, and Brenna wants to help me with the show, and, I mean, those are just two wonderful girls. Oh, I love them both. And we have Paul, which is my buddy from New England, and he will help co-host on occasion. And we had Jeannie, but she kind of dropped out. She really didn't want to get involved with the show, I guess. I don't know. If she wants to help with the show, she's got to get a webcam, and I don't think she has one right now. So we'll see about getting Jeannie on the air, because I think Jeannie would do good on the air. See, my job is I find talent, and I bring people in here that are contortionists and all kinds of crazy shit, and Jeannie's got talent. And I'm going to tell her, I'm going to write her there, like, Jeannie, you got radio talent. Why were you not here at live video? But, for the guests that are listening, feel free to come on in. Hell, anybody could help co-host at this fucking point. You know what I'm saying? I just, it's just one of those things. You don't even need a camera. You can get Manycam and fucking put it up there, and then you got sound, and you're good to go. Me and Millie, we did sound checks, so I could hear her fine. There's no back echo or anything like that. So that's, Millie we put on, but it just seems like the same problem happened last night too. She kept freezing, coming in. And she is back. And all you can do is keep trying. If you keep getting booted out of here, yeah. But you're back, and I want to welcome you back. I don't know if I should put you back on cam. I would like to, because I can hear you very clear, and sometimes my voice needs a break so I can catch up on other material. So all we can do is keep trying if you want. I can give you a cam slot, and you can, last night it took you about 5 times, but once you got it, you stayed on the air for like an hour. Okay, here we go. So it was pretty good. You want to hear something funny, Millie? You want to hear something really funny? It's not really funny. But Brenna was listening to my rebroadcast that we did last night, and she says to me, I heard you were going to kidnap me. And I was like, uh-oh, I'm in trouble, And she goes, that sounds hot. I was like, oh, my God, Just, I get myself in some real situations, But when Brenna had written me, she's like, it looks like you have some very interesting adventures, Rick. And I was like, yeah, I have adventures when I go in the fucking surgery. I have fucking adventures when I'm roaming the streets down in Vegas. I have all kinds of adventures when I go out in the mountains, It's like Rick don't come home for a few days. What the fuck? Did he get abducted and anal probed? Nobody fucking knows. And even if they do know, I'm not telling you because I'm stoned half of the goddamn fucking time. But anyways, for those that are listening, you're listening to the Angel of Thy Night radio show. And this is your host, Lord Rick. And we have Millie in the room. Very sweet, beautiful Millie. Brenna couldn't make it. She tried to get in. She got booted. She was going to be a chat room host for me. And she's got such an outstanding personality. And it's like weird because, she goes on investigations with me and wants to help with the show. And we're also fucking, we're so close. It's the same thing with Millie, Millie, I wanted to say it since we're doing the show. You have done an outstanding job in the past with the show, bringing material, talking on the air, and I'm going to try to put you in a camera spot because really, honey, I mean, you you got it going on, girl. But yeah, I just, Millie's done a really great job, and I get to see Millie in a couple weeks, so I'm jumping up and fucking down like a kid at a candy store, and it's going to confuse my roommates right now, because my roommate asked me the other day, she's like, who is that girl you're bringing over? I'm like, that's my girlfriend, I mean, you got girls that come give you a booty call here and there, I mean, that's not your girlfriend. That's like, the ass on you for about an hour, and she goes home and you go to sleep. You wake up, you take a sip of fucking beer, and you're like, God, life fucking sucks. Oh, man. But anyways, I lose my train of thought because I'm looking at about 10 different things right now. Yeah, well, I've had plenty of those in the Las Vegas area, There's like these really weird fucking girls I meet on Craigslist, But it's rather strange because I met Millie on MySpace, and I met Brenna on MySpace, and all of us really mesh very well together, and it's really amazing. But you don't find people like that. And she did listen to the rebroadcast, Millie, and she was pretty flattered with it. She was tickled pink, She's like, you're talking about me on the show. I was like, I wasn't doing the show. I was just on the air last night talking. I didn't know what the fuck I was talking about. I'm just like testing 1, 2, 3, and pretty soon I'm on the air. I'm like, hey, it's the AngelOfThyNight radio show. Welcome, guests. And we had 11 guests come in. And I just, I like to shock people. I like to appall people. And said I got 2 girlfriends last night. And all the people fucking left. They all got offended. They're like, oh, people judge, But the thing is that I have such a different belief in life. And in my lifestyle, I've taught so many people the lifestyle that I have. And those people are very happy. So, I love both women. I'm kidnapping both women and making babies. And there's nothing nobody's going to do about it. And I am not doing any more Babylon or Babylon fucking contests. Lord Rick is not giving out any babies anymore. You ladies didn't call in. You failed. You get no babies. No babies at all. Millie gets babies. Brenna gets babies. And now I'm falling on the floor laughing, thinking, God, I must be crazy. I already got babies running around. I want more babies. It's like, uh-oh. I'm going to have enough for a fucking... what is it, a soccer team, and Millie's going to be like the soccer mom, right, Millie? You'll be the soccer mom, the good, sweet soccer mom, and Brenna will probably punish me and tie me to the wall and spank me a little bit, spank my ass. Hopefully, she still has not noticed the scar on my ass from Snow Mountain. She has not asked me about that, and we're just, hell... let's put it this way. She likes to be naked, okay? And she told me, Millie, when she called during break time during the show, she wanted me to tell you she was only in a towel just for you. Yeah, hey, baby, I will spank the both of you. Oh, man. What somebody asked is, this is so-and-so, was I blocked? Because you are allowed here. I did not, Chloe, I did not ban you out of the room. I seen you in the room on webcam. I said, who is this cute girl? You're a pretty cute girl, but I'm complimenting you. So I seen you in the cam, and when I rebooted, you weren't there, and it said you had been banned or kicked out of the room. No, I did not kick you out of the room. I do not kick or ban people. If someone comes in my room and they say something fucking rude towards me or another person, they get kicked out. I won't ban them, but I also told Bobby T, one person acts out, pow, ban them. I don't think you acted out. There's no way. I mean, I seen you in camera. You wouldn't be on camera if you were fucking hiding anything. So I don't know what to tell you. The ghost fucking did it. The ghost in the goddamn machine, Yeah, well, it could be live video being messed up too, because that was happening on another show on the network. And I don't know, some people came here for a little bit, and I thank those people. We have new people coming in throughout the night. But anyways, we are hosting Sneezer's birthday bash and goodbye to Las Vegas episode. So we got a lot of show for everybody throughout the night as they come in this room. I mean, we're not done here. This is like a quarter of the way through, you know what I'm saying? But yes, Millie, Brenna's in a towel. She's waiting for you. She's hot. She's sexy. She's into black metal, which is like the perfect chick you could ever have, because black metal girls love the smoke, and they give a good spanking, and she will spank your ass, Millie. She's gonna spank it. So I'm just letting you know. I got to throw in a little bit of adult stuff. This is an adult radio program, and I have not said fuck, pussy, tits, or ass tonight. Too much, too much. But anyways, I'm trying to get back on track here. And Millie keeps getting booted out of the room. But, Chloe, like I said, I did not remove you from the room. It was not me. I don't know. If you want to go back on cam, you're more than welcome to. And I will give you a slot. People generally who go on cam, on live video, are really honest people, Like the ones that don't have a cam, you got to watch because you're like, who the fuck is this person, They create these fucking accounts, and then sometimes you put them on a cam slot, and there's like fucking dudes beating the fucking meat and shit, and you're like, whoa, I didn't expect to see that, man. Could you please fucking forewarn me so I can turn my fucking cheek? Hell no. Hell no. But anyways, there's a lot of different stuff going down, okay? I have 2 girlfriends, all right? I love them both. I want to be with them both. But it seems to have angered the women on MySpace. I had like 20 girls like delete me because, they're like, what's going on, But I spent a year, and I told everybody on MySpace, I said, by the time I leave Vegas, I will have somebody. And so I do. And now, like, these girls are, like, emailing me and hitting on me and want to date me and fucking spend their life with me and shit. I'm like, man, I can't handle it. 2 girlfriends is good enough. 3, 4, it's kind of pushing it. I mean, fucking, you'll drain the fucking life out of me. Suck the life out of me. Then I'll really start turning fucking gray, I shaved my beard for my girlfriend. I was like, my son says, please, Daddy. He goes, you got a black fucking force, you look like Santa Claus, and you're goddamn fucking jolly as ever. And he says, and you're overweight. My son said that to me. He says, you're fucking being like Santa Claus. I told my other son, I said, would you mind if I grow it a few more inches like Santa Claus? And he puckered his lips. He said, no. I was like, okay. I said, why? He's like, because it scares me, Dad. So I can't be wearing beards around the house because people keep getting scared. And I did not ban anybody from the room. This is baby girl was banned. That's very weird. Now I'm a little bit suspicious because I'm the only one in the room and someone got banned. That shit pisses me off. There's no way anybody could have banned baby girl. There's no way. And Millie's back in here. Millie, people are being kicked out of my room and banned. And there's nobody in my room doing it because I'm the only moderator or the administrator for the show. And they're invisible. They're not in the room, and somebody's kicking them out. That's live video. That is not me. No, I don't think it is you because you weren't here when this just happened. See, everybody's got to fuck with my game. So fucking jealous. Just like the girls on goddamn MySpace. Just like you ladies. When you ladies find a boyfriend, you find the man of your dreams, and you post a picture up here with that boyfriend, do guys still try to email you and say, let's fuck around? Of course they do. They're like, I can give you a better piece of ass than your man. So I got all these fucking jealous girls taunting me about Millie and Brenna, and, I was just like, get lost, man. Because I had 20 girls, like, block me from MySpace. And I laughed. I was like, God, these social networks are like being in high school. You got your goths hanging with your goths. You got your punks hanging with your punks. You got your professionals hanging with your professionals. And you got Lord Rick hanging with everybody. All right? But I've had, I've had a couple women actually interested in Brenna and Millie. So it's kind of strange. It's like, God, that's a lot of women to handle. It's just like, whoa. But I got such a big heart, and I love my fans, and I love my members, and I love my girlfriends, and I love my kids. And I wouldn't be doing this show if it wasn't for my kids. My kids motivate me to do the show because we want the show to go to a higher or a better place. So, so we're always working hard at it. Millie, if you want, I can keep trying to put you back on cam, and hopefully you won't get kicked out anymore. I don't think anybody ever gives me a fair chance. It was just like Now Live. I fought on Now Live to get where I was, and I had gotten kicked out of Now Live, and I wrote them, and Bobby T wrote them, and they gave me another chance. Because I was like, come on, man, I'm a hard-working radio show host. And, you got administrators fucking kicking me out and playing with my chat room. There's a lot of jealousy going on in internet radio. People are fighting to get a spot. But they don't understand what I do brings in people, which means it brings in listeners for you, too. God damn it, motherfucker. All right. We're in Las Vegas, folks, and I'm here to have a good time. I'm here to drink tonight. I am here to smoke. I am here to bring the peace of the good goddamn fucking Lord. Alleluia. Fucking men. Asshole. We're fucking here, all right? And things are going to be heating up because I want to get a hell of a good show. Block you. You keep getting kicked out. I don't know. People like to fuck with my shit. And that's just the fucking truth. I have more websites about me than the goddamn Pope, okay? Lord Rick's more popular than the fucking Pope. And you get people who are just so fucking hateful, They can't ever let every brother go his own way and fly in his own destiny. They got to fuck with every brother. And that's not cool. But, I have, there's other people in the network who are my friends. And I realized that my friends were also going through the same thing you guys are going through. Our shows are being fucked with on the network. And believe me, when I find out who you are, I'm going to rip your balls off. I'm going to rip your balls right off. Clear off the fucking skin. Actually, I have my girlfriend do it because, man, you are not being fucking cool. Blow me. That's what I say, blow me. Get on your fucking knees and fucking blow the fucking idol, all right? Or the fucking guys, or whatever the fuck you want to call it. But I'm sitting here, and I'm hosting a show, and I'm looking at the Aliante Casino right now, and I got one of the best views of the valley. I can see all this the view, but in 2 weeks, we're going to say Viva Las Vegas, or whatever the fuck it's called. Goodbye, Las Vegas. We're going. We're going to make our way out to California. We're going to do catacombs, mines, ghost towns, and everything else. We're going to host our Angel of the Night radio show around Sacramento, as I have all kinds of little kids run around. All kinds of little kids run around, and two great girlfriends that love my attention. Millie loves my attention, and so does my girlfriend. And I'm telling you, man, it's like Ghost. I go in a place, I see Ghost. I'm like, you like my attention, don't you? And they put on a show for me, and I take my investigators out, and they fucking scratch their ass and everything else. My investigator's like, whoa, 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 whoa. It's like, I'm sorry. Man, I didn't mean to stir up too much activity, but nothing ever fucks with me. But we were in that canyon. We seen shadows. We went in the Ellis mine. I crawled in this little chamber, went down inside, left my investigators, and this is at the Ellis mine, and they seen something rub up past them and follow me right into this tiny chamber. It was wet. It was collapsing. I could have died. It probably would have went deeper on in if I could have found if the tunnel was not collapsed. So, I do a lot of mines, and there are dark forces within the mines. And the force that we had encountered, I asked Rich, I said, can this creature rip your asshole out? When I was walking on the road, I said, can it rip you a new asshole? And he looks at me and he says, yes. He's like, yes, calmly. It's like, wow, we got some real paranormal goddamn fucking activity going on. And he says, Rick, what are we going to do when we hit the gas station and we're like buying all the drinks? I'm buying them drinks. We're looking at the beer. We're like, beer, man. And he's like, the lady's going to ask, how's your night? And he's going to be like, he's like, I don't know where to begin, or like, don't ask. Because, what am I supposed to do? I'm supposed to say, by the way, the boogeyman chased us, and there was a storm, and screaming girls, and guys asking us to have fucking orgies, and my fucking dick was out pissing in front of the fucking mines, and I gave a piece of haunted copper to my fucking girlfriend, and not to mention the weed inside the mine, and telling the spirits, I dare you to fucking raise hell on earth, and there's fucking demons and UFOs and everything else going on. You fucking tell me. That is why, folks, I'm running for President of the United States. Check out our website, and you'll see the banner. Sign the petition. Lord Rick for President in 2012. That's what I announced in Las Vegas. I did it right from Las Vegas. I love you, Las Vegas. The sex has been good here. But, Las Vegas, I just can't stand machines. Cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching. Everybody's a winner when they come to Las Vegas. But what they don't fucking tell you, after you're done being a winner, then you become a loser, because then you spend all the money that you've just made, and then you end up getting some fucking like disease from some crack whore because you're downtown. She's like, she whispers in your ear, can I help you? What do you mean, can you help me? It reminds me of an experience I had up in fucking Tampa Bay, okay? I go up to Tampa Bay, and I got stood up by a girl I really liked. Cute blonde, had kids, I love blondes too. But I love having two dark-haired women, because that to me is sexy. But blondes I like. And it's blonde Searsburg in the ghetto. I'm sitting at fucking McDonald's, and nobody's coming to rescue me. And I'm like, God damn, I'm supposed to meet this girl. We're supposed to go investigate, and we're supposed to make love on the fucking beach. I had it all set up, make love on the beach. Stood me up after she used me to get rid of her stalker. I wrote the guy, said, quit stalking her, man. Don't be going to her fucking house, so you have to deal with the good Lord. See, I'm like a superhero, man, and I fucking help people. I'm like a superhero, but I'm in St. Petersburg. I'm at the McDonald's. I got so mad, I did a couple investigations, Oh, I don't know. You can say bye to here we go. That's handled. Sorry about that. Sometimes we get people that cause trouble in the chat room. Millie, if you see any ounce of them causing trouble, just ban their asses. People are either a fan or they're not a fan. But anyways, you're on camera, and I want you to talk to see if I can hear you. Hold on. Okay, talk. Can't. No, I didn't ban Chloe. Hold on. I can actually fix that right now. I don't know. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to play a song, because I'm going to take a break anyways. And I want to find out, because I never banned Chloe. I only banned Minnow Belcher because I heard him causing a little bit of trouble. Yeah, she's gone, definitely. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to put on another song anyway. I wanted to put on November again because I think this is going to be a #1 hit. And the song is done by Winter's Thrall, and you can check them out at wintersthrall.com. He's a great musician, and I love playing his music, and he's got a bunch of new pieces out that hopefully I'll be able to get soon and play them for the fans. But the radio show, this is our last episode probably for a couple months, It's time for me to focus on other venues and things like that. If I can get settled in the first week or two, I'll be back on with the radio show, hopefully, if that's the way it goes. But if not, I'm not going to be able to set up a studio or anything. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to play November. As far as what's going on with who got banned, I don't know. I'll have to see if I can remove them off the ban list, if there is even a ban list. And Millie, I do not see you on your camera. Maybe you got it positioned wrong. But if you're listening, try to lower your camera a little bit. Winter's Thrall, we're going to be playing November, and this is Angel of Thy Night Radio, live in Las Vegas. Your host, Lord Rick. And it would be nice if our sound system was a little bit quicker. Yeah, she's not there. She walked away. Okay, November, Winter's Thrall. This is Lord Rick, your host, bringing you some of the best gothic music in the world. You're listening to the Angel of Thy Night radio show, and that was Winter's Thrall. Check him out, wintersthrall.com. I love this musician. I think he's got a good chance. I've been partying here at the studio. I've been drinking some Guinness, smoking a little bit of herb. I'm having a good time. I got fucking all kinds of food here set up in our studios. And we're live here in Las Vegas. And I'm feeling pretty chill, and I'm having a good time. And I want to welcome all you people that just entered the room, especially even the guests that want to tune in and listen. I don't know what's going on. I don't know why people are getting banned. Millie, there's no way to ban a moderator. So if you're getting banned or kicked out of the room, that's the only one who has access to do that is live video administration. So maybe there's just a technical problem going on. I also noticed that Butch was in the room, and I kind of dared Butch earlier when he was here. I was like, go to manycam.com, download the program if you ain't got a cam or you don't want to show us who you are. I don't care if you stick a pair of tits up there. It's cool. We'll fucking shoot the shit. It's easier if people have headphones. If they want me to put them on camera, you got to have headphones because I don't want any back echo. And if like you hear me, it's going to go to your microphone and come as feedback on my end. So we don't want that. Millie works very good on camera because, if she can get it on camera, we were working together last night and it turned out really well, but if you keep getting kicked out of the room, there's nothing we can do. I will keep trying to give you a camera spot, and we'll put you in number 4 and see if that's any different for you. Well, nobody said anything bad in the room, so I don't know, but we have Millie, the beautiful Millie, back on cam. I turned up the volume. Talk to me, Millie, so I can adjust it a little more. Can you hear me, Millie? She has no audio. So we'll just let her go until she can talk. If you want to talk, because sometimes people go on webcam and they don't have no voice. You just see a picture, It's like some of them, it's like a porn video. You got to have the elevator music, And when the elevator music is gone, the porn gets a little bit boring. And that's why they have the green door in Las Vegas, Anyways, I was with Carrie, my investigator, 2 weeks ago, and she quit the team. And her and her husband started talking about the green door. It's a swingers club. And they're like, have you been there? And he's getting all excited. He's like, woo-wee, I want to. He's like, I like the green door a little bit. He goes, I like this place. And then we got into talking about chicken. We had a conversation about chicken. And it's like, man. So I talked about chicken, why her truck was stuck, and we came back the next day, I was sleeping. Just got home. I had a few beers. My roommates are like, we got some good beer. Cash on in with the good beer. So I cashed in on the good beer, and I started drinking. I'm like, I spent all night in the canyon with that alien thing staring at us, trying to get the truck out. Got home, drank, sat here, partied by myself, and she calls me up 4 a.m. and says, we're going back out there. You want to help us undig the trees, man? So anyways, we didn't even get any chicken. But anyways, we rode all the way back out to Goodsprings, and finally I had tied a tow chain around underneath, and I got the idea that I put some like things under the wheels, and it was stuck really bad, and she gave it gas as he pulled back, and he almost got stuck, but we managed to get the 2 trucks to safety. But she scratched the paint on her truck driving up the fucking road, and she was just she didn't know how to drive the road. It's big enough for a car or an SUV, and a lot of her paint on the side. So she quit the team, and Rich is like, well, I got a car, and it's low to the ground, but he can But he can drive it down the dirt roads to a point, you know, and that's what we were going to attempt to do because this guy's he's pretty daring. He's like, well, you know, I don't care if it loses the oil cap on the bottom or the pan. He's like, as long as we get out of here. Because I was like, oh, man, you're going to rip your fucking muffler off, dude. It's like, I don't care. I don't care. I've never had an investigator say it to me. I don't care. Your car's about to explode. I don't care. You know, it's like, I got the paranormal on my side. Yes, the crazy adventures of Lord Rick. Goddamn fucking leaning my fucking hat out the fucking hole, and I almost lost the hat and dove for the fucking hat and shit. You know, it's like, fuck, I don't care if I'm going down a goddamn mine shaft. That hat ain't going down. I'm not going anywhere without that hat. So if the hat goes in the mine shaft, I'm diving after the hat, okay? But anyways, I don't know who I'll make as moderators of this room. Bobby T and Mike Digital were here, but they kind of flew away or something happened where they just, you know, turned in for the night. I mean, a lot of their East Coast people, they go to bed early, you know. They're like, I ain't fucking staying up for this shit. But us West Coast people, man, we know how to fucking party. And we know how to rock this fucking house down. We're going to rock this house down because you're listening to the Angel of the Night radio show. And this is your host, Lord Rick. And Millie, you do have audio if you care to talk. When you talk, you seem to cut out. I think it's your microphone, really. You may want to try to jiggle it. So I'll give you another audio test if you want to jump in any time. Yeah, there you go. You sound very low. Let me turn you up a little bit. It did that last night where you sounded really low. Okay, now try. There you go. You're fine now. Your microphone's really bad. Like when you turn on your microphone, you can actually hear some there's a little bit of there's a scientific name for it, and I don't, you know, I'm too high to think of names, but you're getting a lot of like static from your microphone, or it's getting the background noise. But I can hear you. So we'll just have the traditional radio show, folks. There's no bad. Well, you can try, you know, unplugging it, plugging it back in, because last night it was all right. Unless your sister has a microphone, you could be like, hey, sis, go get your microphone. I need it. I use a weird microphone. This is for Rock Band. That's the microphone I use for Rock Band or Guitar Hero, folks. Konami. Yeah, maybe you should. I can turn down your audio a little so it's not as bad. Now try. Anyways, okay, it sounds a little better.
Okay, so how about this?
Yes, that's fine. You're good. You're good. I'm just sitting here drinking a beer. Having a good old fucking time. You know, and it's Sneezer's birthday bash, so you might be living with Sneezer for a while. What do you think about that? Yes. I love him too. And I have like about 100, 200 pictures of Sneezer and I on our journeys, you know. And I wish Manycam would play them all. I wish they would, like a video, but it's not. Listen, me and Sneezer lived in the park. We also lived on like he used to go camping out in California for a couple weeks here and there. We would camp and roast marshmallows. And a story about Sneezer. Sneezer was born a couple years ago, about 2 years ago almost. It's his birthday in about 2-3 days, but anyways, 2 years ago he was born right in front of me. I had took in the stray cat. The stray cat got pregnant, had the babies in my house. And Sneezer, all the kittens were dark. They had 2 gray ones, 2 tiger stripe ones, but they were black tiger stripe and gray, you know. All of them were dark, but Sneezer came out almost albino. And Sneezer can't see very well, but he is one of the smartest felines I've ever met. And he's extremely intelligent. And Sneezer is very 420 friendly. Sneezer loves to smoke out. At night, he will sleep on your legs, but when I see you, you'll probably be taking Sneezer for a couple months because, you know, he's like the Paranormal Ghost Society mascot, you know. Everybody's got a mascot. Sneezer's our mascot. So we call him Ebenezer Scrooge, you know, because he gets really cranky sometimes, but he doesn't bite or claw. But sometimes when he plays, he'll grab your hand and pull it in real tight and gnaw down. And he plays, you know. He's just telling you, he's like, I'm in a bad mood. He's really intelligent, but he doesn't hurt you. And he's extremely smart with the paranormal. And for example, he stayed out of my room the other night, and I was on the computer. I was, you know, I was writing, you know, paying attention to you girls, you know. I mean, that's what I do. If I love somebody, I put all my attention into them. And I'm falling asleep, so I fucking go to my goddamn bed. I'm like, man, I'm passing out. And I turn over. Something pokes me in the goddamn back, you know. I'm like, Sneezer, come on, no. And then something, like, rubbed up against me, man. It wasn't really sexual. It's just, like, I felt something in bed with me. So when I ignored it and just tried to sleep it off, because I was already half asleep, I was trying really hard, something jumped on top of my body, and it fucking pushed into my ribs really fucking hard, and it leaned over and leaned on me and pushed me down into the fucking bed, and it pushed me down hard. And the first time I tried to use my, you know, I was I'm a very energetic person, and I fought it the first time, and I was in a weakened state, couldn't fight it. Like where I wanted to throw it off and turn over and stretch. And then on a second attempt, I felt myself get so fucking pissed, I felt like I took the entity and threw him through a fucking wall. You know, and I felt myself turn, and I stretched, and I was just like, man, most horrifying experience, man. In the middle of your fucking sleep, getting held down by an entity and waking up, and you can't move. It's just fucking holding down. You know, and it climbed right on top of me, man. And my cat, Sneezer, was not in the room. He's very smart. And Sneezer's been doing crazy stuff. He got like on a 10-foot wall the other day, and I lost him. And I'm like, Sneezer, where are you, Sneezer? And I'm outside, you know. And he's on somebody's wall going, meow, 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 you know, singing along. The fucking reminded me of the fucking commercials and shit. Meow Mix and all that. But anyways, he actually doesn't meow. He kind of talks. It's hard to explain. And he's been smartening up because, see, we have 2 big dogs in our backyard. My friend's dog's sitting, and I walked out one day and almost got my cock fucking torn off by a beast. Okay, I almost lost my fucking cock to a dog. And I thought it was a fucking sausage, all right? And it thought it was meat. And I'm out there, and the dog's got this 200-pound dog taking its nose and shoving it between my legs. And the other one's a black German shepherd that stands very high, and he eats his own tail. He's crazy in the head, you know? So Sneezer's smarting up. In order for Sneezer to jump off the roof, he jumps on, and then he goes in the yard. So now Sneezer goes onto the roof, and Sneezer comes in when it's time for bed. Sneezer's lived a paranormal life with me. I was walking him one time on a leash. One time I was in California, I took Sneezer. I threw him in the rapids. I said, you swim back. Sneezer swam back to me. Sneezer always comes back. Sneezer actually got lost. We were living in a tent last year ago, you know, and I was living in a tent, and I kept him in the tent with some water and food and came back later during the day. Well, he learned how to open the tent and do certain things with the other cats because he had a litter of kittens, and they all died except the one, which was catnapped, you know. But anyways, the mother had fucking went off into the woods, went crazy because she lost her babies, went crazy and died. So Sneezer was panicking for 2-3 fucking days. in a stance looking for her. Never seen her again in that spot. Just very mysterious. It's called Indian Grinding Rock. It's up near Jackson, California. It's just an amazing place. There's an Indian village. I used to go. Well, I'm not going to tell you the bad things I did there. All right, but I'll leave it at this. I fucked in the Indian village. Okay, I had sex in the Indian village, and she was Native American and scared to death. She was scared, and I was smiling. I was on the ground in the teepee. You know, so I mean, you know what's going on. You know, fucking, fucking Indian sex and shit, man. But I love fucking Indian grinding rock, and there's supposed to be UFOs and Bigfoot up in that area. But you know, Millie, we're gonna go back to California, and you're gonna be living with me, and you'll be able to do some of these investigations that I do. I was telling Brenna the other day something funny, and I tell other investigators this, especially the female investigators. A lot of females I don't put at risk, you know? Like, I will not take a female into an abandoned building because sometimes there's 7 or 8 guys hiding in the abandoned building. I'm a very smart paranormal investigator. If I walk into the building by myself, they're like, this is one crazy motherfucker. And I'm like, the Lord is in the house. And I do it. I raise my hands and I say, the Lord is in the house. And all the fucking people start fucking hiding under fucking tables and chairs and everything else. It's like, yes, I'm taking over this joint. But if you bring a female, it's a whole different scenario because, see, human beings have become savages and they feel like they need to gang rape women. It's always an issue I talk about because I noticed when the hurricane happened in New Orleans, that's what was happening, like I said before. And in 2012, when the world goes into chaos, you're looking at that sort of living. You know, people are going to be very barbaric. And are you prepared for Doomsday? It's a good movie, by the way. Doomsday on the air. Millie, you sound great. As always, you're always looking beautiful. And Sneezer's going to come live with you probably. And you can hold him at night and think of me, okay? But anyways, he's a good pet. He's a good companion. And when we have our radio shows, if we're not living together by then, what you can do is put Sneezer on camera with you, and we can see Sneezer on camera, okay? Be pretty weird, but you know, trippy, but what the fuck, right? That's if I don't kidnap you first. I don't have a horse. I can't ride off in the sunset, but I sure got the goddamn fucking hat. Rich on my investigation said to me, he kind of looked at me. He's like, "Are you Indiana Jones, Rick?" I was like, something like that. You like my hat? Oh yeah. So when we're in bed, do you want me to wear the hat? I'll wear the jeans and I'll wear the jeans and I'll wear the hat and I'll even wear the sunglasses. Why not, right? Might as well do it all. Oh! You're listening to the Angel of Thy Night radio show, and this is your host, Lord Rick, and co-host, Millie on the air, our Lady of Thy Night. And I'm having a good time, man, and I want you fuckers to hold up your fucking booze, because that's what living's about. Hold up your booze, hold up your fucking pipes. Let's fucking rock and roll and party, man, because I don't care if live video is banning your ass, you come right back with another account. Because you're in the house of God. And Mike Digital, he used to hate when I say that. You know, he's like, you start talking about God, it embarrasses me. We're all gods in our own minds, aren't we? Some people fucking do a little shroomage. They're like, I was gods, man. I was fucking flying. Yeah, in a way you were a god, you know? We're all gods one way or another. But Millie, you certainly are a goddess, baby. And oh boy, the things I'm going to be doing with you in the near future. Brenna says that you'll love every inch of me. You also like the paranormal investigations. You know, it's kind of funny when we do our investigations because I'm telling you folks, if I had a video camera following us around, you guys would fall to the floor laughing. You won't laugh at the adventure that I put into it. You'll see me risk my life. I'll jump over a mine. You know, I'll do all kinds of stuff. But it's the jokes that fucking get cracked. You know what I mean? I had Rich is a growing man. This guy's scared. He's like, it's coming for us, man. It's coming for us. And after I told him, I said, look, I'm stoned. This is exactly what I said. Let it come for me. I'm stoned. As long as you don't play with my ass, we'll be just fine. You want to fucking tangle, you want to fight, we'll fucking fight. Hit me in the goddamn face. Make me feel alive. Slap me, wake me up so I can make it back to the car. Slap me left and right. But get me fucking going because my ass falling asleep. I just smoked a little bit of fucking, little bit of greenage, you know what I'm saying? And I was walking around. I was like, there's things crawling around. I'm like, wow. Try to befriend things, you know? Because I don't want to, like, I'm not in the enemy-making business. I go out there and look for paranormal, and sometimes the paranormal follows me, you know? I got held down in bed, but I felt like when I had enough strength, when I threw it off, I felt like I took its energy and broke it apart in like a million pieces, you know? Because we're much more, people like myself and people who are in tune with the paranormal are much more powerful than any dark entity could ever grasp. A dark entity is actually, sometimes people say it's a human being that was very evil in the regular life, and when they die, that energy manifests into a more dark force. Like Bill Bean, our author that came on talking about the dark force. There is a dark force at work, and I've encountered these dark forces the last few weeks, and I have fought, and I have not let the demons get to me. And, you know, my life has been really good the last couple weeks. I mean, between Millie and Brenna, and we have new co-host, and Paul, you know, God bless you for your fucking donation. And of course, we started the show, and they want to help out, and that's goddamn fucking great. Because, you know, we're here to party. We're not here to fuck around. I'm here to party. You can drink. We don't even know what the fuck we're talking about, because if I lose my car at the grocery store, you're probably going to get lost on this show. Lost in goddamn fucking space. I'm telling you. But anyways, Millie, feel free to jump in at any time, because I want to hear what you have to say about some things tonight. Besides the no panties, that sounds pretty good. I know. Go on. It's all right. You're okay. I don't hear. There you go. Talk. You're good. I don't know. His girlfriend, I think, died. Sneezer's girlfriend died. You see, Sneezer was fucking a few cats, but the one he liked came from a different father, so they were only related a little bit, you know. And he loved her. He loved her. She had a very pretty mix of all kinds of colors, and they had kittens together, and two of the kittens died at the hotel. I don't know if my son rolled on them or if they just, one we brought back with we blew in its mouth and tried to bring it back. We did bring it back, and the only one that survived with this was called, her name was Coco. She's a real cute kitten. And Coco was kidnapped while I was at a homeless spaghetti dinner, and I was eating spaghetti. I was homeless. Please don't laugh at me, you know? Please. But I was eating spaghetti with like a priest, okay? I was sitting with the priest eating, I'm like sitting there at the priest, and I'm like, fucking trying to check out other cute mommies eating fucking spaghetti dinner. And I'm out. I had to leave the kitten outside, and at the time I was married, and my wife left her unattended for 5 minutes, and somebody stole her. Somebody stole Sneezer's kitten. So Sneezer lost his kittens. The one he was taking care of because the mother disappeared, she got kidnapped, and he was depressed for a couple months. He didn't want to eat. He didn't want shelf to shelf, and he'll knock over 100-year-old antiques. I've been yelled at because everybody says, "What's wrong with your cat's tail?" The tail like whips everything. It knocks picture frames over. Fucking picture frames are flying. We think the fucking house is fucking haunted. There's like glass all over the floors of the hall. We're like, what the fuck? I'm like, I'm sorry. My lion did this. My lion. He's a lion. And one time we were camping at Lake Pardee, and this big ass, nasty, hissing, fucking scratching, gray fucking rat of a cat came in my fucking tent. And Sneezer ran in that tent, chased that fucking gray cat out, and I caught them fighting. So anyways, there was a little blood on Sneezer, but Sneezer was not cut. I said, okay, what the fuck's going on? The next morning, there was pieces of flesh and fur all over the goddamn place. He mangled the fucking cat like to death, man. And he said, I am fucking Sneezer, the goddamn lion, and I'm going to eat your ass. And he fucking almost ate that cat. Another time I had a friend, and her husband was a big-time criminal, and this girl's man, like, I was staying at the homeless shelter, and I met a guy, and he's like been in prison his whole life for this, for that. They've kicked him out of prisons. He's bald. He's got Nazi tattoos. He's just a really, but he's a good guy. He was hanging out when I stayed at the shelter. He treated my kids good. He made them fucking breakfast because he went to jail for beating up a child molester. That's why he went to jail. He kicked the child molester's ass because he was defending a child. So he was a good guy, and I met him at the shelter, and he kind of squatted in a place and invited me to have some beers, and found this little cute 18-year-old girl, and he's like, man, this girl's hot. And I was like, I didn't run into the girl. And one time when I was staying at the hotel, the girl comes up to me and says, nice tattoos. Started talking to the girl and found out she knew him, and I'm like, God damn, I hate small towns. But this guy I used to fucking hang out with, and he was intrigued by the paranormal. And then his girlfriend went kind of insane, and he left the county, and he broke his probation, and they put him right back in jail. So we lost touch. And I could probably get a hold of him. It's just, I have some numbers set aside. And I'm going to try to get a hold of this guy. This guy's like, he's a cool guy to hang out with. I mean, let's face it, we all squat at one time or another. You urban explorers, you go into a place, it's abandoned, you're hanging out, you fucking drank. You might hide it, but you can't hide it from the good Lord. You can hide it from the cops, but you ain't going to hide it from me. I know, because you're doing what I'm doing. I'm smoking, I'm drinking, because I'm enjoying the history, and I'm hiding in abandoned places, and sometimes I'm even fucking in them. But hey, I'm enjoying the goddamn history, all right? I can fucking enjoy the history at the same time. What the hell's the big deal? If nobody likes my paranormal group, too goddamn fucking bad. I always say, hey, it's great to be the founder. Kind of like KFC. It's great to be the colonel. I made the chicken. I make the paranormal what it is. And that's what it's about. And you're listening to the Angel of Thy Night radio show. Your host, Lord Rick, live in Las Vegas, giving you one hell of a show, our Goodbye to Las Vegas episode, and our birthday party bash for Sneezer, which, Millie, I just wanted to let you know what you were getting involved with. He will sleep on your legs every single night, and if you scratch his belly, he loves his belly scratched, he'll be your best friend, but you got to scratch the belly now and then. There's certain things you got to do to befriend him, because he's a Scrooge. He really is. He'll sit there and stare at you, and he'll be like, I don't know if I want to come up to you or not. But like me, I walk in the door and he charges me. Sometimes he charges my leg and he grabs onto my leg and he hugs my leg. So he does give hugs too. Trust me, if you reward him, he'll give you hugs. Or he's horny. You know, he hated me for the longest time because about 8 months ago when I was married, when I was married or I was with my wife said, you know, cut his goddamn balls off. I said, I don't. That's what I said. I said, I like the cat's balls. She made me cut the cat's balls, like have them trimmed and cut off, or they castrated my poor baby, you know. And I took him down there, and he attacked the vet, and he was growling and everything. And I was like, this ain't the sneezer that I know, and I don't blame him. If they were some of you gentlemen in a room, how would you like to go to doctors knowing they're gonna cut your fucking scrotum open? How do you like that? They're gonna scramble the fucking eggs, all right? They're gonna drop the fucking yolks. Who knows what they do with the yolks after, you know? In Africa, I know they eat the goddamn things. Mountain fucking oysters, man. That's what they call those goddamn things. Goat balls. Sheep balls, whatever kind of balls, but I don't eat mountain oysters, and either should you. You want to eat oysters out of the ocean? Make sure they come out of the ocean. They don't come on fucking up in Jackson, fucking California, where I was fucking homeless for the longest fucking time. Boy, what's going to happen to me in a couple weeks? Will I be camping out in Jackson again? Can you imagine doing another show from Jackson? Craziness, man. I'd be like, oh no, not a fucking again. Mike Digital would probably be all excited. Butch would probably be happy because everybody likes my shows from Jackson. I don't know why. It's like, let's laugh at the homeless fucking guy, you know? But it was pretty funny. I one night lied in a cemetery, and I did all kinds of shit. So, you know, who the hell wouldn't want a president like me? A president who's been on the streets and understands how social culture works. I'm going to tell you guys a story. I'm going to tell you a story about painting nails, okay? Brenna and I, the first night we met, Brenna painted my nails. I showed her I had black nail polish that I had picked up, you know? And she's like, can I? And I'm like, yeah. You paint my nails black, baby. Well, she's pretty dominating of a woman, so she took some pink nail polish. And she have one pink one, and you will have 9 black ones. So here I am with one pink nail, the rest are all black, and then she puts a spider on on the pink nail, a black spider, and she did a good job. So I had a spider on my fucking nail, and I'm telling the kid, I'm like, I'm the real Spider-Man, you know? And the fucking kid's like beating on me. He's like, he sticks out his tongue. He's like, you know, this kid's amazing. I love living with my roommate's kid. I love this kid. This kid is one of the best kids ever in the world. And this kid, I told him, I said, I am Spider-Man, you know? And he's like, no, you're the Goblin, you know? So me and him, we battle. You know, I don't like to fight him too much because he likes to punch you in the goddamn balls. And, you know, I still want more kids. I don't want to be punched in the balls anymore. Sneezer had his balls punched right out of him. At least I still have mine, goddammit. But anyways, oh, that's just some good shit. Anyways, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to give more webcam spots out tonight because I'm feeling pretty generous. I wasn't going to do this, but you know what? Whoever wants to go on webcam, if you want to go on, I will put you on. No, I can't stay at my roommates. My roommates are downsizing, getting a small home because the homes are too expensive. They want to charge high mortgages, $2,500 in Vegas and stuff, and that's not feasible. Not when you can get a place for $1,000. But if you get a $1,000 place, you only usually get like 900 square footage, which really isn't a lot for an entire family. But you know, we're gonna go back to California anyways, and Millie's gonna be meeting up with me too because it's just years and years overdue, baby. But Millie, you'll enjoy some of the investigations we do. There's a lot of ghost towns up near Sacramento, and there's a lot of residual type of ghost out there. It's not like Vegas. You go into the mines, those entities have a conscience. They'll push you down a mine shaft. These entities don't know they're dead, I don't think. A lot of mine history up there. Just a lot of, you know, old towns of the West where they had the old saloons in the 1850s, just like the National that I stayed at. 32 residential ghosts in that hotel. And I stayed in that hotel 1 or 2 weeks in the town of Jackson. But, like I was saying, I stayed at a homeless shelter, and this dude's girlfriend broke into my car and slept there tonight. And she asked me if she could sleep in the car. I'm like, no, because if the cops see it, they're going to tow my ass. They patrol this fucking parking lot. Oh, no, of other people's cars and telling me about it, that she stole this and that. She broke into my car. Sneezer attacked her. And she came to me the next day. She goes, I tried to sleep in your car, and Sneezer got me. And she says that she pointed at my cat, and she goes, that cat's evil, that cat's vicious. She says that she was like, it was like the Wicked Witch of the Wicked Witch of the West, man, and fucking Toto. We're not in fucking Kansas anymore, man. Looking at Sneezer, I'll get you, my pretty. Oh yeah, because Sneezer pretty much was like scratching her eyes and hissing and shit. Friend him. He is the most loyal. He is loyal. Straight up, man. Go ahead, Millie. Pepperoni face? What Hey, I was talking. Well, see, the girl was a crackhead, okay? And the girl wanted to sneak in my car, and Sneezer was living in my car. Sneezer's lived in the car for a few months. Sneezer's lived in the woods. Sneezer's lived in houses. Sneezer was fucking in the jungles of Florida. I put Sneezer was in the back of a moving truck. And, of course, I'm telling you, man. And then I put him in the car, and I was towing the car, and I got the moving truck stuck in Yosemite. Holy shit, man. Was my wife at that time pissed? Now we're divorced. Well, we're almost divorced. Actually, it's called Lord Rick is hiding from, those crazy exes that you gentlemen know about out there. Hopefully no more crazy exes, all right, Millie? No more. It's too much for a guy like me. I'm a pothead, not a fucking... I'm about peace, make love, not fuck war, not fucking war. Just peace, just have a good time, But anyways, he should be fine living with you. And when he lives with you, you scratch his belly. He's not much into table food. He don't like table food. But today I gave Sneezer some crab legs. I had crab legs for lunch. And he ate the crab legs, It's like, oh, you'll go for the seafood, but fuck my Italian cooking. So he just, now and then, give him a little slice of fish or something like that. He loves a little bit of fish. Maybe, like maybe tuna or something. Yeah, definitely tuna. And you're listening to Angel of Night Radio, folks. And this is a special Sneezer birthday party bash. Sneezer is our animal co-host. He's very smart. He loves to sit in the chair, and he loves to be on radio. We used to have him live on film. It was more like Angel of Night TV, I guess, where I dog wrestled, beat up Santa Claus, and everything fucking else. Now, when I'm fucking around in this studio, you fans, you don't get to see it. I told Brenna, I said, Brenna, I almost picked her up tonight because I was going to have Brenna give me a blowjob during the show. I told Brenna, I said, I want a blowjob while I'm hosting the show, So, in the future, I'm just going to have to live out that fantasy, and I'm not going to tell anybody what the fuck is happening. But anyways, there's a lot of, moving, but we have investigators that are out in California. And I was given some interesting plans underground to, go underground. And Paul was mentioning a movie called The Descent, where these females go down into a cave. It collapses on in, and they're stuck underground with these creatures. And there are places on Earth like that. I've always wanted to do an expedition down, deep, deep down into the Earth. Where I'm talking like thousands of feet down. And it's always intrigued me, like the movie Journey to the Center of the Earth. It's always intrigued me what's in the center of the Earth. And as a paranormal investigator, it's not the heights we get scared of anymore. It's the fact of, will we fall to our deaths? And, I'll tell you, I came pretty close to falling to my death so many times. And that's all Rich and I could talk about. And, he's not here tonight, but he has a story that he was piloting a plane, and two F-16s came on each end of his wing and asked him if he had seen anything, and they actually escorted him out of the area. There was UFO activity, and UFOs do exist. And as a pilot, pilots see weird things all the time. And, thus this is a paranormal show, so sometimes I will hit on certain paranormal topics because people are always fascinated with the paranormal. My lovers that I find are through my organization. It's because there's certain people that meet certain people for a reason. I might go out to England and me and Paul might hit the Paris fucking catacombs and get lost for 3 fucking days. Was there a reason when I met Paul? Yes. So I don't have to go myself and die where skeletons are all around me, thousands of them, and they're fucking calling, Lord Rick, Lord Rick. And I'm going to tell you something. I'm smart. I'm going to get a goddamn crank light or two for that investigation, Paul. A crank light. That way if they ghost eat the batteries, I'll be like, ha ha. I can go on forever. All I got to do is crank this bitch for the next 3 days. I'll find my way out of the goddamn catacombs. Despite how many people go in there alive and never come out, the Lord's going to go down in there and I'm going to get lost. And I'm going to smoke. I'm going to smoke with the bodies all around me. All the bodies. I don't care. I'm not scared of bodies. Are you scared of bodies? The only thing I'm always scared of is losing the ones that I love. I walk on both sides. It's like a shadow. It's hard to explain, but that's what I do. I walk on both sides, both worlds, and I'm telling you, it's just the greatest thing. And a lot of you will never grasp it because a lot of you, very few, you ever get to be on our team. And the people that are daring enough to go on our team, I gotta commend. Even the ones that quit, they took a lot of a lot of close life and death experiences, but they listen to me and they're here. As long as people listen to me, you will live. If you don't listen to me and you are, that's your own problem. But I'll tell you, we just do such a fantastic job. I can assemble teams extremely fast, and I can train people extremely fast at what I do. And that's what it is. And that's what happened with Brenna. Brenna's never gone on an investigation, but Brenna was, she was a trooper, and she did a lot of good hiking and stuff. And, we dilly-daddled a little bit. We made out in the fucking 1800s cabin. We were making out. But now when we do, Millie, when we do stuff, she always says, I wish Millie was here. So that's good, right? There's a little bit of a lag, so I just give you time to, talk back and stuff. But just think, if you came to Las Vegas, just think of the fun. There's a roller coaster I want to go. No, go on. You want to go on the roller coaster? We could go on the roller coaster. You probably... Well, New York has one, but the Sahara has one. But the New York one's got more steep hills in it. And I'm telling you, man, guys, you got to understand something. I went to Universal Studios. I went on a bunch of roller coasters, all right? My back was hurting. I was on pain pills. I was high. My wife was fucking, at the time, I lived with my wife. My wife was giving me beers. I'm drinking beer at Universal Studios. I'm drinking beer at fucking Walt Disney World. I was straight up. I was fucked up. Okay, straight up, I was fucked up. I smoked a fucking joint like at Disney World and shit. It's like I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you, and I was running all over, fucking waving at Mickey Mouse and everything fucking else. But Millie, we could go to the New York roller coaster, and then we could go to the arcade and play air hockey, and it would just be a fucking awesome time. Because my investigators, I don't like to just take my investigators out, I don't like them to go out first. I like them to get to know me a little bit. But it's different with you because you're my girl, so we already know each other, But you would like the New York roller coaster. And for anybody out there that's listening, check out New York. They got an Irish pub that's in there. It's one of the best Irish pubs in Las Vegas. check them out, man. I've been there. I had a brew, and I had, I think, some escorts sit next to me. Welcome to Las Vegas, folks. But this is our goodbye to Las Vegas episode, and we may not be back in Vegas ever again. You know, I climbed a lot of different things when I was in Vegas, you know. And when I say that, you know, I'm not disappointed in the things that I've done. Like, I have 2 mountains left that I want to climb out here. So I might come back to Vegas to climb those mountains eventually. But there's a ghost town that's about 200 miles from here. And it has about 80 structures, and there are mines. And I was thinking about doing that. And so the last investigation, folks, I think I'm going to be going ahead and doing one last investigation before I leave. So like a few days before I move out, I'm going to pull off a fucking epic fucking adventure. I think we might be heading off to this ghost town. I mean, I'm telling you, it's just amazing to explore. It's miles upon miles in the middle of a canyon, in the desert, way off. There's not going to be anything nearby, and it's going to be us, the structures, in mines we don't know where they go. So we might be doing it. We don't know yet. There is another area called Cathedral Canyon, which is supposed to be haunted outside Las Vegas. I thought about hiking in Cathedral Canyon. I'm all for it. And there's a ghost town that's about 30 miles from that. We might do that. So I don't know. It's all up in the air for the next couple weeks. And then after leaving, I'm going to be skipping Las Vegas, pretty much. And we'll leave the Las Vegas area, and we'll get established out there. And then once I'm established out there, I'll get some good fucking shows going on what's been happening in California, you know, because I have to go out there and start gathering stuff so I can pretty much tell you guys the crazy things that are going on. Millie's going to be taking Sneezer, but it is his birthday bash, and, you know, it's wonderful that he's having a party tonight. It's wonderful because in a couple weeks he's going to be living with Millie. Of course, then I might just get a little bit overzealous. I might come and kidnap you, throw you in the back of the Subaru. Trust me, it's not as scary as it sounds. You know what? Brenna likes to ride in my Subaru. Do you know this? This is weird. I got a girl that loves my car. I'm like, I don't know, man. I'm like, me and this car have had some pretty rough times, some things in that car. But she loves the Subaru. And if you decide to come to Vegas, can we please take your car? Please. You don't want to take the Subaru. Dangerous. Danger. Death. Ghost. We could take your car. Your car sounds safer than mine, even though yours is about to explode. My car is kind of losing its wheels, you know? So we got to figure out who's taking what car if we decide we got to go out. Hilarious. This is good shit. Yeah, it is. It's being recalled. It is Uh-huh. Well, I almost exploded the other day. But we won't get into that. You know, I was sitting at an office, and I looked on the wall, and I seen the March of Dimes. And I thought, what the fuck is the March of Dimes? And I'm fucking stoned off my ass. I'm thinking I'm going to start something on my website called the March of Lord Rick. I'm doing it, too. I'm not going to be able to do it in the next couple weeks, but we're going to start the March of Lord Rick. You'll see. But I got to, instead of the dime, I'm just going to put my picture up there, you know? Because we don't get enough members that donate. Paul can, and, you know, it's wonderful because, you know, between gas for these trips and everything else, it's like, what a big help that was, you know? It's just wonderful that we have such wonderful it's just great we have such wonderful people out there, and I love all of them, man. They're just, the fans are equal to me. And I'm glad Butch made it tonight because I thought I'd never see that guy. Thought I'd never see him. And Butch is sitting there in my room, caller 203. We need to actually get one of these times Butch on camera. I want to see who Butch is, all right? I got all kinds of fans out there I don't even know, Millie. You got to watch for the crazy ones. I had some crazy, mamas write me. They're like, you can live with me, Lord Rick. You can host your show here. Yeah, and you're going to break my fucking legs. You're going to tie my ass up. That's a scary scenario. Some lady's like, you come live with me in the middle of nowhere on my trailer, on my land. I'm like, let's see here. I would rather sleep in my Subaru. Brenna likes the Subaru anyways. So if Brenna likes it, you'll probably like it. It's got no windows. At least you got natural air conditioning, right? But Brenna tells me it's okay. She's like, it's okay. But anyways, I'm sitting at this office, and they make me fill out a survey, So I fill out the survey, and I'm like, I got the social worker that keeps up with my medical, And I meet with this guy, once a month or whatever. Well, she gives me a survey. She says, tell us how this employer is doing. And I wrote on there, he rocks, man. This guy's like, I know he's fucking smoking in his car. I know a pothead when I seen it. He asked me about smoke. He said, you smoke marijuana. He's like, you smoke herb, right? Cool guy. So when I wrote the survey, I gave him the blessing of the Lord. He had the Lord's blessing. It might get the guy a promotion, you see? So I'm always like a superhero. I'm always doing nice things for people. That's what it's about. Just like when I tell the spirits, let's fucking rock. And all of a sudden, shit's flying all over the place, and my investigators are scared, and I'm just like, it's like watching a movie unfold, man. But it's all good fun. I had some adventures in babysitting, okay? I had to babysit today. I had to go see the principal, and I had to take my friend's 4-year-old son with me, and I love this kid. I always give this kid a kiss. I give him a kiss and hug every night, before he goes to bed. But I love this kid. He's a character. And he takes his fucking sword and stabs the goddamn principal today. He's like, ha! He's fucking stabbing the fucking principal. The principal's looking like it hurts the hell out of him. And he asked the principal, he says, I would like some candy. And the principal's like, we do not have any candy here, but maybe your dad can give you some. And he's like, that's not my dad. Well, he goes, who is it? And he goes, that's my friend. That's my buddy. So I had to take him to the store to get candy today, And you know how kids grab things off the shelf and they hide them and they eat them? Well, I was driving this little cart that looks like a little car, it has a steering wheel. Well, he made out like a bandit. We got lots of free candy today, and he was stuffing his face and had chocolate all over his face, and he had fucking, he got home, and my friends came in, and they're like, did you say thank you? And the kid looks at me, and he smirks, and he's like, thank you. It's like, yeah, mano a mano, right? Mano a mano. I love kids, man, and I'll tell you what, I work with a lot of kids and things like that too. And even though you're listening to an adult show, and even though I'm a goddamn pervert, live and fucking raw, kids, you can actually take almost anything kids do, and you can almost make a joke out of it. It's like, man, me and my son, we go to the grocery store, we shop together. He's almost 13 years old. And we're shopping, we're looking at steaks, and we start, there's a female standing next to us. She's hot. I'm checking her out. I'm like, I'll nibble those goddamn fucking toes, all right? I'll suck them fucking toes. My son's like, Dad, pay attention. We're fucking trying to get food, So me and my son, we get in this huge fight at the grocery store. People are walking by, and I'm like, son, you're acting like you're my goddamn fucking wife, and you're treating me like I'm the fucking husband, and we're arguing over fucking sausages on the goddamn shelf. So now we're arguing over fucking sausages and bratwurst, and fucking females are walking by, and my son gets sometimes mad. He's like, starts tossing the fucking lettuce at me, the head of lettuce. He's like, here, catch. He's like, catch, old man. You know, starts picking on me, catch, old man. And fucking throw it right in my fucking gut, and pretty soon, you know, we're playing football at goddamn Smith's fucking grocery store, or me and him, and just adventures in babysitting. So we're gonna start the babysit-a-thon. That's what we'll call it, the babysit-a-thon. If anybody needs a babysitter, volunteer for you. Of course, there are some stipulations, you know. And one of those stipulations is, I will, from your house, host the Angel of Thy Night radio show. And it'll be filthy, it'll be dirtier, and you will have to lock doors and stick towels under the goddamn cracks of your fucking door, mind you. Just some stipulations, don't mind me. The babysit-a-thon. You know, Brenna... I asked Brenna, I said, what would you do if you were pregnant? And Brenna says, I will kick your ass. She goes, and by the way, I'm moving in tomorrow. I was like, what? She was serious, Millie. She's like, I'm moving in. You know, my son has a Hitler project, and he had to write about Hitler for his school. You know, they choose different historical figures, and my son's like, Dad, you got some ink in your printer? I want to print some pictures of World War II. And I'm like, no. You know, I ain't got no ink left. So I told my son, I said, go to the library, ask the lady, tell the lady you want some Hitler pictures to either photocopy or whatever. But I didn't, you know, at first I didn't tell him for a school project. Just like, tell the lady you want pictures of Hitler. My son's like, okay, I'll go to the library. I'll tell the lady I'm looking for Hitler. Because he's gotta take the Hitler pictures, and he's got to post them on the poster board, you know, for school. But my son's a good boy. See, my son had there was some kid messing with my son. He crashed into my son's bike. My son's like, fuck you, bitch. And my son took his fist and drove this kid's jaw, like right through his lip, man. He fucking just wailed on him. And I said, how, is that boy bothering you, son? And he says, no. He says, actually, nobody bothers me at all. Like, all those kids are like fucking scared of him and shit. It's like, I ain't messing with him. My son's got long hair, and my son is strong enough to take down an adult. I have trained him. He's like a cyborg soldier, you know. It's like, attention, you know. I'll be like, charge him, you know. First, you got Sneezer the lion. He's guarding my ass. Then you got my son, and then you got me standing there, you know. That's how they act, because my son acts like he's always worrying about me, you know. He's like, did you eat dinner, Dad? Did you do this? Did you do that? You know, he's always asking me how I am. And over the years, when you do a lot of investigating, you know, you can't ask anybody how they are, because, man, you get all these little injuries going out and doing this. Sprained ankles, and once you get older, you start needing plates in your fucking legs and shit, man, because your bones become brittle and they break. And we do a lot of rock climbing, and that right there, that can tear your knee and ankle right up. So we, you know, I'm still walking on a bad knee, and I still hiked. I actually hiked to a summit by myself and left my top of this plateau. My climbing was very good, but I did lose my knee once. On one occasion, I slid down about a 30-foot mound, and I actually skied, because if you go sideways down the mountain out here, you can ski. So I've done a lot of skiing, too, out here. And I'm telling you, I didn't ski in the Alps, folks. I skied in the goddamn desert, all right? Skiing in the fucking desert. It can be done. And if you come out and see myself and you want to pick my ass up in your car, we'll go out in the desert any night this week. I am opting. You take me, we'll fucking go. But if you kill my ass time, all right? So don't kill my ass. I I at least want to meet my girlfriends for a menage a trois, okay? Then fucking kill me. Got it? Deal? I can be pretty sadistic, all right? And I had a private message in my room, and the answer to that is yes. Yes, I will. There's actually a lot of questions that have yeses to them from different people, and I'm not saying yes to all of yous. If the only people who are as a mod are people that I know. Of course, it's also up to Bobby T, and it's also up to Mike Digital in our chat room who we should make mod of the Angel of the Night radio show, and so it's going to be up to them. Unless the only ones I'll ever bring on for a moderator is Angel, which she's not here. She's sick tonight, but she's my co-host. She's been doing radio. I'm trying to get Jeannie on. She's a hot little Asian item, I'll tell you. But she kind of like put the dump on me. She's like, "You got too many girlfriends." I was like, "Man," I said, "we're just friends, girl." I mean, can you imagine trying to live with it's very feasible to live with a couple women, but can you imagine you hear on the news these guys that got like 60 wives and shit? You're like, God damn, that's a lot of wives. How the hell does this guy do them all? I mean, really? Is that he could be the next spokesman for fucking Viagra, all right? Put the fucking hair. Forget it, man. Just here. I'll marry 60 wives, and I'll put a giant V on my chest, and I'll run around in fucking tights, and you can call me Viagra Man. I'll be the next goddamn fucking supermodel or superhero, the Viagra superhero fucking. I'll go in the park. And you'll see me. I'll take a fucking Viagra, and all of a sudden I'll become big and fucking powerful, chasing all the girls at the park. Just like 2 years ago on my goddamn fucking birthday, someone drugged me with fucking Viagra, and I was walking around with the fucking heart on a golf course, okay? It doesn't go good when you're wearing white fucking pants, and you got all these girls playing fucking miniature golf. And they're all these Asian girls are giggling because they see a goddamn Italian sausage hanging. Somebody fucking drugged you with goddamn Viagra. And I'm telling you, it was done on purpose. That's how I spent my birthday about 2 years ago. And here, you know what? It's my birthday in a few weeks. Do you know what I want for my birthday? I bet you know what I want. Uh-oh. You're still cutting out. But that's okay if you cut out. It's the best you can do for now. It's the best you can do, I was reading something on the bird swine flu, and Brenna told me she was feeling sick yesterday. She goes, "Oh, Rick, I got the bird flying, fucking, I don't know, bird swine, this, that, whatever." I was saying that a week ago when I was hiking sick and had a fever, and Brenna was like, "You're not sick?" The hell I'm not. I'm running like 102 fever, and I'm hiking in the mountains smiling. I'm like, great. But now she's kind of, people are coming under the weather. I'm finding out that across this country, everybody's getting sick. Everybody I'm talking to, they're sick. It's just spreading. I don't think it's a swine flu, but it might be a hybrid of it that is spreading, because I felt really sick the past week, and I'm an amazingly healthy guy. Do you know what I did? A few days ago on Cinco de Mayo, I stepped on a needle, and it went through deep in my foot, really deep. And Brenna asked me what's wrong. I fell. I fell when I stepped on it. And she seen the needle stuck deep in my foot. And I was trying to pull it, and the goddamn needle wouldn't come out. And I yanked it harder and harder and harder, and slowly I was inching it out of my skin, because it went all the way in almost, and I stepped on it. It was long. It was like 2.5 inches long. And I pulled it out, and Brenna rubs my foot, and she says, "What is wrong with you, Rick?" I said, "What are you talking about?" She goes, "You don't bleed." She says, "You don't bleed." She goes, "Where's the blood? Where's She seen me pull out the needle slowly, about a foot from my face. I slowly pulled it out of my foot. And I didn't shed an ounce of blood. So Brenna was really intrigued with that. And that's all she could talk about when I took her to work in the morning. She was like, wow, and I was like, oh, come on. It's no big deal. It was just luck. I must have stepped on it wrong or whatever. Maybe it's them calluses, all that fucking hiking I did when I was homeless. Fucking hiking with I had this car part I had to throw over my shoulder, and I hike like fucking miles in the mountains. And then fix it in goddamn 110 fucking degrees for like 5 hours under the car. You better believe my ass got so fucking stoned. When I drove that car out of there, I was like fucking a cowboy shouting out the fucking window. Mike Digital, he likes the old days, so sometimes I talk about the old days. I give the people what they want. It's like being president. It's like 2 girls for every man. But what do you think about them child support laws? They give these crackhead mothers child support. All those men's money goes towards the fucking mother, and the mother cashes a check and she buys crack with it. As president, we're going to have to start strickening down on that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we'll stricken down. Because I was in this office and I seen a girl come in and she's like, I want my child support. Give me my... Huh. What?
Did you hear of the raped?
The raped? Oh, a teen raped a woman?
She's like 30. No, she.
Oh, okay. Okay, I think I did hear about that. Well, this is my belief, is that people should be able to do whatever the hell they want, as long as you're not killing somebody, hurting somebody, whatever. But we don't live in that type of society anymore. There's a lot of laws in this country that are taking away our rights. If rape people should be punished heavily for rape, but the thing is that the honest truth is that a lot of times there's people who are innocent and don't do a thing, and some women are trying to get child support, and that's just the whole point of it all. I went down to the office. A woman's like, give me my child support. Give me my child support. I was thinking, yeah, I ain't going to get, it's fucking scary as shit, because they ain't going to buy nothing for their kids, man. They're going to go spend it on fucking crack. That's one reason why Vegas is such a bad place. Because there was a Craigslist I seen that a woman wants to get knocked up. I see those ads all the time. Give me a baby. Well, it's like, I guess you missed the goddamn Angel of the Night radio show back in fucking New Year's when I was offering you goddamn women babies. We're not offering babies anymore. I've shut the baby business down, all right? I'm only having babies with Millie. Millie and Brenna, that's it. Can't handle anymore. I'm so bad, aren't I? So bad. There it goes. Here, we'll put this one up. Yeah, this is pretty appropriate to go up tonight if I can get it to fucking work. There we go. Haha. That's what I'm talking about. I love doing this show, and I certainly love having you as a co-host. Oh my God. There is a God. Or a goddess, I should say. So anyways, my son, he's 7 years old. He was missing in the park, He's wandering in the park. Nobody could find him. It was really rough because here's the thing. I had a date with Brenna a few days ago. And I get called, your son is missing. And I'm like, my son's missing, So I talked to my son on the phone. I said, son, why did you do this? He says, well, Dad, I was trying. My grandpa scares me. I don't want to go home. He's smart. He thinks he stays at the park. So he stayed at the park till night, and then someone finally found him, you know. But he's like the type that'll like rip your balls off, you know. So in the park, he's playing soccer, you know. And so I asked my older son, I said, how do you like living with your grandfather? Because, you know, my son, we know, we always make jokes where like he's got the shotgun under the fucking bed, all right? So that my son fucking the other day was fucking in the house, you know, playing around. So then he hid from his grandfather. I said, what do you do that, son? He goes, I was scared. He pulls his teeth out and he fucking is like, blah, 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 blah. You know, he's like, I was scared. So my son fucking was like, he's like, I'm a junior investigator for the Paranormal Ghost Society. So my son fucking hides in a pile of fucking clothes with his face peeking through. And the old man thought he seen a goddamn ghost. And he's like, He got really like, you know, like curious. And he walked away, and later, like an hour later, he comes up to my son. He says, there's like ghost in the closet, man. My son's just like laughing his ass off. And he's telling me these stories, you know? He's telling me these stories about fucking how he plays tricks on his grandfather and shit. Because he don't like his grandfather. See, his grandfather hit me in the face full force. And you know, I used to be a cop, so he's kind of a tough guy, you know? And I took his fist to my face, and it left a big purple mark. But he couldn't knock me on my ass. It's literally almost impossible to knock me down. Even when I'm hiking, I can leap rock to rock. I don't fall. Balance is a very big key in my life to my paranormal investigations. You don't go in mines if you ain't got no balance. You don't climb cliffs if you ain't got no balance. You have to be able to balance your weight and your body and your strengths and all these other things. But anyways, I have you here co-hosting. And I love the photo. Very sexy, very nice. I couldn't ask for more. I am like the happiest host of any radio program on live video tonight, all right? The happiest host. And I'm sitting here drinking some beer, and I was hoping that Angel would have at least came in and said hi, but she's like, I got no voice. You know, and it's like, well, you know, I've done those kind of shows too. Have any of you ever had a near-death experience? Because, see, I've had a near-death experience a couple times. And it's rather scary when your soul leaves your body, you know? I mean, my soul leaves my body sometimes, you know? You know what? I'm going to tell you something. I've been on a planet full of women. My soul left my body. I was on a planet full of women. There was like women everywhere walking around. It's like, why can't I ever fucking leave there? Why can't I ever find that place again? I'd be going there every fucking night. A planet of just women. And I'm sitting in the throne. I'm like, yes! That's my type of planet. Females make better paranormal investigators than men. And that's a known fact. I will say that Brenna was pretty fucking tough during our first investigation together. You know the nice thing about investigating with the girls that you love? Is that when you get home, you get hot cocoa and fucking cuddling. It's like nothing says it like that, you know? It's like, and plus you smoke a little bit of pot, and then you get to eat the chalk fat because you're eating fucking cookies and you're high, but you're like, God damn, I need a smoke. I almost died tonight. Was it like hanging off the cliff, you know? I've done some crazy stuff. You know, one time we had a really scary experience, and I came home and I ate a piece of apple pie and like played Beethoven, you know? It's like people ask me like, aren't you affected by the asylum? I was like, no. The asylum actually does have devastating psychological effects. And you want to hear about a psychologist? I'll tell you about a psychologist. I took my son to a psychiatrist or a psychologist, and she's got a great body but an ugly face, but she was wearing like 6-inch heels. I was checking her feet out, and, you know, she goes, have a seat on my couch. And I'm thinking, God, if my son wasn't here, I might actually bend you fucking over the couch. Your door has a lock. Nobody will fucking know. I was on her wavelength, man. Me and the psychiatrist, we were having an intelligent conversation. We could have fucking ate at the goddamn Bellagio for fucking dinner. She wouldn't have known nothing. It's like, hey, you're a psychologist. I'm a parapsychologist, all right? It's all the same. It's all the goddamn fucking same. But anyways, I met the psychologist or whatever, and I had a little talk with her about my son because he's having behavior problems, going to the park, not coming home. Today, I went to pick up my son, and my son was missing, and nobody would tell me a damn thing. And I drove around, Eddie, don't leave me. And I picked up the munchkin. I picked up the munchkin, and I brought the munchkin over here. I said, aren't you glad I saved the day? It's like being a superhero, saving the day. It's like, come on, kid, get in, hurry up, get in. And he dove in the back seat. Sometimes my kids don't use the doors. They go right through the windows. Like the Dukes of fucking Hazzard because my Subaru's got no windows. We live life like it's the fucking Dukes of Hazzard, Billy. My, oh my, are you looking hot tonight? What am I going to do with you? Well, I'm sure you'll send me a private message and tell me what I'm going to do with you. But the roller coaster would be nice. And of course, I want to go on the roller coaster stoned. And I'm going to make a video upside down. I think it goes upside down. And I'm going to make the video upside down. I'm going to film upside down. Like I did on the Hulk roller coaster, barfing my ass because I had the flu. Oh, that was so terrible, going to fucking ride the Hulk with the flu. And you know what? I rode that goddamn roller coaster like 6 fucking times. My son says, I want to go again. Daddy, I want to go again. Then the next kid, I want to go again. Pretty soon I'm going on the Hulk 5-6 times in a row, upside down, all around. The video didn't come out the first 3 times. I told my son, my son was getting sick of it. I said, son, we've done a few times. Let's go again. With the fucking flu. And high and unable to fucking breathe because you shouldn't smoke when you shouldn't smoke with the flu. You shouldn't do it. Or when you have bronchitis, you shouldn't do that shit. What am I doing? I'm fucking strangling myself. So, I'm on the roller coaster. My head's going all over the place. The cameras, I almost lost the camera once on the one ride. It was hanging by my pinky on the strap upside down. I'm like, God damn, that's a close fucking call. I got some pictures of some hot fucking girls walking. I'm like, no, I don't want to lose that footage. But yeah, we definitely, that would be a roller coaster definitely hit. And New York also has a very awesome arcade. And I'm not much into arcades, but I'm telling you right now, I need to go to the arcade, all right? I need to just pop a few quarters in, and I will be just fine, thank you. Play Golden Axe and shit. It's like, no, we're not going to be playing Golden Axe. We're going to be like making out between the video game machines. That's what we'll be doing. The way New York, I can't even say it. New York casinos, fun recreational area they got the arcade and the pool tables and all that. That's, you get a lot of adults, man, playing kids games and shit. I went down there a couple times, and there's like fucking, you get people like 50 years old. They're sitting on the fake motorcycles, fucking riding up and down and shit like no tomorrow. You're like, God damn, I can't take my kids to the arcade anymore. Hell, I used to remember when I used to go to Chuck E. Cheese's. Huh? Yeah. There's a little bit of perversion going on here. I see. There's a little bit of... Yeah, I used to ride the jet skis myself. I hate when they ask you to put more quarters in, too. That just irritates the shit out of me. But anyways, I'm happy-go-lucky tonight. My son's seen a hot girl sit next to us at this office. I'm not much in. I'm very much in. You know what I'm into. Exotic-looking women. Like, I consider you an exotic-looking woman. You're very exotic. You're very, you're very beautiful. And that's kind of like, the type of girls that I'm into, I guess. And I lost my train of fucking thought. But anyways, there was a black girl that came in. She had a half shirt on, a nice body, really pretty. Streaks in her hair. She was, very pretty. And she sits next to my son. My son's smiling really big, because I like Asian girls. I like fucking girls from England and girls like you. And my girlfriend, Brenna, she's very exotic, too, extremely exotic. She has an interesting mix of nationalities or ethnic backgrounds. But he sits next to my son. My son's smiling really big. I said, "You like that, don't you, son?" I was like, "You like that?" And all of a sudden, me and him are staring at the girl, and she gets on her cell phone and can't even speak. She can't even speak. Like, her words were all like fucking ghetto and fucking nasty and fucking, she's like, blah, blah, blah. I was like, she couldn't even speak very good English at all. And I was like, man, you got to get a girl that you can speak to, son. And I was embarrassing him, and he's smiling really big. I'm like, get a girl that can fucking talk. The girl don't realize I'm laughing at her, She don't realize I'm cracking jokes on her. It's like, where the hell did you learn the fucking English language? Because from what I know, I did my 12 years of fucking schooling. Did you? And I've done like my decade of fucking schooling of the paranormal, if you want to call it that. Millie and Brenna, my newest students. Bad students. I'll be punishing you, you bad girl. Spank you right over my knee, right? Or is that Brenna's job? She wants to spank you before me. She's going to be mad if I get to spank that tushy first, all right? But anyways, there was this thing, okay? I seen a thing. I was sitting down as my son was sitting next to this cute black girl. A woman from the administrative office walks by. A woman, man, I don't know what it was. He, she, hermaphrodite, whatever it was. And I looked at my son, and I said, son, does this person scare you? Does that scare you? And he looks at me, and he says, yes. And I asked my son, I said, what the I'm like, thank God that ain't my fucking worker, because I couldn't look at that. I could not look at this person with a straight face and not laugh, because I want to know, are you a woman or are you a man? Because in today's society, we don't know who has dicks and who has pussies. I got a dick, ladies. I'm always willing to play. I'll show you it. But Jesus Christ, please, all these fucking hermaphrodites fucking out there, I got to get out of Las Vegas. It's like Attack of the fucking he-she's and shit. They're like everywhere, man. You go to the doctor's office, the nurse is fucking like, I got to give you a prostate exam, and you're worried because you're like, you got to ask them, do you have a pussy between your legs before you give it to me in the goddamn fucking behind, all right? That's what I'm talking about. And you're listening to the Angel of Thy Night radio show. And this is your host, Lord Rick, live in Las Vegas. And we're going to go ahead and we're going to take a commercial break. I'm here to promote Winter Thrill's music all night long. Since this is going to be one of our last episodes, we're pretty much, not forever, but maybe a month, 2 months, 3 months. We're going to put out a good show. There's still plenty more to it. If you cannot stay up, you can always catch the rebroadcast. But it's a pain in the ass, because if you do lose the server, you do have to start again. I think there is a way to save your videos permanently, here on live video. So I might be able to save the rebroadcast, all of it, on the live video. And imagine if I saved them all from this point forward. I mean, over time, we would have hundreds of fucking clips from our show. But anyways, we're here to promote his music, and I'm going to go ahead and play music. Millie, you're looking spectacular. And I want to say hi to my brother, Paul. I'm glad you're here from England. Paul's a really great guy. He's a good friend of mine. Everybody, who comes here is my friend, whether it's my girlfriends, my guy friends, people I explore with, investigate with. We have a real tight-knit type of community going on here. And, Mike Digital, he came in here earlier. Bobby T was here. We have Paul on as our moderator right now for the chat room. We have Millie on. She is our co-host. I know she's a little bit on the tired side, so you don't have to talk, Millie. I can take lead of the show, no problem. But I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to put on a song. I'm going to put back on November, and I'm going to take a break, and you guys should too. You guys should get yourself some smoke, some beer. Get ripped. Get trash. Get fucked up. Do what I do. Stay home and fucking party. Or you can, go hiking and party, but, if you're uncomfortable smoking at a mine shaft, that's kind of senseless, you know what I'm saying? But anyways, Brenna was here earlier, and she wants to kiss Millie, and I hear weird trinkets going on in the background. It sounds like R2-D2. I heard R2-D2. But we're going to go ahead, and I'm going to play November by Winter's Thrall. Please check them out at wintersthrall.com. And I'm going to take a little bit of a drink break, so just bear with me. There's a lot more to come. We got some Craigslist humor coming up and some other things. And we'll talk about a few articles. Here we go. November by Winter's Thrall. This is Lord Rick. Winter's Thrall, and you're listening to Angel of Thy Night Radio. And this is your host, Lord Rick, and I'm still going strong tonight because, as you know, radio, when everybody stops in, and we all appreciate your business, we appreciate you stopping on in. Notice I say business, but I'm just fucking around anyway. But we appreciate you stopping in, and you can stay, you know, the door is always open. You can come and go as you please. We don't keep anybody here. Some people get booted out and they come right back on. And, you know, I feel bad for Now Live. I was going to roast them, but I do feel bad for them because they don't know how to manage the site. And I really wish that they would have gave me in on Now Live in the administration of it, because I could have gotten that site to be a lot better than what it was. And now, there's nothing going on over there, you know, and we lost thousands of types of fans. We lost thousands of people through Now Live. I mean, all our widgets we're going to have to eventually take down. And they don't think about that. There's no consideration towards other radio show hosts. I mean, these radio show hosts come over there to host their program, and it's the radio show hosts should not be the ones that are suffering, but we are. And everybody from Now Live is going to have to come over here to live video. But once we get the show going on, people are going to know this is where we're playing. And we're going to do extremely well on live video. And, of course, we got Millie as our co-host. When Brenna can get her cam up, she'll be helping me co-host. I know she will. She's like, I just want to see Millie on cam. Actually, the two of them should be meeting very soon along with me, and we're going to do something really fun. But that's what it's about. That's what my organization's about. Everybody meets up and has a good time. Over the years, I've met a lot of people, a lot of good brothers, a lot of good sisters, a lot of good people in what I do. And I attract certain kinds of people. And it's like this show, it's like the fans. We develop a whole new type of fan involved in our group. And those type of fans become like family. They come week after week out. It's like Paul, he was downloading the podcast off Now Live. If you're listening, Paul, there is a way you can get the podcast for this show. Bobby T is going to make a podcast recording for the audio together, how it plays together, and he's gonna make podcasts for me. That way, when I get the podcast, what I can do is I could probably email it to you privately. I mean, if I get it, and I should get it, because this show, this is a classic episode. We're gonna be going into our next season the next time we open up Angel Radio. Not premiere, but season finale, we'll say. Yeah, tonight's like the season finale of God knows what, but it is Sneezer's birthday party bash, and I'm having a good time, and I'm sure he's having a good time here. Never hurts a cat. This cat here doesn't like to mind smoking. He's not much of a drinker, but he loves to smoke. Millie, you probably won't be able to smoke him out, but. But anyways, there's this football game that's out. It's called Blitz Football. Shows guys balls breaking and fucking breaks and drugs. My kids are like, I like this football game, Dad. I'm like, I bet you do. Because back when I was that age, it never had that type of football. Girls shaking their fucking putang and everything else. No, that didn't exist back in the fucking day. We just had, John Madden fucking football. You just kind of like, you throw a 90-yard touchdown with the Buffalo Bills. You're like, yeah, reliving the past when they missed the field goal to the Giants, Now the football's a little different. Now you can actually fucking like crush people's scrotums and shit. And my sons are like, hey, Dad, look on the screen. And then they show the x-ray of the scrotum being crushed. It's like, don't show me that shit, son. I have to fucking eat later, and I got to have sex with my girlfriend. No, I can't have sex with my girlfriend because you've just ruined my goddamn appetite, both sexual and both physically in my goddamn pot-belly stomach from smoking a little bit too much herb. Thank you. My son asked me, I cook Mexican food. My son asked me, he says, Dad, can I get some beans with it, some refried beans, I buy him a can of refried beans from Mexico. And sit them on the fucking counter, We're sitting, and he opens a can, and my roommate walks in and says, what the fuck are you doing? I goes, come here, I got to talk some sense into you, kid. He's like, the right refried breeds. He goes, these refried beans, he goes, don't you realize? He's like the Mexicans. The Mexicans are chewing the refried beans, chewing the beans up, and they're spitting them back in the can. He's like, look, it's straight from Mexico, because they don't. When those processing plants don't care if there's rats around, there's no. I'm surprised the FDA passes it, but I mean, come on, are you going to trust refried beans from Mexico? Are you really? Think about it. You can't tell me that they don't put the beans in their mouth, chew on them, and spit them back up, because that's all they are. Just a bunch of fucking mushy fucking beans. Straight from Mexico. My roommate was so mad, he was like, he banged on the wall. He's like, you can't be eating that, kid. You can't be eating it. And I was telling my son the same thing. I'm like, that shit is very fucking gross, all right? But like I said, kids do the strangest things. And anyways, I want to welcome the new people that have come to the room. And if you're a guest, feel free to log on in. I promise you I don't fucking bite. I might be stoned, but I don't bite. And we've had a very interesting night. I see Millie's back with us, and I will put her next to Cannabis Chloe, and she's been listening to the show for a while, and looking very lovely. I'm not afraid to give a compliment where it's due. This host interacts with his fans, or even if they're not fans. I used to post a thing on my support group, and I was like, ask Dr. Rick, you know. But when I met my son's psychologist, I told her, I said, I'm a doctor too. And she was staring at my pink nail that my girlfriend painted, because my girlfriend painted my nails. I mean, all my nails are black, and I'm very gothic. My hair is black, my nails are black. You know, I'm kind of scaring the roommates a little. I'm sorry, I'm very sorry. But I'm not scaring the pets. I'm like Noah. I got pets all around me. I got dogs sleeping in my bed and cats, and I'm fucking Noah, man. Fucking walk out of the house, all the animals are following me, you know? And I had to shave my Noah beard because I met a girl. I had to shave the beard. And I asked my son, I said, I need some advice. Should I shave the beard? Because the beard got me laid. It got me laid 2 or 3 times like last month, you know? And of course, my son says, shave it. He goes, you'll win the girl. Shave it. So I tried to win the girl, you know? I shaved it. And God, it was a bitch. I had a razor, you know? This fucking razor. And, you try if you're a male, you know what it's like to shave a fucking like 3-inch fucking beard with a razor. Clumps of fucking hair are fucking pulling out. It's rather fucking painful. God damn it. But anyways, some people keep getting booted in. If you do, just come on back in. I'm smoking a little bit of Blackberry Chronic tonight. Compliments of my girlfriend. And I told her I was going to thank her live on the air. I was like, well, I am going to thank you for that. And this episode is basically, my Goodbye to Vegas episode. And I've had a lot of mishaps out here, everything from meeting Craigslist prostitutes to fucking strippers to fucking... I was having sex once at a parking ramp, and I was in the car who like spitting on me and doing mean things to me. So I told this girl, she says, where should we fuck? She goes, I got a van. We can fuck in my van. And she had her pipe sitting on the dashboard. So I'm smoking and she's having sex with me in the van. And my wife at the time is a security guard. And she's walking past the fucking van. And this girl's like fucking riding me, got her skirt lifted up. She's blonde. She's fucking riding the hell out of me. And she goes, what's wrong? You not interested? I was just like, man, you bore me, It's like some fucking bimbo. Because like I said, I like exotic girls, and her weed was very weak. I mean, and she was like limiting me on the weed. Like, no, like no more than 2 puffs, damn it. No more than 2 puffs. And, I walk out of the van and I fucking fix my belt and my zipper and everything else. And my wife standing in with her back turned. I'm just like, hi, hi, how you doing? Because my wife never fucking really cared what I did back then in the day, She never really cared, or she fucking was way too fucking like Sergeant Slaughter. You remember the wrestler Sergeant Slaughter? Well, she's very high strung, So this girl here was crazy, and I did her in the parking ramp, and I'm thinking, God, there's like cameras facing. I'm sure they see ass cheeks, and they ain't gonna fucking come to the car and say quit the sex. They're watching a live goddamn fucking porn. So now I'm in the business of live porn, all right? And you're listening to Angel of Thy Night radio. This had such a wonderful show tonight. All kinds of different things happening. And, it's just, I love doing the show, and it's a shame we're not going to, do it in Vegas. There was a story I was talking about earlier, and I was talking about how I went to Tampa Bay and some girl stood me up, and it's funny because everybody thinks that I a lot, and there was a fucking blonde one night walking with tattoos, and she was a really hot blonde. And I stopped the car by her, and she says, do you have any jewelry and blah, 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 blah. I need the, money for this or that or whatever the case was. And I said, do you do things? She says, yeah, well, she goes like, a blowjob? And I looked at her, I was like, well, that wasn't the answer I got of her, so I fucking picked her up. This is in between my investigation, okay? This is in between my investigation. All right, my back was hurting, I was stressed out, I was in fucking St. Petersburg or right at the tip driving around, and like I said, this blonde was cute as ever. So I picked her up and I gave her like $5 and she jerked me off, And it was just like a massage with the happy ending. And it was really weird because she's like, park over here. And she asked me to park around like the fence, some like hidden area. And she's beating my fucking meat really fast, They're like, well, $5 is better than nothing. She asked me what I'm doing. I said, I'm ghost busting. I was like, I'm just taking a fucking break here, I still got like 3 more cemeteries to fucking do. This is like intermission. So I pretty much had like a sexual intermission where I sat there and I was fucking, it's like, this is, when you're on an 8-hour investigation about 4 hour fee, or you better have a lot of fucking sex and herb, because that's the only way that's going to fucking fix your problems. After you get spooked, fucking shit comes out of your ass because you got some fucking demon trying to choke you to fucking death. Things happen when you're with the Lord. Just like one time I was in a park. I was in a fucking park, I seen all these hot girls. They had fucking shorts up the ass having a picnic. I couldn't take it no more, so I started fucking beating the meat. Good thing Millie and my girlfriend aren't fucking here. Good thing both my girlfriends aren't here, but I was beating the meat, I fucking spooged all over the fucking windows. Brought the car back to my wife. My wife's like, what happened? It's like, you don't want to know. I was driving around beating the fucking meat. I couldn't take it, But I couldn't get it off the windows because I shot it all over the windows. And my wife's like, are you cheating on me? It's like, man, my hand ain't cheating, girl. What's with these women that get jealous of guys that like please themselves? Some women I've dated, they don't like when guys touch themselves. They're like, such open girlfriends, otherwise it would be off with Lord Rick's head. Judge, jury, and executioner style. It's like, I'm going to take away your weed, you bad boy. And, well, don't take away the weed. Take away the pussy, take away the weed, and take away the home cooking. And poor Lord Rick, he ain't got nothing to go for. But that's my hooker fucking story, I'll tell you, okay? That was just a crazy experience, all right? I just was in one of the scariest places. I cut my foot open on an oyster bed. I had to go in the ocean to get into this place. Some ancient burial mound. It's like, goddamn, you fucking go in a dark place like that and tell me you don't need a little fucking stroking of the goddamn Johnson, all right? But since most of you listeners out there who listen to me are females, I can't say stroking the Johnson, can I? So that's why you need me on the investigations. That way I don't have to stroke the Johnson anymore. I don't actually stroke at every investigation, but I have to fuck with you guys for a little bit. Make you wonder what the fuck I'm doing out there when I'm looking for ghosts, The Subaru has been all over Tampa Bay, all over Florida. I've put like fucking 30,000 miles on her, and here I am going to California. It's like, Millie, I hope I make it to the hotel room, Hope I make it to our hotel room. Hopefully. With the Subaru as bad as it is lately. I see that Fun Boy has entered the show. And what's up, Chris? It's nice seeing you come on in. I'll tell you what. Chris runs a great show. And I'm very sad that I never get to see it. I don't know. Maybe I'm fucking retarded, Because I look at times and I forget. I have like this memory problem, And now it's kind of sad because I have not sent any articles to my list. I spend all my time right now with my kids and my women. That's pretty much it. But I'm still doing investigations because I can always put them up on the site in a couple months, the EVPs and all that kind of stuff. But Chris runs a good show. and you should really check it out. It's called The Fun Boy Show. Check it out. He is part of the network, the radiostation.info. And I try to advertise that once every couple hours because that's what we are. We're about promoting different types of things. And I see that Millie had entered the room again. And then, of course, she was on camera for the evening. And, it's your sound was pretty bad at times, but I did understand you. I did get a little bit of your voice on tonight, so that's the main thing. But if anybody wants to go on camera, they're more than welcome to jump on the camera. I'll give them a slot, and I'm looking. So I guess the best type of shows are on camera. I do a little more old-fashioned type of radio. I used to go on camera a lot. I used to be all fucking weird, and now I'm thinking, well, some people have told me, hey, Rick, I don't really care if your show's on camera. When we were on Now Live, we were still making a killing even though our shows weren't on camera. We were still doing fucking good. And Fun Boy's show does very well. His show actually probably does better than mine because, a lot of radio show host more often than I do. I only host every couple weeks. Of course, in 2 weeks, I'm moving out of Vegas, so in 2 weeks, I'm not doing a radio episode. In 2 weeks, I'll be kidnapping Millie away. I don't think I have to kidnap the willing, though, so I don't need to throw her in the trunk. Don't worry about it, Good thing she's not here. Not really. She keeps getting booted on out. So anyways, I seen a psychiatrist, and I was hitting on the psychiatrist the other day. This was before I got a little more serious, but how do you visit a psychologist and talk about your problems? And this girl's like fucking crossing her legs and her feet are fucking hanging and thinking, God damn, can the kid step out for a little bit? I need a goddamn session. How much do you charge, bitch? Not really, but I asked my son, I said, what do you think of that girl? He said, she's ugly. I said, but she got a nice body on her, He's like, well, yeah, Trust me, psychologists and psychiatrists have, like, the biggest secrets of all, Like, they call us abnormal and everything else, and they're like, they're sitting out there streaking in their goddamn fucking backyard, jumping around like fucking loonies and monkeys and shit like that. But I'll definitely give people cam slots if they turn on their cam. I don't have a problem with it. Okay, there we go. But anyways, I want to welcome all the new people to the room tonight. You're tuning in to Angel of Thy Night Radio. And we've done... Okay, that's on the other end. I'm going to turn that down right now. Okay. There we go. Sometimes some people's microphone causes a little bit of static, and static really sucks. If you've noticed with the Paranormal Ghost Society in the last year in Vegas, we've been focusing a lot on EVPs. I went to the Mormon I spent some time in El Dorado Canyon, and I've met a lot of good people out here. Most of those people smoke cannabis. Most of those people are pretty cool. But like, I was in a cemetery out here in Vegas when there was a person probably dead lying on the sidewalk near a mausoleum. The guy wasn't moving, His eyes were just like plastered open. I was like shining my light and shit. I was like, oh man. We run into shit. You don't think you'd run into something in the cemetery, human beings and stuff, but there are occasions that I run into human beings within these places. And it's rather spooky if you don't know who the hell they are. Let's face it, some of the people that we find in these places are a little bit off, you know what I'm saying? A little bit off. But anyways, Millie, you keep getting booted. I don't know if it's Now Live having problems. And baby girl Melissa, I see you're in the room. I didn't see you earlier. I don't know. Maybe I'm going fucking blind, If you can't even find your car in the goddamn parking lot, how the hell are you going to see who's on cam and what's going on? We had Butch here, and I know Butch will listen to the rebroadcast, and if he does, you're more than welcome to come on out and get involved with the show. I actually liked having Butch on the air with me. He's an interesting guest to have. And for a while, some people told me not to take his calls, and some people said take him. I like this guy. So Butch is more than welcome to call in at any time. It's not more or less you're not calling in, but if you do want to be on cam, you do have to have headphones because I will get a back echo, and that's not very good, especially when I'm on a certain train of thought or talking about a certain investigation. I'm like, what the hell was I talking about? Which happens more often than most days. Millie keeps getting booed out of the room. I was hoping she'd come on one last time and say something. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to play another song, and then we're going to get into some Craigslist humor. I got some really funny fucking jokes you'll laugh your ass off. And I'm going to talk about a few paranormal articles, and then we'll close up the show. It's been a very successful show tonight. And if you're tuning in, make sure you check the radiostation.info. We're part of the network. We're advertising shows like the Fun Boys Show. Bobby, it's late, but check it out. I mean, if you're going to check out my show, you make sure you check out his show. He is part of my crew, therefore it's my responsibility to send you folks out there. Check it out. And he just, every Tuesday, he plays music every Tuesday around 6 p.m. Pacific time, 8 p.m. It's not Eastern time. I think it's some kind of time. But anyways, those are the times. He's up in Panama City. The weather's beautiful up there. He's enjoying the surf. He's enjoying, I'm sure what Florida has to offer, the same lifestyle that I lived for 4 years. I took advantage of it. I went up to the Keys, and I swam over a shipwreck, and I smoked the best herb, and it's one of the best times of my life, and I look back, and I've been on the West Coast, and I faced more hardships in the last 2 years than you could ever imagine. And I'll continue to face those hardships. But the problem is, due to all these hardships, every weekend I go out, the paranormal is getting worse. Like, we're seeing it's getting so strong. It's just off the hook. I can't explain it to you, but we are going out every weekend, and we are seeing things that are not from this world. And it's been this way for the last fucking 2 months. I thought, it was just Carrie, but I took out my girl, and I took out Rich, and the activity is just so intense and so high, it's unbelievable. And it makes you wonder if there's some sort of calling going on for me, perhaps some kind of spiritual calling. I'm being drawn to certain places, And those types of places that I am actually journeying to, I'm seeing things like skinwalkers and ghosts and UFOs, and I'm telling you, everything you see in this world that you look at is not real. You're living. It's like we're living in the Matrix, man. And people laugh, but it's the truth. There's a world around you that you didn't even know existed. And there are so many secret places on this planet alone. And if we cannot leave this planet, our only way to find out about the solar system is through other sources of life across the galaxy. And a couple weeks ago, I talked about the aliens and visiting Earth and things. So, eventually you'll get to hear every episode that we've done. We're going to put them all on disc. We're going to make them available for the public. And people can own Angel of the Night Radio 1 season, 2 season, 3 season, 4. And you guys are going to be amazed at some of our radio shows. Just they're works of art. They're one of a kind. And if you're out there and you're listening as a guest, you're listening to the Angel of the Night Radio show. And I'm going to go ahead. And I was going to go ahead and play another song by Winter's Thrall. And I was going to go back to playing Cold right now because Cold is a really kick-ass song. It's about 4.5 minutes, so when I come back, we'll be discussing Craigslist. I'll let you know what's going on with that. And we'll be discussing a few other things, and then we'll wrap up the show, guys. But it's been a great night. Goodbye to Las Vegas show and our very special Sneezer's birthday bash. I give you Cold. Winter's Thrall.
of summer, I watch the days draw in, the pale light so full of questions, I cannot move on. 3 years of sinking slowly, I can't take another day. I would give anything to make it go away. There's nothing worth believing anymore. There is no place I haven't been before. The little things that matter passed away and leave our garden fragrant with decay. Empty space inside now, under the barren trees. Your absence fills the silence, and your voice still haunts my dreams. I can't find a sense of purpose, I can't seem to get a hold. I can't find my peace of mind. It leaves me feeling
That's Winter's Thrall. And, of course, check them out, wintersthrall.com. Doing a lot of promoting. I'm sorry that, Angel, you do not feel well tonight. I wish you all the best, and I hope that you feel a lot better in the future. I've been there. I was out hiking in it, and I actually chose to put my health last over a paranormal investigation. I've been there, but I told Angel to take a little bit of rest, nothing that the good old Lord can't fix. But Angel's resting, and so she's not able to make it tonight for the show. But we've had Millie on cam, our co-host. Brenna stopped in the beginning, lost her signal. And, of course, this is where, as of right now, this is where we're at. I'm going to be hosting the rest of the show. I'm waiting for our archives to load up, because I actually have everything in our archives, and it just takes forever to open. That's what I was doing during the song break, and the damn thing didn't want to open, so we'll have to wait a little bit. But this is our goodbye to Las Vegas episode, meaning goodbye to all you whores, thieves, sluts, crooks, gamblers, sinners, cocksuckers, and motherfuckers, all right? What one I am, I don't know. Who knows? But anyways, Sin City makes you do some bad things, And I had quite a lot of weird things happen to me. Even like years ago, I went into some haunted mines, and it's always been something that's intrigued me. You kind of grow off that as a paranormal investigator. But I lived here a few years of my life by myself. And like I said, I was riding a bike, got injured, and there's just the weird things that used to happen to me out here. Years ago, I got an illness, and I got really sick, and I almost died, okay? And my liver was so bad, I couldn't walk for like 6 months, I couldn't walk anywhere around. And it took me about 8 months for it to kind of heal up a little bit. But Vegas is just, it brings in so much disease. There's so much bacteria. And I was talking with my friend, and he said that every year they try to shut down the light on the Luxor, the cursed pyramid. Of course, I know that Paul wants to stay at the Luxor. And it's a really cool place, Paul. I mean, you definitely would like to stay there. They say it's cursed. The pyramid's sinking. A lot of people have died. Somebody jumped, I guess, and commit suicide. Not everybody can be like these, I'm trying to think of his name, who actually floated in the Luxor, the illusionist, but I always forget that guy's name for some reason. But people actually have died, and we have a very strange thing opening up right now. But a guy, I guess, fell to his death at an angle, like when he was building it or whatever. And then there's been, that would be quite the slide to go down. But then there's been other freak accidents too, and they say that the Luxor is actually cursed. And so again, my friend, he's a pilot. He says it's very hard for the pilots to maneuver with the light. The airport's trying to shut down the building because they're building casinos much taller now. These casinos, you got the Stratosphere Tower, which is like at 1,200 feet, but they're starting to build these casinos at like 800 feet, 900 feet. They're starting the tower very high up, and it's very amazing. But Vegas, years ago when I lived here in Vegas, it was nothing. They tore down a lot of different places to build bigger casinos, and all this at one time was the Anasazi Indian ground. There was a couple tribes, but the Anasazi didn't live too far from Vegas. The Anasazi had vanished, and some of the places we go is Anasazi Indian country. And, that would explain, there's a lot of drum circles out in the desert. You can go to Red Rock, and they do spiritual drum circles. I almost went to one, and the bitch turned out to be a whack job, But anyways, I did promise you guys a few jokes and a few things. And I forgot to start the show off with a Hail Mary prayer. And, of course, I don't know. Okay, there we go. And Millie keeps getting kicked out of the room. But anyways, it goes like this. Hail Mary. Hail Mary, full of cum, the Lord is with thee. Actually, Lord Rick is with thee. Blessed art thou among sluts, and blessed is the fruit of thy pussy, Lord Rick. Holy Mary, sex slave of Lord Rick, sex for us sinners, now and at the hour of our death. Amen. That is the Hail Mary, okay? It's not the Hail Mary that you guys are used to, but it's the Hail Mary that I have written. And if you don't like it, too goddamn fucking bad. I'm Lord Rick of this show, and that's the Hail Mary that you guys will fold your hands to, and we will all pray together. If Millie was in here right now, she would probably be pretty freaked out by me. She'd be like, what the hell is Rick doing with the Angel of the Night radio show? So it's kind of good that she's coming in and out. Not really, because she will catch the rebroadcast. And anyways, I like to finish off the show sometimes with a little bit of humor or paranormal. And I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to tell you guys some jokes. And, of course, the thing is that a lot of the jokes we tell, we get off dirty sites and things. So, and you got to really listen to them. And even though I lose my voice, I still try to tell you guys the jokes all the way, because I try to at least put out a 5-hour episode. And anyways, there's a joke, and I don't know the names of these, but I'll read them off. George and Harriet decided to celebrate their 25th wedding anniversary with a trip to Las Vegas. When they entered the hotel or casino and registered, a sweet young woman dressed in a very short skirt became very friendly. George brushed her off. Harriet objected. George, that young woman was nice, and you were so rude. Harriet, she's a prostitute. I don't believe you. That sweet young thing? Let's go to her room and I'll prove it. In the room, George called down to the desk and asked for Bambi to come to room 1217. And now he told his wife, he said, you hide in the bathroom with the door open and enough for us to hear us, okay? Soon there was a knock on the door. George opened it and Bambi walked in, swirling her hips provocatively. George asked, how much do you charge? $125 basic rate. 100 in tips for special services. Even George was taken back, and he goes, 125? I was thinking more in the range of $25. Bambi laughed. I can't even pronounce the word, but she laughed hysterically, and she goes, you must be really a hick if you think you can buy sex for that price. Well, said George, I guess we cannot do business. Goodbye. After she left, Harriet came out of the bathroom, and she said, I just can't believe it. George said, let's forget it. We'll go have a drink. We'll eat some dinner. Well, at the bar, they were sipping the cocktails. Bambi came up behind George, pointed slyly at Harriet, and said, see what you get for $25? Oh, my God. If someone said that to my girl or wife, I'd be like, what the fuck, My one son, he kind of made fun of my girlfriend the other day, but he didn't mean to do it. He just cracks jokes on everybody. And I got really defensive. I'm like, don't you make fun of my girlfriend, man. Because kids like to pick on their daddy when daddy has a girlfriend. They're like, hey, let me pick on you. They're like, Dad, what are you, robbing the cradle? But anyways, that was a really good joke. And I have another one. A flat-chested lady went to the doctor, Dr. Smith, for advice about breast enlargements. He told her, every day when you get out of the shower, rub the top of your nipples and say, Scooby-Dooby-Doo. Or she goes, Scooby-Dooby-Dooby, I want bigger boobies. Work, she grew great boobs. One morning she was running late, and in her rush to leave work, she realized she had forgotten her morning ritual. At this point, she loved her boobs and didn't want to lose them. So she got up in the middle of the bus and said, Scooby-Dooby-Dooby, I want bigger boobies. A guy sitting nearby asked her, do you go to Dr. Smith by any chance? Why, yes, I do. How did you know? The Hickory Dickory Doc. Holy fucking shit. Good fucking joke. I could almost fall off my chair with that one. I love a good joke. Here's another one. A stranger was seated next to little Johnny in a plane when the stranger turned to the little Johnny and said, let's talk. I've heard that flights will go up quicker if you strike up a conversation with your fellow passenger. Little Johnny says, who had just opened the book, he's closed it slowly, and he said to the stranger, what would you like to discuss? Oh, I don't know, said the stranger. How about nuclear power? Okay, said little Johnny, that could be an interesting topic, but let me ask you a question first. A horse, a cow, and a deer all eat grass, the same stuff. Yet the deer excretes little pellets, while the cow turns out flat patties, and a horse produces clumps of dried grass. Why do you suppose that is, he asked. Gee, said the stranger, I have no idea. Well then, said little Johnny, how is it that you feel qualified to discuss nuclear power when you don't know shit? I love little Johnny. Little Johnny is my man. A man went to pick up his date, and he was having some trouble with his flatulent system. In other words, he could not stop farting, so when he had to wait for the young woman to get ready for the date, he sat on the lounge, and he let out a little fart when the dog hopped on the couch with him. He figured that the parents would make think it was the dog, of course. And every time he farted, the young girl's parents told the dog to get off the couch. And so the man kept going. Finally, he let one rip, and the parents finally told the dog to get off the couch before the man shit on him. I hate meeting the parents. I'm going to tell you something right now. I want people to know, how do I meet Millie's parent, mom, or like Brenna's mother? I hear Brenna's mother all the time. Like, Brenna will call her up or play her voicemails at my house, and I get like scared. I'm thinking, how do we do this? It's like, by the way, I'm Lord Rick, and I talk to ghosts for a living. And Mom, you don't mind, but we are sharing the same girlfriend. I asked Millie, I said, Millie, what are you going to do if you pack your stuff? What would your mom say? Just pack your stuff and leave. Lord Rick, just use the simple line, Lord Rick is taking me away. Think about how that sounds. Sounds pretty scary, but it's actually not scary. People are more scared of me disappearing because I disappear sometimes. Like I go like into a cave and everybody's like, Lord Rick, and nobody can find me, and I'm not goofing off. I'm just smoking off in the fucking corner in the dark. I'm like, nobody can fucking see me here in the corner smoking. I've told you guys a few good jokes, but I'm not done yet. I got a really good joke. 3 Italian nuns die and they go to heaven. At the pearly gates, they are met by St. Peter. He says, sisters, you'll all led wonderful lives. Then I'm granting you 6 months to go back to earth and be with anybody you want to be. First nun's like, I want to be Sophia Loren. And pool, she's gone. Or poof, sorry. Poof, she's gone. Okay, these angels are pretty strict. Saints, angels, all the same. The second says, I want to be Madonna. And poof, she's gone. The third says, I want to be Sarah Pipolini. St. Peter looks perplexed and he says, who? He's like, who? Sarah Pipolini, replies the nun. St. Peter shakes his head and says, I'm sorry, but that name just doesn't ring a bell. The nun takes the newspaper out of her habit and hands it to St. Peter. He reads the paper and he starts laughing. He hands it back to her and says, no, sister, the paper says it was Sahara pipeline that was laid by 1,400 men in 6 months. Nuns. Afraid of no nuns, all right? Are you afraid of nuns? I like a challenge, I've had like sex with like the most religious girls, and I love having sex with religious girls because I'm telling you, they do everything you could possibly want in bed. I don't know why. I have no answer for it. Call it paranormal, call it what you will. But women are very mysterious to me. Maybe I love women too much. That's my problem. I love them too much. But fucking nuns. Can you imagine? I mean, I when I'm in the grocery store, I see nuns shop, and I try to like swear a little bit. I'm like fuck. I hope I could convert a nun. I'd like to convert a nun to like the religion of Lord Rick or whatever. I'll be like, you can enter my house of fucking God. Paranormal Ghost Society is like a church. We're always fucking open. Just hit me up with the paranormal and we'll go to the mountains. Hell, fuck the equipment. We'll fucking climb nude like I did a few months ago. Beer fucking acid, right? That's what's going to happen when I'm homeless. When I'm homeless in a couple weeks, I'll be bare ass in it. That ought to get a little bit of attention on the news. I could even write on my ass cheek, Angel of Thy Night Radio, and see what they got to say about that shit. Anyways, I see that Millie came back into the room. And Millie, you've missed a lot, but there's always the rebroadcast. You can always skim through it, whatever. You didn't miss much. There was an article out that said why Americans carry guns. And the people asked why I carry a gun. And they say, I don't carry a gun to kill people. I carry a gun to keep from being killed. I don't carry a gun to scare people. I carry a gun because sometimes this world can be a scary place. I don't carry a gun because I'm paranoid. I carry a gun because there is real threats in our world. I don't carry a gun because I'm evil. I carry a gun because I have lived long enough to see the evil in the world and necessary to protect myself from it. I don't carry a gun because I hate the government. I carry a gun because I understand the constitutional limitations of the government. I don't carry a gun because I'm angry. I carry a gun so that I don't have to spend the rest of my life hating myself for failing to be prepared to protect my family and its property. I don't carry a gun because I want to shoot someone. I carry a gun because I want to die at a ripe old age in my bed. And not on a sidewalk where some tomorrow afternoon. I don't carry a gun because I'm unconstitutional or constitutionally guaranteed this right. I carry a gun because history has proven it to be the final defense against tyrannical, oppressive, police state type of government. Talking about the United States of America. I don't carry a gun that makes me feel like a superior person. I carry a gun because only those prepared know how to take care of themselves and the ones they love. I don't carry a gun because I feel inadequate. I carry a gun because being unarmed and facing 3 armed thugs, I am inadequate and I probably will get killed. I don't carry a gun because I love it. I carry a gun because I love life and the people who make it meaningful to me. Police protection is an oxymoron. Free citizens must protect themselves. Police do not protect you from crime. They usually just investigate the crime after it happens, then call someone to clean the mess up. Personally, I carry a gun because I'm too young to die, too old to give up my liberty and freedom. Author unknown. Little gun history. In 1929, the Soviet Union established gun control. From 1929 to 1953, 20 million dissidents unable to defend themselves were rounded up and they were executed. 1911, Turkey established gun control. From 1915 to 1970, 1.5 million Armenians unable to defend themselves were rounded up, exterminated. Germany established gun control in 1938 to 1939, all the way to peaceful citizens who were unable to defend themselves were rounded up and they were executed. China established gun control in 1935 to 48 to 52. 20 million political dissidents unable to defend themselves were rounded up and exterminated. Guatemala, same thing. 100,000 fucking Mayan Indians from 1964 to 1981 were not given guns, therefore they were executed. It's a lot of Mayan Indians. Uganda established gun control in 1970, then 71 to 79. 300,000 innocents were rounded up, exterminated. Cambodia established gun control in 56, then from 1975 to 1977. 1 million educated people unable to defend themselves were rounded up, exterminated. Defenseless people rounded up and exterminated in the 20th century because of gun control. 56 million people were executed because they were not given the right to bear a weapon. With guns, we are citizens. Without them, we are subjects. With guns, we are free. Without them, we are slaves. During World War II, the Japanese decided not to invade America because they knew most Americans were armed. Now, because the U.S. government and DHS are so fearful of 90 million well-armed, law-abiding American citizens, they haven't declared martial law. If you value your freedom, I want you people to spread this show, today's show about guns, because they want to take our fucking guns. We cannot lose our guns. If we lose our guns, you women will be raped. You will be killed, and not from me, because I am a good upstanding representative of the community. I'm trying to run for president, but I do things I live a very different life. And that's very refreshing, and that's what this country needs. But in a few years, there will be pillage, there will be rape. And if our guns are taken away, some of the people doing rape will be people involved in the military and the police state, because it is a form of power to come. They don't need a warrant. They can bust down your fucking door, and 4 or 5 guys can ass rape me, ass rape you, ass rape Sneezer, bada bing, bada fucking boom. But you give me a gun, and you give me an automatic gun, and I'm going to take all you bitches out because you ain't sticking your fucking meat stick in my goddamn virgin ass. Sorry, but I love women way too much. You're not taking my guns. And if I am president of this country, I will be making sure that families are all given guns, because families need them. And sadly, sadly, there are people who go out there and kill with guns. But it really doesn't matter, because people, if they don't have the guns, people kill with knives. They just found out that cop, there's that cop on the news. He fucking cracked the joke, because he's been married 3 times. All his wives come up missing. The third one came up missing. It turns out he did kill his wife. I mean, what kind of guy does that to his wife, you know? Kills his wife. I mean, man, my ex, I used to hate my ex, but I'll tell you what. I mean, I didn't ever fucking kill her or anything like that. But this guy, I forgot what it was that happened. She came up missing. And, you know, it's just like that other case up in California, you know. He threw the girl in the fucking river, and they didn't find the body for a while. She was pregnant. He found out she was pregnant, and he went nuts. I wish I would have a girl that would get pregnant, you know? It's such a gift to have a child or more children, and this guy ended up killing his fucking girl, and she was like, you know, I don't know how far along. I think it was Casey or whatever. But this cop... The article came out today. His cop finally got caught, and I knew he was lying. I could tell he was lying last year ago on TV. I was like, that bitch killed his fucking wife, you know? I mean, all his wives were missing, and it was always, or actually one was an accidental death. Died in the bathtub, accidental, you know what I'm saying? And this third wife of his, or second wife or whatever, she came up missing, and he cracked a joke about killing her right in front of the cops when they had a warrant. He condemned himself, you know. But he deserves what he's getting. I mean, he should have, you know, he killed his fucking wife. And when 2 people get married or 2 people fall in love, the most important thing is that you can trust each other with each other's lives. And I've given Millie a lot of trust. You know, I trust her with my life. I know she trusts me with mine. I know we trust each other with each other's lives. And it's just like when I went and did my investigation last week ago, Brenna and Rich had to trust me with their lives. Because I took them in mines. I took them near shafts. I took them in a very dangerous situation. And they asked me what to do the entire night. They did very well. But anyways, I said I was going to get to some Craigslist humor. And I'm going to go ahead and do that. And then I want to talk about a few things. And I want to close off our episode tonight. Craigslist. I really don't go on it anymore. I'm not on there looking. You know, it was great to have fun with the ladies and stuff like that, but I haven't really been looking anymore. You know, I just go on there and I find funny ads that I can share with you guys. There's just so many. It's called Hot and Heavy. She's 21. Looking for some passion. Keep in mind I am real fat. I got a big ass and a supple, soft tits to suck on. I got a bush. I am not an adolescent. I got fucking pubes, and I hope you got some too. I love guys with hair on their chest and their balls. Someone who won't go soft easily and can penetrate my deep ass. I am a very large girl. I am super sexy and fun. I like to suck cock, and I rub it all over me. Age doesn't matter. Body type doesn't matter. If you're STD free and clean, not married or in a relationship, and you must be, and also you must love fat girls. Like I really want to fuck them good. I don't want you if you're hard up and desperate. I am clean, hot, large woman, ready to give. She goes, ready for you to satisfy me. First off, the girl can't even fucking talk. So if I tell her I'm 80 years old, she'll fuck me. Because she says any age, you know. I'll tell her I'm 80 years old. We'll see what she has to say. Here's another one. I can't even pronounce it. Because I'm fucking sick tonight. But I still came out. I love country and classic rock music. Going to the beach, laying out in the sun, long walks, looking at the sunrise, sunset, going to the movies, being at the computer, reading romance novels, playing backgammon, and having a great time. This isn't a sex ad. The last thing you want to hear in a sex ad is that the woman wants to play backgammon. I don't want to play backgammon. I just want to see your backside so I can bend you over and fuck you like the little slut that you are. Because some girls I meet on that Craigslist, they're like, I'm a little slut. I'm a little slut. And you get all these ads. We're going to talk about that in a little bit, but you get all these ads that are like that, you know? So my Craigslist days are over. I had so much fun on Craigslist, but you know what? I don't miss it for the world. Those girls scare me on Craigslist. I'm scared. Here's one. Big Fat Friday Fun. Sweet, sexy, deliciously dirty. BBW wife and mom looking to jerk your Johnson. Turns out this girl's a prostitute. For $25, she'll jerk your Johnson. So not, she's like fucking 50 years old. She's fat. She's old. She's nasty, missing her fucking teeth. Can you imagine her stroking your Johnson? You don't know what to stare at. Do you look at her or do you look at the wall? Because you're just like, if you look at her, man, your Johnson's going to go a little bit soft. It's going to go a little sour on that Friday night, Sperm donor. I want to become pregnant. If you want the same and you fit what I need, you must be American. You must be African American. So pretty much you're saying any black guy will do. You got a black pecker, stick it in me and give me your sperm. Let's just keep it simple, lady. I'm going to beat the meat in the turkey baster. You're going to stick the turkey baster in your pussy, and that's going to solve all your goddamn fucking problems, all right? Problem solved. If the world thought like Lord Rick, this earth would be a utopia, all right? Mature woman needing help, 49 years old. I'm mature. I'm in my late 40s. I'm tall, slim, great smile, long legs, nice butt. I need help with my rent, and I will put a smile on your face. I'm also in the painters union. I've been out of work for 6 months. If you have anything that needs painting, I'll do that too. I have 20 years of experience, and I have good reviews on, and she gives her site and her fucking number. And I'm sitting there thinking, God damn, I need to. She gave her number, and I'll call the fucking number. I'll say, hey, I need a fucking job. I got a job for you. What kind of job you got? I got a rim job for you. Click. Yeah. Here's one. Casual encounters. 20 years old. Quickie, no strings attached. If you reply, let me know what street you're on and where we can meet before I start getting ready for work. I'm looking for clean sex on a regular basis. Lady, there is no clean sex. All sex is dirty. I think Brenna's wearing the hell out of me this week. It hurts between my legs. Brenna has consumed and sucked the life out of me, okay? Casual encounters. Sorry, lady, but you're not getting the streets where I live. She's like, that's the only qualification she wants. She don't care what you look like. Just tell me where you live. So that way when it shows up, there's a dick between the legs and a goddamn fucking boobs, implant boobs. That's what they call them. Here's a real fucking nut job. This is a long ad, but I'm going to read it to you guys. Black BBW looking for NSA fun. I'm not looking to meet anyone's parents or go shopping for rings or anything like that. I'm just looking to have some fun with no strings attached and no drama. I'm a BBW. I'm fat. I'm plus size. Whatever you want to call it, but please don't act shocked that you didn't know. I'm not out to fool anyone. I'm 5'10", black, brown hair, brown eyes. And, well, the rumor is that most big girls have pretty faces, and you know how folks will go and go out. Well, she goes, you have such a pretty face. Why don't you do something about your weight? Well, she goes, I do have pics for trade if interested. I obviously have big boobs. They're real, natural 38 double Ds. I can see my feet when I'm standing. I don't have a huge gut thing going on. I have a pretty wicked sense of humor. I'm kind of kinky. I'm not into mind games or drama or anything silly like that. And anything else you want to know, I will be more than happy to tell you. Something of importance, though. I'm a real woman. I was born one. So I'm not playing any kind of sick games at all, trying to collect pictures or anything. And I'm also quite discreet. That's the thing, I don't care. I'm just looking to have some harmless fun, and I really don't have hang-ups about rage or race or age. But I'm not trying to embarrass my family by ending up on Dateline. So no Chris Hansen situations, please, or anything like that. I do like guys with a little meat on them, and who are tall, and I'm tall. And it's really not a requirement, but I have none. But sure thing here, you're also disease-free, and I'm disease-free. Yeah, and the Lord is with thee. And if you drink or do whatever, I'm not here to judge you, but safety first. Of course, if you have any questions, feel free to contact me and email me. And please don't send pictures of your penis to me. I mean, I like surprises and all, but let me find out for myself. I'm going to find a fucking guy with a 1-inch pecker to set her up with. And then she's going to be wishing. She's going to be wishing she had that pecker right in her face on her fucking PC. That's right, folks. Here's one. This is a hot girl. I would lick this girl head to toe, okay? I'm sorry, but I like women. And I'll just ask my girlfriends to join in too. She says she wants a man in uniform, 26, staying at the Palms. I'm looking for a man in uniform to come to my hotel, play with me, be respectful, have a big cock, send pics to prove who you are. I'll text you my number, ready to play now. No bullshit, no games, no pic, no reply. Please be close to the Palms. We'll have a drink, then we'll go to my room. Here's the situation, folks. I am a man in uniform. I have worn robes on my investigation. That is a uniform, okay? She doesn't say I want a man in uniform from the United States Army. She wants a man in uniform. So if I act like a ghost in the cemetery, I put a sheet over my head, I am a man wearing a uniform for the investigation, for this sort of business. Because I'm a businessman. I'm a business-orientated ghost hunter who throws a little bit of entertainment in, you know what I'm saying? Oh, wow. There are some pretty messed up postings on here. No fucking kidding, lady. Anyway, my boyfriend dumped me because he found out some girl that likes PS3 as much as he does. I don't see the appeal in games that he dumped me for some girl that never showers, but hey, I want to get laid this weekend. A little bit to get back at him, but also because I haven't had sex in months. Let me know if you're interested. Wow. I think that I might. Oh, who? Oh, she has. Hold on, let me put on your volume up. I apologize. Now try talking. Let me see if I can hear you. No, I can't hear you. I have. Okay, there you go. It worked that time. You've been sitting here listening for a while, but I don't pay attention to the room very much. But I had seen a message from our co-host Millie, and she said it looked like you were trying to talk. So if you want to jump on in and say something, go right ahead. You got free reign to say whatever you want on the show. I don't hear nothing. Do you hear anything, Millie? I don't have her muted or anything like that. You might have to turn up your microphone. There you go. There you go. Yes. I can hear you. Welcome to the Angel of the Night radio show tonight. We're very glad to have you on. Millie's been wonderful. Millie's been like sticking it through, and she kind of warns me of what's going on in the chat room. I've seen some prankers come in, but but your girl's been sticking it through tonight, so that's not bad. I mean, we haven't done a lot of shows on live video. We're kind of making a presence right here on live video, so but I allow anybody to say what they want and do what they want on my show. So if you have anything you want to add in before I get into a few paranormal articles, let me know. Craigslist? Yeah. We always talk about Craigslist every episode. See, I didn't get really much into Craigslist, and I started to meet a lot of girls off Craigslist in Vegas. I don't do it anymore because now I gotta be a good boy because I've been offered kind of like something more serious, so I'm like, I'm done with Craigslist. We used to we pull our investigators off Craigslist, but sometimes I also used to meet women, and they would turn out to be like fucking hookers and I mean just crazy shit, man. So now we kind of laugh at it a little bit. Oh, the Craigslist killer? Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, Craigslist killer.
Well, you know what that was? I'll tell you what. It's not that he was a serial killer or anything. He was. I have a little backfeed echo. Let me see if I can fix that before I answer something about that. I hear like reindeer. Jingle bells, jingle bells. What is that? Is that Santa Claus fucking coming? Santa Claus in the sleigh. Holy shit. Yeah, you might want to turn that down a little. Just a little. Some fucking white noise going on here, man. Millie's like, this is creepy shit. But anyways, yeah, like a college student, one of these good old boys, raised really well, strict parents, rich parents. And, it's like any guy in Vegas. You visit Vegas, guys want to have the type of girl that they want. If they're looking for a blonde or an Asian, it's pretty easy to pay these girls 50, 60 bucks. And, some of the guys, these girls have these guys at their houses, and these guys pay like $80 for a massage. But the massage includes a hand job or a blow job, And this guy, the first woman or two he robbed. But the third woman, I believe, the second or third woman he tried to rob fought back and he killed her. It was more like a crime of passion. She was probably struggling and he was fucking fighting with her, and then he's like, shit, she knows who I am. Who knows what happened, and I guess he killed her. It doesn't matter if it's Craigslist or MySpace. You're going to find weirdos wherever you go. I'm going to tell you something. I've met a lot of people. I met thousands. I get assassination threats. People want to assassinate and kill me. You can't trust people anymore. There's actually only a couple people I trust with my life. I got some outstanding members. One of them told me, hey, come live with me on my fucking farm. You can hide from the fucking government, I mean, I come across a lot of, good people, but there's bad people too. Because now computers are everywhere, which has opened up an entirely new world. I found Millie on MySpace. I found Brenna on MySpace. Brenna found me, really. And, I'm lucky that I'm not meeting somebody who's going to fucking axe me to death. And that's what that's what happened on Craigslist. And I know rapes and things happen on there. There's all kinds of people meeting all kinds of people. When I post ads on Craigslist, I get 10, 20 girls that write me. And I usually end up sleeping with one of them. And this was back in the day, so my girlfriends don't get all mad because I told my girlfriend tonight, I was like, you don't have to worry about me meeting girls on Craigslist because, man, those girls creep me out. I had some girl on the phone with her pimp at my house. I was like, you gotta be fucking kidding me, man. I thought you were a good old wholesome Susie homemaker. Thought you were gonna have some fucking brownies with me. Little brownies and hot cocoa. There's no fucking brownies and hot cocoa going on. It's, come on, hurry up and pay me the weed or pay me the money. I'll suck the cock and I'll move on my goddamn way. But then you think if you don't pay these girls money, they start getting psycho. Well, aren't you going to pay me for the gas for coming here? Aren't you going to pay me for getting me upstairs? No, sorry, I'm not going to pay you to come to my house and come upstairs. I'm just going to have you come upstairs. I'm going to look at you. I'm going to laugh at you, and I'm going to send you on your way and say, don't let the Paranormal and Ghost Society door hit you in the ass. And that's how we elaborate on the Craigslist killer. Oh, man, I'm telling you, I've just had a wild and fucking crazy time these last few weeks of my life. It's just really weird. But like a lot of our members didn't come out tonight. I was really mad, you know, because it's like the least you could do is come on out. If you know I'm going to be homeless in a couple weeks, fucking come out and say fucking hello, how are you doing? But we got, you know, we used to do good on Now Live. I would say about 20,000 to 30,000 listeners, and I want to get the show on live video like that. Where we get thousands from our widgets, not from our chat room or you know the guests that are listening in. But we've had a drama-free room tonight. We've had a couple people come in and they were banned. I don't know what was going on. You know, it was really weird. But like Millie's a moderator and Millie was like banned. I was like, whoa. So somebody was screwing around earlier, but the longer my show lasts, the less people fuck around with it, you know? And anyways, we have on the webcam Cannabis Chloe. Yeah, the weed don't last very long. I have Blackberry Chronic I'm smoking right now, and I'm so excited, you know, because before I took my girl to work, it's like, I bought some for you too, and I was like, wow, because weed's the best gift you can give anybody. It's relaxing. It's just a wonderful fucking gift. And I would take that over fucking like something bought at the store, you know. It's like, give me weed, I'm good. But I love to smoke cannabis, and you know, that's been a key element in our shows. The smoking and the mine investigations, the mountains, the hiking, all of them you see me smoking on every expedition in Las Vegas that we've done. And I'm very proud to promote cannabis. I'm very proud to be a presidential candidate in 4 years. I don't care what anybody, if they laugh at me, and fuck them. I'll be like the first guy to have 2 first ladies in the White House. I'll confuse the shit out of America. I'll be like, you know, it's my freedom. It's my right to do what I want. You know, it's kind of funny, but like I can take things and I can just make jokes about them, you know. Little things that I encounter. I mean, and it's good stuff. And I see that Millie is on cam, and it looks like almost like she fell asleep or she's just like kicking it back. Oh, you bought weed on Craigslist? You know, I've almost done that myself before. You got to be careful, though, because I believe that some of them turn out to be cops from what I'm hearing on Craigslist. So I really don't buy weed from strangers, you know. I lived a few months with someone who was growing it, and we used to pick the bud right off the plants and smoke it even if it wasn't ready. It was fun. It was just fun. It's like, hey, let's pick a bud and smoke it. We'd be smiling real big, you know. Vegas has just been a totally interesting experience. I mean, I don't have any regrets for being here, but, you know, I did promise the Paranormal Ghost Society people that we would be based in California. So that's where we're heading out. I'm going to go to California, make lots of babies. Why not? No, not really. Just, you know, a couple babies. But you know, hopefully I won't be meeting any Craigslist killers. You know, you never know. When you meet, like me, you meet about 100 girls. I mean, they're really like fucked in the head. Paranormal investigator? I ain't fucking crazy. But these women, you know, some of them scare me. And I really lucked out with Millie. I lucked out with... Hello? But I lucked out with Millie, you know, because she's not... I mean, you know, there are some people who are psycho, but she's a pretty sane girl. She ain't going to chop me up and bury me on one of our investigations, so... And that's what Rich and I were talking about. We're like, what if you meet somebody who isn't sane on these things? Because I one time took a guy out, and he went, like, insane on my investigation. He just... What is that? All these weird sounds going on tonight. Santa Claus. Lord Rick, bad Santa. Fucking jingle bells, man. Good thing I shaved the fucking beard. Jesus. So anyways, if anybody could hear it on my end. Wow. Jingle fucking bells. I am taking a sip of Guinness here. The hell with this. Anyways, for those that are listening, you're listening to Angel of the Night Radio. And it's Chloe. And we have our co-host Millie in camera number 4. And of course, we got beautiful women on camera, and we got a great show tonight. And I think I'm going to wrap it up with some paranormal blotter. You know, like I said, I could go on and on and on. I mean, I've had endless experiences in the last year in Vegas. I've had my Craigslist adventures. My life's probably going to slow down a lot when I go to California. It will be a lot of Sasquatch type of investigations. I've done the Area 51 thing. I've done the anal probing investigations and the, falling off mountains almost. And I'm pretty much done with it. And I'm about to wrap it up here. There are more places I could check out. I got unlimited mines and places around Vegas. There are other groups out here, but those groups are not willing to risk their life for what we do. And I do, and we want to get produced. The problem is the homeless are in the situation I'm in, except over the years there's been a lot of hateful people that have ruined my name. And they don't realize, it's like, you people don't realize that are doing it, that there's, what the work we do is so important, and if I can't get produced, you'll never learn a thing. You never get to see how that we're a real group. So we're not getting produced. Our radio show, we'd like to resell it on disc and hope that people actually buy it. But we're going to be entering our fifth season into the show. I mean, we're going to be in season number 5 soon, and we've had Millie stick through from almost day one with the show. And she never misses an episode. She's not only like my girlfriend, she's my best, like my number one fan, And she doesn't really, I'm sure she does not like me meeting crazies off Craigslist. I'm sure she hates to hear that I meet whack jobs all the time, because she likes to hear about my adventures with women. The problem is that these adventures almost turn out to be deadly, all right? But it's a crazy world out there, and we live in a crazy place, and the world's forever changing, and there's so much different news going on, and most of it's tragic. All the news is really bad, and it's a sad world we live in. It's a very sad world we live in. But you're listening to the Angel of the Night radio show, folks, and this is your host, Lord Rick, and Millie looks very beautiful tonight on camera, and Chloe, you look pretty cool too tonight. Pretty nice. But anyways, I thank everybody, and I welcome all my fans and all the good people that come out and listen. Fun Boy, Bobby T, who was here earlier, Mike Digital, all these people just stopped in, and it's nice of you to say hi. And there's a few people on the network who haven't came to my show yet. I really think they should, because our radio is a lot different. We don't run a music show. I mean, I do run a music show when I can get a better way to DJ here. We're going to be hosting Nightfall, and it's just going to be straight music that I pick. We'll do Gothic Night. It'll be mainly probably Gothic music, but it'll be some good shit. It'll be like Winter's Thrall and all that. Of course, I might be in a little bit different type of fucking mood, and then you'll be wondering, I might be playing like stoner music and shit. You just never know with me, A lot of surprises with the Lord. Even got a prayer tonight, the Hail fucking Mary. Of course, I don't think Millie heard the Hail Mary tonight. It's probably better that she didn't. I got to kind of keep some things personal, And if she listens to this entire rebroadcast, then that is some major dedication. Because we get a lot of good hits on our rebroadcast. So, you got to figure 300 to 500 people are going to catch this tomorrow or throughout the day. So it's just been a great show. And, I've put on camera different pictures of Sneezer, because Sneezer's going to be living with Millie. That way nothing happens to him. And so I'm going to be seeing Millie in a couple weeks, our co-host, and she'll take Sneezer. And, of course, Brenna and I, Vegas, there's a lot of cultural events. It's a great place. It's not a bad place to live. I mean, if you're into drum circles and metaphysical things and psychic shops, there's those type of things. And I'm gonna surprise Brenna because I know she's not gonna listen to this long of the episode. Her computer can't handle it. But I'm gonna take Brenna to a psychic shop, and we're gonna go in there and look at all the cool stuff, all the psychic charms and rocks. And she's into the mystical type of jewelry, you know. We're going to go to this place called the Psychic Eye, and we're going to check out all those cute psychic girls, and we're going to have a good time, you know. But Vegas has that kind of stuff to offer. It's a very mystical valley that we're in, and there's a lot of talented psychics and people who are into the metaphysical out here. Problem is that these people have never left Vegas. I leave Vegas. I investigate all these places 40, 50 miles out in the desert outside of Vegas. And there's creepy fucking ghost towns and mines all around Vegas, and people do not traverse in them, and we do. And there are things in there, you know. Like, I mean, I talked about our investigation earlier, and there's a lot of creepy paranormal activity in these canyons. There's creatures, there's aliens, there's things that, I mean, the desert is far more active than even being in the woods of like California or Kinzua, Pennsylvania, where I did a lot of my expeditions. And these fucking, I mean, you go in these woods, you know, you might get a little Bigfoot activity, but fuck, when you're out in the desert, there's fucking like aliens watching you on hills and fucking UFOs taking off and fucking shadows and fucking demons pinning you up against the wall in a fucking mine. It was funny because, you know, when we were in the mine, Brenna tried to take a stone from the ceiling, a geo, saw a pretty geo, and she started pulling, and Rich is like, no! You know, support beam. And I'm just like looking at Brenna, I'm like, no, please don't do it. You know, I'm thinking, God, I'm going to be trapped in the Ellis mine for eternity. So, you know, the investigators learn as they go, you know, and some of our investigators, you know, they're great, but a lot of them quit because they get too scared because we do a lot of intense type of investigating. But anyways, you know, this is Sneezer's birthday bash, and Sneezer's going to be 2 years old, and he's our co-host. And in the picture that I got up right now, you can see his baby kitten. It's his kitten, and the other cat I found in the woods, the same like day that his mate came up missing. I think somebody took her. But more and more, we felt like she was dead because my son seen her a couple days later. Then we never seen her again. And this is at Indian Grinding Rock. It's a creepy place. It's where my son seen Sasquatch or a bear standing up and came face to face with it. Really creepy place, and I did a lot of camping there. I mean, the woods, if you ain't got nowhere to go, you can always count on the woods. You know, you can sleep in the woods. You set up a tent and a sleeping bag, and you can set up some hammocks, smoke a little bit of herb, do a little trout fishing, and I bought myself a trout today at the grocery store, and I'm going to cook that bitch up lunch. I'm going to cook her up. That's what I'm going to do. I love a good trout. But anyways, you know, I think I'm going to go into a little bit of paranormal blotter, and I'm going to read something about, let's see here. I was talking about the Mothman last week, you know, and I didn't get through all the articles. I just got through a few. There's one called the Galveston Mothman, Galveston, Texas. In her blog this week, Hari writes, Mothman sighting in Galveston. Of wondering and ponderings, she is interested to discover any large bird-like somethings that were seen before any hurricanes hit the coastal Texas city of Galveston. Or Galveston. Fuck, I can't pronounce it. I'm sorry. Hari does some research, rightfully comes to the conclusion there's nothing to be easily found about the 1969 hurricane or Mothman sightings. In the movie The Mothman Prophecies, news are in the screen as the character Alexander Leak, keel backwards, talked of how the Mothman were seen before disasters like hurricane of the 1969 in Galveston. Before this is poor myth-making that a pure crypto-fiction time traveling. The famed big hurricane hurricanes in Galveston, where the Houston Batman was seen in 1953. The movie also tries to link Chernobyl's nuclear meltdown, the precursor sighting of the Mothman. Not true. There were no sightings. It was made up for the movie. Time to move on from these fictionalized additions to the Mothman story that keep distracting researchers from any real investigations of the Point Pleasant phenomena, whatever that might be. As I continue building my revised look at the events in the Mothman Evil Incarnate, the murky muddle of humans seems to have overtaken any zoological underpinnings long ago. Basically, they're saying that there probably was no Mothman in Galveston, Texas. And I don't know. I really don't know. I mean, that what we could have seen last week or 2 weeks ago up in Goodsprings could have been the Mothman, But imagine being stranded out in the middle of nowhere and you can't open your goddamn you open your car and, because you hear something moving around the fucking desert, but, you see it at the top of the ridge and it's going to come get you. You can't, we had a flat tire. That's the thing. And we couldn't get the jack out, and there was something moving around out there, and my investigator was scared shitless. Her husband, he didn't bring the tow chain. I don't know what he was thinking. He just wasn't paying attention. And it was, of course, the one thing you don't want on your team is husbands and wives. I mean, it's different in my case because I met my people through my society. But when you get a husband and wife off Craigslist that says, I'll join, or my wife will join, or the husband's like, you're quitting, you ain't investigating anymore. And we've had wives try to make their husbands quit because their husbands get home 6 in the morning. The trouble, you might cheat on me. Because they're thinking I've gotten hand jobs like between intermission on my investigations, Nothing wrong with stroking the Johnson. Okay, I'm being very bad, it's getting late, so, we're all a little allowed to be bad, But, some people, they come and go, and God, Millie, you're just too awesome. It doesn't matter what angle she's at, Always looks good. And I think I'm going to go over 2 more articles, and I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to close the show with maybe a song or two. Because a half hours tonight. And it's run pretty smooth. The one time it froze for like 5 minutes, I restarted the chat room. And we'll go and we'll talk about something with ghosts. The ghost of Conser Lake. Conser Lake, okay, it's no surprise in Oregon that it has its share of Bigfoot encounters, including paranormal Bigfoot events. In the 50s and the early 60s, the town of Millersburg, Oregon, 45 miles north of Eugene, experienced some very strange events involving a white Bigfoot or a big hairy monster with a lot of high strangeness surrounding this encounter. They called it the creature of Conser Lake, also the ghost of Conser Lake because of its white color, and the monster of Conser Lake. The lake's name was Conser at the time, but it isn't Conser Lake anymore. The name's been changed and it's on private property. I'm not revealing the name of the lake out of respect to the owners. Reported as this Bigfoot type creature. It was 7 feet tall, bipedal, white shaggy fur. The creature mystified Millersburg residents for a year. The story began with the story of a UFO of strange lights crashing in Conser Lake in 59 or 60. Soon after the strange light crash into the lake, the Millersburg truck driver understandably startled to find a white shaggy fur-type Bigfoot creature trotting along beside his truck. He was driving down the road. The driver, a mint farmer, was going 35 miles an hour, and the creature was keeping up with the vehicle. The creature was described as being 7 feet tall. The mint farmer described the creature as a shaggy gorilla. Bruce Hamilton remembers a creature at Conser Lake and the story about a young couple driving by the lake and a 7 or 8 foot creature ran alongside the car. Please do not have sex near Conser Lake. And if they think I cannot find Conser Lake, you got another thing coming. I can find Conser Lake. I'm not going to tell you guys how to find it. But as if the truck farmer's experience wasn't odd enough, another report of a tall white figure type creature running alongside the truck made its way into the news. This time, the creature was seen in the Telephone, Oregon, and Eastern Oregon. I realized the town didn't seem to show up on maps or Google searches as I found it, and a recent email alerted me too. However, this is a new name, or it says this name was cited by several sources. Anyway, many small towns are not listed. Also, it's possible or simply disappeared over time. Witness California Sisman saw a bright light approach, hover 30 minutes, and disappear, shooting upward, disappearing within seconds. Later in Prospect, Oregon, a logger was shocked to see a white-furred Bigfoot leisurely jogging alongside his truck on a deserted rural road. Stories of Bigfoot run alongside cars are not new. In 1926 tells of a Bigfoot encounter in Yankton, Oregon. Bigfoot following alongside a truck, looking in. Sheep and children would disappear. It seems that there was a history of bright zipping lights and this white Bigfoot, or white somethings, following cars and trucks in Oregon. Other reports of the white Bigfoot creature can be found. Example, Chris O'Brien writes in his Secrets of Mysterious Valley about a New Mexico cattle inspector who told O'Brien he watched with binoculars a white Bigfoot clamber up a rocky slope. Witnesses in Washington report seeing a Bigfoot with large pointed ears. On page 231 of Secrets of the Mysterious Valley. Get the book. It's by Christopher O'Brien. And they said that the reference to the pointed ears is interesting because Flick's Our Creature in Concert Lake was also described as having a pointed cat-like ears. A 10-foot white Bigfoot was seen on the banks of the Ohio River in the 60s. In fact, sightings of the white Bigfoot in the area were reported in the 1900s and the 1990s. The I-Files, True Reports of the Unexplained Phenomena in Illinois, by Jay Rath, has that report. And, of course, there's more in the article, but, you know, I've always been fascinated with Bigfoot, and that's one of the reasons why I want to go back to California, because I just, you know, I want to look around, I want to camp out, I want to roast shish kebabs, I want to smoke weed near the campfire, and I want to go out there looking for Bigfoot. I was one of the most successful Bigfoot investigators up in the Cynco Dam region of Pennsylvania. I'm not disappointed at my history that I spent out there. I used to love to get away from the weekend. I used to have a very bipolar type of wife for many years up until the last 8 months, you know. And, you know, she was never really into this. So I used to have my car, and I used to load up the car, and I'd go up to Cynco, Pennsylvania in the mountains. And we would all camp, 6 of us, 8 of us, you know. I'd cook shish kebabs, drink wine, just have a good time. And we used to find so much Bigfoot evidence, you know. There's just so much activity going down out there. It's just really amazing. If you ever get a chance to go up to the Warren, Pennsylvania, the town of Warren, just outside of it is the Cynco Dam. All those woods, all those mountains, all those logging roads have a lot of Bigfoot activity. It's rather scary at night. You don't want to be out there by yourself. There are vortexes. There's a lot of strange things. And I miss going up there, but, you know, it's just not feasible. We just don't make money at this. It wasn't like a few years ago our members were paying for my plane tickets. Like, if you wanted something investigated, you buy my ticket, and I'll take you on a complete expedition. Like, I'll come to your area, and we'll go see all kinds of cool, like, we'll see 20 haunted places, you know, plus whatever you got going on. But our members used to throw in for the plane tickets. They don't do that anymore. So we can't really travel. We were supposed to go up to Boston to do the Salem witch trials. It never happened. I was going to help someone with their movie for free as long as they paid my plane ticket. And airline tickets are really down. I seen like a ticket for $79 to like Vegas, you know. So the tickets are really down. And it is easy to travel to all these locations to investigate them if we had the proper funding. And, of course, people who are willing to get involved. If someone's, you know, offered me to go somewhere, I would take it. We had a couple in New York who was having hauntings in their house. And I told them, you know, you can let me stay a few days. You can send me out there, and I'll investigate your house. I mean, I'll go in the basement. I'll go in the attic, you know. If I see something strange, I'll monitor it. And they were going to go ahead with it, but, you know, they were very hesitant. Maybe they thought I was going to piss it off more if I investigate it. I don't know. But I've watched families get ruined from the paranormal too. I've seen families come together, but I've watched families pull apart too. And that was my problem is that my ex, she really couldn't, it wasn't, that she was worried. She was like, go fucking break a leg, go die on your investigations. It was that my life includes ghost every day, and my ex is very, I don't know if you want to call her schizophrenic or clairvoyant, but my ex was seeing too many ghosts, and it bothered her, because I deal with a lot of ghosts. I go to a lot of haunted places, and these ghosts fucking come in and they pick on her. And I've never really had a bad experience. Even at the copper mine, Rich got kicked in the back. My girlfriend had got grabbed and touched and teased, and they were very scared, and the entity left its hands off me until when the more powerful one came along, it grabbed my neck, and it let me know I'm here, and I let it know I'm here too. It's like, you ain't going to I'm different from most of the beings that it's going to meet. And it felt that, and it backed right the fuck off of me, and it started attacking my investigators. So there's a lot of experience that's needed and involved in what we do. It's not like people think you just go out there. I got years and years of experience. But anyways, I'm going to talk about one more article, and then I'm going to play one or two songs, and I'm actually going to close off the show. I'm very weak. I'm very sick. I got to pick up Brenna tomorrow. She's going to spend the weekend with me, and we're going to go to that psychic shop. And, of course, I've been packing because I'm going to be moving, and I got to, move in the Subaru. My car is all broken down. I got to fucking try to make it get to California and hope I find a place to live. And it's the hardest thing I've ever had to do in my life on hardly any money, And I wrote this guy. I'm like, there's a guy that needed someone to watch his kids, and I wrote him. I'm like, I'll watch your kids, man. I watch kids right now, my own kids and my friends' kids. The guy writes 2 sons. I don't want you near my daughters. Kind of pissed me off a little stereotypical, because just because you find, you can find a woman, it doesn't mean that woman ain't gonna kill your fucking kids, It doesn't mean she's a lunatic. She could be a lunatic, but so it's one of the hardest things is finding a place, because I do have offers to live with women, but they're like, it's like the movie Misery, they're gonna tie my ass to a bed, and they're gonna ride the Tower of fucking Power, and I'm sorry, but I saved that for you lovely ladies out there, and I am not gonna give the Tower of Power in the middle of Pollock Pines, fucking California. Millie will be like, "Where are you, Rick? I haven't seen you on the internet in months." I'm gonna be like, fucking, my legs are gonna be broken. I'm gonna be crawling to the pine trees all around me, Crazy Adventures wrote me because she's like, I read your blogs, and she's like, everything you do is adventurous, and now I got Brenna going on my adventures. We're getting high and fucking lost in the grocery store, and we're getting high fucking on the investigation, and we're having a good time. And that's what it's about. It's about having a good time, and that's what the Paranormal Ghost Society stands for. So if you want to check us out, it's www.paranormalghostsociety.org. I have not updated any investigations in a couple months. I will add them to the site when I get around to it. But I did the investigations. I've talked about them on my radio show. So you got them by voice. You can still listen to them on Now Live if you want to hear about more recent trips that we've done. And plus my reports are floating all over. But we have pictures from all these places, and I do plan on getting them up eventually. You guys will be amazed. We did get some paranormal phenomena on camera in the last 2 months. I have about 2 months' worth of journeys to add, and I just have not done it. And I probably won't even be posting to my list. It's a very sad month for me. It's a happy month because I got the women that I want in my dreams, the women, but it's a very sad month because I may have to be living in a fucking cemetery. I might have to be living in the woods. And that's why we can't host our show until I have stability. And it's sad because we've been going strong in Vegas for how long? I heard you briefly there. It's all right, Millie. Anyways, smudge your house. Some people smudge their house. I don't smudge my house. I don't do any of that. I'm pretty adamant on certain things. You know, if some ghost jumps on me, I'll throw that. I'm just like, if you're being overbearing, you're going to get out. My house has been haunted. It's gotten worse. Ever since I seen the Skinwalker, the hauntings have gotten so bad at my house. I've never had anything jump on me and push into my ribs like that. Right in the side of my ribs, just digging in, you know. But anyways, I think I'll discuss one more article, and then I'm going to play some Winter's Thrall for the rest of the night. I'll play 2 songs, and then we'll get the hell out of here. It's been such a long show. Yeah, well, I mean, they exist. I know what I've seen, and I know Millie's tired, but if you want to hang in there, Millie, you know, I'll go ahead, and I'll go over one other thing. Actually, 2 other things. Man survives 6-story balcony fall. Panama City, out where Bobby T is at. 101 The Wave. Check him out. He's on live video. Authorities say a Panama City Beach spring breaker survived a story balcony fall with few injuries. This was spring break. He's 23. Ross Scarda, visiting from Arlington, Texas, was in guarded condition after falling off a condo balcony, and he fell into a sand dune on the beach side of the building. And he was showing off for friends by standing on a chair on the balcony, and the chair kicked him out. The chair kicked out from under him. He toppled over the edge, landing in the sand dunes and sea oats. Some people get lucky, you know, they fall and they end up fucking living through that shit. Here's another weird story. Postcard arrives in Ohio. They have been stuck in equipment lost behind chute. Hudson, Ohio, a woman's postcard bearing greetings from Montana has finally arrived in northeastern Ohio 47 years later. Insurance agent Dave Kahn opened his post office box in the community of Hudson last week and found the mailing sent from Helena, Montana, 1962. It was sent to Marion White, the previous renter of the box, who died in 1988. The writer signed the postcard Fran and mentioned having had a marvelous time in Montana. Woo! There's some fucking lesbianism going on here. Anyway, after asking around, Kahn said he determined this card must have came from White's well-traveled friend Frances Murphy, a longtime reporter at the Akron Beacon Journal. She died in 1998 at 75, and a U.S. Post Office spokesman said the postcard may have been stuck in equipment or lost behind the chute. It's creepy, you know, because human beings come and go, and you know, the one thing you guys are going to realize is that the Angel of Thy Night radio, motherfuckers, it's forever. We're not coming. We're not going. But I'm going to be on vacation the next couple months, probably. And if anything, I would really, you know, I'm going to be spending a lot of time with my co-host. And, you know, so we're just, you know, that's what's going on. And, you know, it's been a wonderful evening. I mean, you ladies that write on your boobs, Angel of Thy Night Radio, and I Love You, Lord Rick was the best present I probably could have got, you know, because I need inspiration to keep doing the show. I can't keep doing the show if nobody shows up or cares. I have 20,000 people I advertise to. When I send out the advertisement for this show, it goes out to 20,000, and a lot of those are now livers, not live videos. So we have to make an impression on live video. And, you know, I've only been here a few weeks, and we've already had like 24,000 hits on our radio page. And even last week or 2 weeks ago, Bobby T didn't stream the show. So you guys didn't get, but 2 weeks ago, we pulled off a very good radio program. And I felt tonight was a very good one, too. And Millie, you know, you've been spectacular. This is the last radio show you're going to hear for a while, so you know I know we'll talk aside from it, and we'll be getting together. Maybe you can come to Vegas. There's got to be a way you can come to Vegas and maybe stay 2 days or something, like the 16th and the 17th. Or we only get 1 day off, but you could come like in the evening and then just, stay into the next day. I don't know, but we'll talk about it because I really wanted to get Millie here in the studio with us. Or, I really wanted to take Millie somewhere, but I'm going to put all the paranormal aside when I see Millie, which is something I don't do very often. And I'm going to do the same thing for Brenna before I move because, I'm not going to do any more shows because they require so much work. And when I get settled in California, I will start up the show. It could be 2 weeks. It could be a month. It could be 2 months. But Brenna wants to do Millie's makeup and doll her up. And they both want to be here. And when we live together, they both want to be in the studio when we do the show. And I would love to have Millie and Brenna on camera with me because it's just our personalities mesh very well together. And it's the same thing when I find guys for my hiking adventures. You can't bring we brought a coked up fucking drunk one time in a fucking mine. And he fell like in 3 feet of water. He fell up to his nose. He goes, Rick, it's 20 feet. I'm drowning. I came back a week later and I fucking stepped where he stepped and the water was 3 feet fucking deep. So you got to have the right personalities for what we do. And I've read a few strange articles and, I have thousands of articles I could read you guys. But we've covered Craigslist. We've covered a few really naughty, filthy jokes. And I tell you what, I gave you guys a $10,000 stand-up comedy performance tonight ever since 7 o'clock strong. So we're going to go ahead. We're going to play Winter's Thrall. I'm going to play probably November. And I'm going to probably play the song Dust to finish off the night. And then I'm going to cut the show. 6 hours of radio, it's pretty good. It's going to give Bobby some work to do when he wants to make a podcast of it so that way down the road I can put the podcast on disc for you fans who want a copy of it, And we sell them on Lulu. And right now Lulu closed that up until we can fix our copywritten issue with somebody who submitted music. But, we're trying to get more bands. We may have a new Gothic band. She's got a gorgeous voice. I fell in love with her voice. I love Gothic chicks. I go crazy over Gothic girls. I love Gothic girls' vocals, Gothic girl voices. You know how I met Brenna is I was bitching in a blog on MySpace, bitching about Gothic females and how they're all so insecure and they don't spend time with me because I asked like five Gothic chicks and like they all fucking acted stupid, So I went on MySpace. I'm like, that's it. I'm typing a blog because nobody's really in the Gothic lifestyle like I am. I paint my nails black here and there and my hair is black and I listen to all kinds of German Gothic bands and stuff. But like on that service, you got a bunch of posers. They color their hair. They're like, I'm Gothic. And it's like then when I asked you, hey, are we going to have an orgy here? You and your lady friend, we going to fucking have fun? Have a little red wine, light some fucking candles, and fucking get into some dark stuff. Those girls don't fucking, they don't know nothing about Gothic. It's all, my mommy hurts me, and I'm 19 years old, and I don't know if we can meet. But I had this Gothic girl, and I asked her on a date, and it was between Brenna and her. It really was. Because Brenna asked me on a date, and this girl kind of blew me off. She's like, I like this guy. It's like you're Gothic. You like every guy. That's how Gothic girls are, You message them, well, I'm waiting on this one guy, and it's like, give it fucking up. I could have us on a honeymoon by the time the fucking other, some depressed dude waits to fucking respond to you. And I had this she does modeling, Gothic modeling. She's really hot. And because she blew me up. You think how weird life is? But she was really, she called me up later that night and was like, I fucked somebody. And I'm thinking, God, I don't want your leftovers. I said, I ain't going down on you. I said, you're hot as hell, but I ain't going down on you because I don't want a custard cream fucking pie. Thank you. I don't want a custard cream pie. So I fucking did not fucking go on a date with this girl. And she says, well, I washed. So I said, fine. I said, I'll give you another chance. So then it came Saturday, the same day that Brenna and I were going to go investigating. And I made her an offer, and I said, you could spend the entire weekend with me, And how about it? Sorry, but I'm going to spend time with my dad because he gives me money, he buys me food, he's got cable television, and she's naming off all this shit. And I said, oh my God. So then I started posting up the pictures of Brenna, and now the girl won't talk to me, and I'm thinking, too fucking bad, you know? That's why you don't go on like sites like Vampire Freaks and you know, I'm Goth and stuff. I'm Goth has some really sweethearts, but they're all young, you know? They're like, I get 16-year-old girls who want to judge on age. Either does Paul. I mean, Paul lives in England, and he, you know, Paul knows what I'm talking about. It's all about maturity. It's all about the lady itself. But that's what you get on I'm Goth, and that's what you get on Vampire Freaks. You get a lot of fake goths. Nobody's into the lifestyle. They don't go to cemeteries, especially in Vegas. Gothics do not know what a cemetery is because they've grown up in Vegas. Vegas does not have real cemeteries. They're artificial grass laid out. I've been to oldest cemetery I've been to, I think, was from like the 1500s or the 1700s. I've been to some pretty old cemeteries. Raw irons, and I went in St. Bonaventure Cemetery. I think it's called that up in Georgia. But you know, I went to a lot of historical places like St. Augustine, and those are real cemeteries, and there's real ghost in them, you know. And it's not like Vegas. You kind of go in and you see a marble stone from last year ago. You're like, Jesus, the cemetery opened last year ago, and you don't feel that haunted feeling to add when it snowed in Las Vegas. You guys will be shocked. You will see snow on a Las Vegas investigation because we went up to Boulder City and they had about a foot of snow on the ground and coyotes were running around us and everything else. This is the type of stuff that I've experienced. And, you know, I want to say goodbye, Vegas. You know, maybe I'll come back here to visit again. Who knows? But Paranormal Ghosts show elsewhere. It's not going to, it will change because it'll make every show different based on where I'm located at. Vegas, you know, we have crazy stories about Craigslist, but out in California, you know, there's crazy stories about dealing with the fucking hillbillies in the goddamn woods. So now I'll be bringing you hillbilly stories probably. I don't know. Hillbillies. But anyways, we're going to go ahead and we're going to play two last songs. You know, so we have a lot of guests in the room tonight. We've had 7 guests, and I want to say, welcome to Rick live in Las Vegas, and we've hosted a great show. It's been a lot of good comedy. We've had Millie on the air. We've had my girlfriends on the air. I love you all. I love my fans. We're about to close the show. I mean, I've been hosting for 6 fucking hours, man. I mean, this is, you know, this is as good as it gets. And to finish off the night, promoting my buddy of Winter's Thrall. Check him out, wintersthrall.com. I'm going to play the song November, and I'm going to play the song Dust. And then I'm going to go ahead, and I'm going to cook me some fucking Italian cooking tonight, some Italian dinner. And I'm going to get on, and, you know, I'm going to answer emails and things like that. And that'll be it. No more shows probably for a month or two. Sneezer's going to be living with Millie, and I'm going to be living in the woods or in my Subaru, thank you. At least I could do is I could laugh at it, right? But it's definitely been a very interesting night. And, you know, I love doing this show. I'm telling you, I mean, I know I was getting 20,000 on Now Live, 30,000, and we've lost a lot of fans because of what Now Live did. But for those that came out tonight to show me support on live video, I really want to thank you, motherfucking fans. I want to thank all of you. I want to wish you peace. I want to wish you love. And I hope you sign my presidential petition. I hope you go to my paranormal site. I will have all the Las Vegas investigations added in a couple months, because I'm gonna be on the road now for the next month or two, and hopefully get my life settled in. Because like I told my girls, I was like, I want some little kids running around. I got older kids, and they're punks, you know, and they know all about the paranormal. My son's been seeing ghosts around the house, and he's like, Daddy, what the fuck did you do? The fuck did you do? You know, these kids keep me in check. They make sure I eat healthy. I fucking shave my beard. And it's funny because I've been letting them pick my girlfriend, you know. I'm like, pick my girlfriend. Is Brenna the right one? My son's like, yes. I show Millie's picture. I'm like, is she the right one? My sons are like, yes. My kids pick my girlfriends. But then you bring over the whore from Craigslist. My son's like, where the fuck did you meet that piece of trash, Dad? Only on Craigslist, folks. Craigslist at its best. And anyways, looks like Chloe may have got kicked out of the room. And it looks like Millie might be sleeping, which is pretty cute. It's actually cute to see a girl sleep on my show. You know, it's like I need to be in that bed right now. I don't need to be hosting the Angel of the Night radio show. But I've had a good time, you know, and I want to thank, and I hope Bobby T will listen to this, but I want to thank Bobby T, 101 of the Wave. You need to check out his show every Tuesday, 6 p.m. Pacific time, which would be 9 p.m. Yes, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So you figure out the rest. All you have to do is type in Bobby T 101. He's my technician. He's part of my crew. He also welcomes people into our chat room. Check him out because he's going to be doing shows while I'm not around. He's not going to be doing Angel of the Night radio, but he will do the Wave. And the Wave has very good music, very good chat, very smooth and mellow, no drama whatsoever. Bobby T is one of my best friends. You know, I've grown to really like the guy. He called me up a few times this week, and we just bullshitted. We just chatted about the paranormal or whatever, and that's how it really should be. But because of this show, I've met people like you guys out here, and I'm very sad that I'm not going to be able to host a show for a while. Very sad in my life. It's one of the hardest things to do, not knowing where you're going to go next. But due to a lot of problems in the economy and in people's lives, it's a very hard world, and it's getting harder for guys like me to keep going investigating and to manage my life. And it's kind of funny, but you know, these last 2 months I've pulled out miracles, man. I mean, just the investigations I've pulled out, you guys just have no idea the shit we've done, the climbing and the fucking things we found in this last weekend. It just to put a team together in 24 hours and have us out there in mines and I pulled off a miracle, man. And I talked to Rich, and we're going to do one last investigation before I leave Vegas. I'm not going to be able to talk about it because there's no more shows for a while. But I will be able to post a report, and then 2-3 days later, I'm going to be heading on the road. And I'm going to get to meet after 5 years. Me and Millie are going to close the gap, and we're going to finally meet. And it's going to be very special because it's, you know, when someone's your co-host for like, you know, a couple years and they've been a member for 5 years, you know, you start to love that person. You just thank God, you know, you don't find friends like that or lovers like that. But her and I, we have a very special thing going on. And I cannot wait to talk to her in person. And just, you know, I've came close to death where I almost didn't get to meet Millie, you know. I almost died on that mountain a couple months ago here in Vegas. And for me to be able to meet her is very emotional for me because I never thought I would get to see her. I never thought it in the world, you know. And I was 3,000 miles from her, then a couple hundred miles, or, you know, like 500 miles, and now I'm like 200 miles away, and I'm going to be passing right by her town, and we're going to get to see each other probably. And she gets to see Sneezer. And you guys, anybody who's a fan of our show, you know that Sneezer's our co-host, and he's here tonight, and he's having a good time in the birthday party. I'm not going to tell you if he's drunk or stoned. I'm not going to tell you. You figure out the rest. But it's been a party here at Angel of the Night Studios, live in Las Vegas. And for those that have just tuned in, catch the rebroadcast. Listen to it. We haven't had any really major paranormal topics. We've just talked about Goodsprings, Nevada. It's a ghost town with a bunch of mines on the outskirts of town. We talked about why we're leaving Vegas. So I want to thank all you people from Las Vegas who've shown me support. We've had a great time cruising in the car, smoking, mountain climbing. It's just been so fun. And I would come back here anytime to do it. I know people in a couple months are going to be asking me to come back here. I got girls. I have even a couple women begging me to stay. They're like, and even if they know I got a girlfriend, they're still begging me to stay. You know, it's just crazy. It's just crazy how where my journeys take me, the bonds that are formed. But we never had successful meetups, and we never had a lot of investigators. And that's one of the reasons why I can't stay here, because I can't do this by myself. And I have. When I first came to Vegas, I was like taking the Subaru in the desert, you know. Fucking car's on its last leg, and I'm fucking flying the car like the Dukes of fucking Hazzard. So, you know, I've gotten dehydrated in the desert too. So I'm not a desert rover. The kid asked me today, he says, why don't you like the desert? And I was like, well, you know, I don't like the sand. I don't like the cactuses that get stuck in my feet and my legs when I'm hiking. I don't like to fall to my death. I don't like to walk out and have a cup of coffee when it's 120 goddamn degrees. And I certainly don't like the fact that 99% of all women that show up at my door turn out to be hookers. Thank you. But anyways, where something ends, something begins. And I'm hoping that this last show will make an impact on a lot of people. You know, it's very hard because there's certain emotional shows that I have done. You know, there's been shows where I'm sleeping on a concrete slab and fucking doing a show. And it's the hardest thing ever to keep pushing on, to still keep doing you're living on the fucking streets, but you're still doing paranormal investigations. You're still doing your show. And now I can't do the show because now live shut down, so you can't call in on a cell phone. You know, so it sucks. It sucks, you know, and you fans will lose out on a little bit of time because some of you've been listening for 2 years, and some of you only been listening a week, 2 weeks, you know. And so every season we do is different, and every episode we do is different. I'm sorry my co-host couldn't make it tonight, but Paul did show up. Millie was on cam. Jeannie, I don't know what happened. On my phone rang. Maybe it was Jeannie. Maybe she was trying to figure out how she could call in. She's probably confused. Now live shut down. But we, you know, if you want to, there's one last thing I want you to check. I want you guys to go to my website at www.paranormalghostsociety.org. And when you go into the main page, find the Angel of Thy Night Radio banner, click it. You'll see that there's 2 changes that were made. Our radio show now has a major network of a page. We have our sponsors, our bands, our staff. It's amazing. You can even ask Millie in the chat room if she was still awake. It's amazing. I worked so hard on it. Angel of the Night Radio also is now on MySpace. I have tried to convert our podcast into movie files, and I upload them to MySpace, and MySpace rejects the coding. It's valid, but they reject the codec or the encoding of the video. And it pisses me off because I wanted to put a couple sample shows up on MySpace, like put maybe 14 or 20 hours worth of radio and being like, here's what we're about, and give you guys like maybe an older episode from a year or 2 ago, but we can't. There's just no way to do it. You know, and so I may have to convert it to AVI, but can you imagine a 7-hour AVI, how large that file would be? I don't even think MySpace would have enough. I think it would be beyond the guidelines, you know. So I uploaded this twice, and both times they refused it, and it's not a huge file. A 7-hour show is 100 megabyte. It's about 100, and the encoding's fucked up. Like, I can listen to it on my computer, but I can't, on MySpace, we can't listen to it. But check us out. Just look up Angel of Thy Night Radio. We're on MySpace. Check out our main radio show webpage that we have. It's very nice. There's about 8 different pages you can go with different information. We have pictures from our studio, bloopers when Millie was a clown. We have staff. We have events. We have all different sorts of things, and widgets on every page. So we've got a lot of. We can't tell how many are listening from the widgets. I can have like 50 people right now listening on MySpace, and it won't register here on live video because they're listening straight from the widget. And there's no way to record that, you know. If the widget's open and someone passes by and hears it, they pass by and hear it. But bless all you fans out there who've been listening tonight. It's been a great fucking time. You've stuck it right to the end. Goodbye, Las Vegas. Angel of Thy Night Radio. It's forever. We're live in Las Vegas, and I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to come off with the song November and then Dust. This is by Winter's Thrall. Like any artist, he's, Jez is trying to make a living off his music too. And so buy the CD. Don't just download the music. Don't just check him out on MySpace. wintersthrall.com. Add him on MySpace. Write him. Say hi. But buy the CD. His music is just fucking brilliant. And for all you guests out there, I wish you a good night. Thank you for listening to the Angel of Thy Night radio show. Your host, Lord Rick, also known as God, the Anti. And we're not going to get into the rest of the names, all right? And by the way, to finish up the night, Cynthia Darkness put a lawsuit on me. She doesn't like Angel of Thy Night radio. Good night, fans. November by Winter's Thrall.
I suffocate slowly and surely, sucked under by my own life.
sin must be despised. I suffocate slowly and surely, sucked under by